Chapter 1427. It won't be that easy to escape. Brother Ao, I'm counting on you. When Feng Juechen saw Yang Feng turn into a stream of light and disappear from the box, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he said to an eternal with the head of a dog and the body of a human, 9 noses, a pair of eyes like whirlpools, and a pair of dragon wings on the back. The eternal with the head of a dog and the body of a human is a heaven and earth variant 9-nosed divine mastiff of the eternal world. It can smell the soul fluctuations of eternal sovereigns, and its tracking secret method is the best. The 9-nosed divine mastiff nodded, and mysterious runes appeared on its 9 noses. The whirlpools in its eyes rotated and locked on a direction. This way. The 9-nosed divine mastiff flapped its wings, turned into a stream of light, and soared into the sky. The figures of Feng Juechen and the other eternal sovereigns fluttered, and they turned into streams of light flying into the void. In another box. With a flash of killing intent in its eyes, the returning spirit goat turned to an eternal with an alien head, 1 eye on the head, and countless eyeballs on the body, and said, "Brother Ji, I'm counting on you." The eternal with countless eyeballs on the body nodded, and his eyes flickered. Countless whirlpools appeared in his single eye and flickered with mysterious light. Found him. The eternal with many eyeballs uttered a hoarse voice, turned into a stream of light, and flew into the void. The eternal sovereigns of the destruction goat set out one after another and flew in Yang Feng's direction. In the Huayu auction house, the eyes of many eternal sovereigns shimmered with frigid killing intent, and they turned into streams of light and chased after Yang Feng. Yang Feng has Gotili's greatly heaven-severing method, which can be practiced to the 7th firmament eternal realm, and it is enough to make many eternal sovereigns go crazy. Big brother, why don't we quell Yang Feng in the Huayu city? He has the 7th firmament eternal heaven method. In a secret space in the Huayu auction house, a man with a dragon horn on the head asked the Floating Sky Domain's domain master with an unwilling expression. In the Floating Sky Domain, the Floating Sky Domain's domain master can mobilize a portion of the domain's power and display 3rd firmament eternal realm power. Coupled with the cooperation of the other eternal beings and their various trump cards, they could even easily suppress a 2nd heaven of eternal realm expert. The Floating Domain's domain master uttered unhurriedly, Yang Feng is not a simple person. Besides, he has Gotili's inheritance. Even if we manage to suppress him, as long as he kills himself, we won't gain anything. Instead, we'll offend an eternal one with limitless potential. That's not a very wise decision. The man with a dragon horn on his head was silent for a while, then he sighed and said no more. The most frightening thing about eternals was their undying bodies. As long as the mark of eternity was not destroyed, eternals would not die. Defeating an eternal was easy, but killing an eternal was extremely difficult. Only powerhouses at or above the eternal king level or some eternal treasures with special powers could kill an eternal being and then cross the distance of an entire universe to destroy the eternal mark of that eternal being. In the starry sky outside the eternal world. Yang Feng, you have nowhere to run. Feng Juechen's carefree and cold voice rang out from the vast starry sky. In front of an asteroid belt, 6 rays of light flashed, and 6 eternal sovereigns, including Feng Juechen, blocked in front of Yang Feng. Feng Juechen stared at Yang Feng with a look of resentment in his eyes, but there was a look of pleasure in his eyes. When the 6 eternal sovereigns join forces, they can even contend against and even defeat a 3rd heaven of eternal realm powerhouse. The eyes of an eternal who looks like a walking lizard flashed coldly, and he said coldly, Yang Feng, hand over Gotili's Tily heaven-severing method. Otherwise, this place will be your burial ground today. It's not easy to form a perfect eternal body. Once you die here, even if it takes hundreds of thousands of years, you won't be able to recover your full strength. A bunch of idiots, this will be your burial place. Yang Feng smiled, his eyes shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand. The asteroid belt twisted and blurred, and then turned into a huge sun. In the center of the sun, 10 destruction cannons flashed, and 10 beams tore through the sky and barreled towards the 6 eternal sovereigns. It's a trap. Faced with this fearsome blow, the complexion of the 6 eternal sovereigns changed dramatically. Shrouded in time, they launched the spell Spacetime Walk. In the face of an attack that only has power, the innate spell Spacetime Walk is simply an invincible defense. Idiot! With a sneer in his eyes, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and ripples of time shone and enveloped the 6 eternal sovereigns. The 6 eternal sovereigns were pulled out of the river of time in an instant and devoured by the destructive cannons. The 9-nosed divine mastiff opened his mouth, and an ancient bronze shield appeared in front of him. The lizard-like eternal one's body swelled up, and layers of lizard-like scales appeared. There were a total of 10 layers, and they gave off a distorted light. An eternal with a horn on his head roared and turned into a 3-headed and 6-armed form. Countless mysterious scales appeared on his body, and his 6 arms raised 6 shields to block in front of him. The eyes of an eternal with a wolf head and a human body flickered fiercely, countless runes appeared on his body, and a world filled with countless races emerged on his chest. In that world, countless intelligent life forms prayed, and the power of countless prayers converged to form a defensive barrier. The body of a fat, 50-meter-tall eternal squirmed and turned into a ball of flesh 1,000 kilometers in diameter, and a warping force field reverberated around the ball of flesh. A gust of wind rose around Feng Juechen, and a fearsome storm revolved around him. The light from the destruction cannons engulfed the 6 eternal sovereigns in an instant. After the light full of destruction disappeared, the storm in front of Feng Juechen disappeared, and the lower half of his body disappeared. Die! A cold voice full of killing intent came from the void, and Yang Feng appeared in front of Feng Juechen almost instantaneously, slammed a fist into Feng Juechen, and blasted him apart. An engulfing black hole appeared and enveloped Feng Juechen's shattered body, swallowing him whole, second heaven of the eternal realm. Feng Juechen only let out a scream of horror, and then his body was swallowed by the black hole. This is an offensive secret method of the Greatly Heaven/method. Greatly Heaven/method, let's have a taste of the power of this move. After insta-killing Feng Juechen, Yang Feng teleported and appeared in front of the giant lizard walking like a human. With a cold smile, he joined his hands, and a copious amount of eternal force gathered and formed a terrifying sword that slashed towards the giant lizard. After the lizard eternal sovereign blocked the destruction cannons, 9 layers of its scales collapsed, and its right hand disappeared. It could only clench its teeth and raise its left arm to block. The heavenly blade formed from eternal force descended from the sky and slashed at the lizard-like eternal. In an instant it was cut in two, and a devouring black hole appeared, enveloped the lizard-like eternal, and swallowed it. Under the bombardment of the destruction cannons, the 4 eternal sovereigns who were also seriously injured turned into 4 streams of light and fled in 4 different directions. Originally, when Feng Juechen and the other 5 eternal sovereigns joined forces, they could even defeat a second heaven of the eternal realm. But now that they were ambushed, 2 eternal sovereigns died, and the remaining 4 were injured, they lost their fighting spirit. Since you're here, then don't leave. Since I set up this trap, if I don't kill you, wouldn't it be a waste of my previous performance? Yang Feng smiled, his eyes flashed with killing intent, and he took a step forward and disappeared. In the eternal relic sight, Ling opened her beautiful eyes, and streams of data emerged in her eyes. The countless mechanical towers shrouding the eternal relic site frantically extracted the power of the eternal relic site and poured it into the level 8 stronghold. The level 8 stronghold bloomed like a flower and revealed countless functional units engraved with mysterious runes. Mysterious threads shrouded the void and formed a huge seal barrier that sealed the void. When the 9-nosed divine mastiff slammed into the seal barrier set off ripples and sent him flying back. So you can lock onto my position. Sure enough, eternal sovereigns with tracking secret methods are the most annoying. However, thank you this time. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to hunt 6 eternal sovereigns. A cold voice sounded behind the nine-nosed divine mastiff, making him feel a chill. Yang Feng appeared behind the nine-nosed divine mastiff, slammed a fist into him, and blasted him apart. A devour black hole appeared, swallowed the nine-nosed divine mastiff, and devoured his life force origin. A look of horror on his face, the nine-nosed divine mastiff pleaded for mercy. Yang Feng, I am an undying eternal sovereign. You killed me once, but I won't let you off. Let me go. We can form an alliance. With my help, no matter where your enemies hide, they won't be able to escape our pursuit. Although an eternal sovereign won't truly die as long as their eternal imprint isn't extinguished. But once they die, they need to rebuild their eternal body, which consumes a huge amount of resources and endless time. Chapter 1428. That's a good proposal, but unfortunately, I don't trust you. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng willed, and the devour black hole erupted with devour force and frantically devoured the nine-nosed divine mastiff's eternal origin. The nine-nosed divine mastiff stopped breathing in an instant. The eyes of the eternal with an ogre horn on the head shimmered coldly, and he brandished his sword, which shone with countless mysterious runes, and slashed at the seal barrier. Boom! The sealing barrier shook violently, and a crack appeared on it. There was a flash of joy in the eyes of the ogre horn eternal. But in the next moment, his face changed dramatically. The crack twisted and healed. A terrifyingly huge hand appeared behind the ghost horn eternal and slammed into the ghost horn eternal's body, blasting him into pieces. The devour black hole emerged, devoured the ogre horn eternal's eternal origin, and frantically devoured it. Yang Feng, since you're so ruthless, then let's perish together. The eyes of the wolf-headed eternal shimmered fiercely, countless runes flickered on his broken body, and the eternal origin burned. A blood-colored spear emerged from the back of the wolf-headed eternal. Countless souls intertwined with each other, emitting a bone-chilling wail of ghosts and wail of gods. As soon as the bloody spear emerged, the body of the wolf-headed eternal turned into ashes bit by bit. Distorting space and time, the bloody spear, which contains karma, pierced through the sky and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng frowned slightly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a tremendous amount of eternal force condensed in front of him and formed a 360-layered barrier. When the blood-colored spear stabbed into the 360 layers of barriers, it pierced through the barriers and stabbed into Yang Feng's right arm. Drops of eternal blood dripped from Yang Feng's right arm. Once these Eternals go all out and burn their eternal origin to launch an attack, it's really troublesome. Yang Feng looked at the drops of eternal blood dripping from his right arm, frowned slightly, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. In terms of strength, Yang Feng's second firmament eternal cultivation base is far above that of the wolf-headed Eternal. However, it was easy for him to defeat the wolf-headed Eternal. Once the wolf-headed Eternal ignited its eternal essence, it could also injure him. Any eternal being was a peerless genius of the universe, and definitely could not be underestimated. Yang Feng, you killed me once, I'll remember this. I, the Lord of Giant Hill, will never let you off. A voice filled with resentment came from the 1,000-kilometer-wide, broken, and hollow ball. Mysterious runes appeared, preparing to self-destruct. The Lord of the Giant Hill. Unfortunately, your decision was a step too late. Yang Feng's cold voice came from below the huge sphere the Mound Lord has transformed into, and a huge heavenly blade slashed at the Mound Lord and cut him in two. A black hole appeared and swallowed the Lord of the Giant Hill in one gulp. After devouring 5 eternal sovereigns in one go, a steady stream of eternal origin poured into Yang Feng, causing his aura to soar and become even more terrifying. They're all dead. Feng Juechen and the others went to besiege Yang Feng, yet they all died. How is this possible? So strong. The Eternals hidden in the surroundings were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They couldn't believe their eyes. When Feng Juechen and the other 5 Eternal Sovereigns joined forces, they could defeat a second firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse. If the 6 of them went all out and burned their eternal origin, they could even seriously injure and kill a third firmament eternal realm powerhouse once. The 6 eternal sovereigns were all killed by Yang Feng. This is simply shocking. In the void, ripples flickered, and a gigantic ram, tens of thousands of kilometers long and white jade in color and surrounded by black destructive light, stepped through the void, directly colliding with Gu Taili's eternal ruins. The Ram of Destruction, this is the eternal treasure of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance. The Ram of Destruction, the Sheep of Destruction Alliance actually used this eternal treasure. It seems that they want to kill Yang Feng. Yang Feng has 27 million eternal origin stones on him. Coupled with his eternal body and various treasures, even if he can't get the Taili heaven severing method, he can still get tremendous wealth. That's right. As long as we can kill Yang Feng, we can get various traces from his eternal body and deduce some traces of the eternal heavenly art. The eyes of the surrounding eternal sovereigns shimmered with enigmatic light. Eternal sovereigns are terrifying existences that are almost impossible to kill. As long as Yang Feng isn't willing, the returning spirit ram can't get the complete eternal heavenly art from him. However, as long as Yang Feng is killed, the returning spirit ram can get traces of the eternal heavenly art from Yang Feng's eternal body and gain great benefits. In addition, the 27 million eternal origin stones are enough to drive many eternal sovereigns crazy. What a powerful force! When Yang Feng saw the Ram of Destruction rushing towards Gu Taili's eternal relic site, a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. The Ram of Destruction is an eternal treasure. Moreover, it is operated by several eternal sovereigns and possesses tremendous might. Even if he stood in front of the Ram of Destruction, he would still be trampled by the Ram of Destruction and be seriously injured. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared from in front of the Ram of Destruction. Carrying the breath of destruction, the Ram of Destruction slammed into Gu Taili's eternal relic site. In front of the power of the Ram of Destruction, destroying an eternal relic site is a piece of cake. Activate the self-detonation system. When the Ram of Destruction was about to hit in front of Gu Taili's eternal relic site, countless mechanical towers inside the eternal relic site flashed and triggered the core of the eternal relic site. Boom! Gu Taili's eternal relic site self-detonated in an instant, and the fearsome explosion swept the Ram of Destruction inside. Amid the fearsome explosion, the Ram of Destruction's body shattered inch by inch. Inside the shattered body of the Ram of Destruction, 5 circles of light shone, and the returning spirit ram and the other 4 eternal sovereigns flew out. Yang Feng, you dare to destroy the eternal treasure of my Ram of Destruction alliance. I, the Ram of Destruction, am absolutely irreconcilable with you. The returning spirit ram beckoned with a hand, and the half-collapsed Ram of Destruction shrunk to the size of a palm and entered his hand. He looked at the cracked Ram of Destruction with a look of pain in his eyes, stared at Yang Feng with endless killing intent in his eyes, and roared angrily. Yang Feng swept the returning spirit ram and the other 4 eternal sovereigns with a glance, and his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent and he uttered frigidly, "The 5 of you dare to destroy my residence, do you want to die? Yang Feng, you only relied on that trap which has now been destroyed. What other ability do you have to be an enemy of the Ram of Destruction? As long as you hand over Gu Taili's Taili Heaven severing method, the Ram of Destruction can become your ally, help you seize the Absolute Wind Realm, and let you become the domain master of the Absolute Wind Realm. How about it?" The returning spirit ram's eyes shimmered with resentment, and his expression flickered and he revealed a smile. The eyes of the other 4 eternal sovereigns flickered slightly, and greed shimmered in their eyes. The second level of the Taili Heaven severing method can be sold for 27 million eternal origin stones. Who knows how many eternal origin stones the complete 7th level of the Taili Heaven severing method can be sold for. If the Ram of Destruction gets the Taili Heaven severing method, it can sell it again and again like Yang Feng and exchange it for a large amount of precious resources. Since you've destroyed my residence, then all of you can die. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and a tremendous amount of eternal force poured out of him. He joined his hands together and unleashed a secret method recorded in the supremely severing heaven method, and a huge sword slashed towards a sexy and beautiful female eternal sovereign dressed in flowery clothes from the Sheep of Destruction Alliance. Among the 5 eternal sovereigns, this beautiful female eternal is the weakest. The complexion of the beautiful eternal flower moon empress flickered, and flowers formed from moonlight appeared on her. Moons emerged from the flowers and blocked in front of the celestial sword. Countless intelligent life forms living in the moons prayed and gathered the power of a world to form powerful defensive barriers. When the celestial sword slashed down, everything was destroyed. One by one, the moons exploded, and the living beings in the moons were all annihilated by the blade. The peerless blade slashed towards the flower moon empress with a fierce breath. "Young Feng, you're courting death." With a flash of anger in his eyes, the returning spirit sheep appeared in front of the flower moon empress with a huge bronze goat horn shield in his hand and raised the shield to block. When the heavenly blade slashed on the bronze goat horn shield, a terrifying goat horn demon god appeared, opened its jaws full of jagged teeth, and bit down on the huge heavenly blade. Crack! When the goat horn transcendent bit down, it was cut in two by the celestial sword, and half of the celestial sword was bitten off. An eternal with a tortoise head and a human body, 70% similar to the black tortoise, appeared, raised its tortoise shell, and blocked in front of the celestial sword. When the remaining power of the celestial sword slashed into the tortoise shell, it blurred and collapsed. With a flash of an afterimage, an eternal with a dragon head and mantis arms strangely appeared behind Yang Feng and slashed his mantis arms at Yang Feng with green light. The eyes of an eternal that looks like a huge chunk of meat but has 9 pairs of eyes flashed, and distorted rays barreled towards Yang Feng. Chapter 1429. Eternal force surged in Yang Feng's hand and formed a great sword. The great sword turned into a shooting star, slashed at the dragon-headed, 6-armed eternal mantis, and sent the dragon-headed, 6-armed eternal mantis flying. When the strange rays hit Yang Feng, they pierced through his defensive barrier, gave him a sharp pain in his head, and threw the eternal force inside him into disorder. Devour runes appeared one after another, and a huge devour black hole appeared behind Yang Feng. Black devour light swept out and extracted and devoured the strange black gas inside him, and the sharp pain disappeared. With a flash of an afterimage, Yang Feng appeared 10,000 kilometers away. Eternal sovereign rank powerhouses are really tricky. One-on-one, they aren't my opponent. But with the 5 of them joining forces, it's a bit tricky. Yang Feng looked at the 5 eternal sovereigns and frowned slightly. If it was one-on-one, Yang Feng would have already slain the flower moon heavenly maiden. But with the 5 eternal sovereigns joining forces, Yang Feng suffered a small loss. Amazing, Yang Feng's strength is really terrifying. The greatly heaven-severing method, this eternal heavenly method, is really powerful. To think that Yang Feng can fight 5 eternal sovereigns by himself. It's simply heaven-defying. Unfortunately, he isn't a member of the Eternal Alliance after all. He has too few friends. This time, he's dead meat. Gazes of regret focused on Yang Feng, while the eyes of some eternal sovereigns flickered with enigmatic light, waiting for an opportunity to attack. Do it. Kill him. We'll divide his body and treasures equally. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the returning spirit goat, and he erupted with eternal force. Circles of destruction revolved around him, and he turned into a 10,000-kilometer-long monster. With a huge wolf-tooth club in hand, he slammed the club towards Yang Feng. Runes emerged from the wolf-tooth club, and light of destruction emitted by the world's destruction interwove, locked the void, sealed the past, present, and future, and barreled towards Yang Feng. The flower moon heavenly maiden took a deep look at Yang Feng, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent. Eternal force surged and formed a large bow. An arrow appeared on the bow, and one after another, moonlight flowers bloomed on the arrow. As soon as the arrow appeared, Yang Feng's mind was filled with alarms. He sensed that the arrow possessed a frightening power that threatened his life. An eternal with a tortoise head and a human body, 70% similar to a black tortoise, slashed a large axe at Yang Feng. The eternal with a dragon head and mantis arms appeared above Yang Feng with a teleport, then waved his mantis arm and slashed towards Yang Feng, leaving afterimages behind. The eternal sovereign evil eye, which looks like a huge chunk of flesh, flickered, and strange evil light shot towards Yang Feng. Fine, I'll use your lives to test out my eternal heaven art. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he operated the second level of the Devour Heaven method. Runes of Devour appeared around Yang Feng and formed a set of rune armor. Yang Feng's figure shook slightly, and he appeared in front of the returning spirit goat. With a wave of the sword in his hand, a fearsome Devour vortex swept the returning spirit goat into it. Shatter! The returning spirit goat roared and slammed the huge wolf tooth club into the Devour vortex. At this moment, Yang Feng jumped over the returning spirit goat and appeared in front of the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. The eternal that looks like a black tortoise fluttered, and then blocked in front of the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. A tortoise shell appeared on its back and activated a powerful barrier. Although this eternal that looks like a black tortoise only has a first firmament eternal realm cultivation base, but its defense can be rated as number 1 among the destruction sheep. This tortoise shell is really annoying. However, I can use it to test the power of my Devour Heaven method's Devour Heaven thrust. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the Devour runes suddenly flew out, formed a 10-kilometer-long spike, and turned into a stream of light that stabbed into the tortoise shell. The eternal that looks like a black tortoise smiled coldly, and his eyes filled with confidence. If you want to pierce through my defense, you'll have to practice cultivation for another 100,000 years. When the spike stabbed into the tortoise shell, it forcibly pierced through the tortoise shell and stabbed into the eternal that looks like a black tortoise. No, how can this be? How is this possible? Even if a third firmament eternal realm powerhouse wants to break my tortoise shell, they can only exhaust my power. How can this be? The eternal that looks like a black tortoise shriveled, its eyes flashed with fear, and it screamed miserably. The great black tortoise's defense was destroyed with a single blow. What a strong offensive power. So this is the eternal heavenly method. This is the eternal heavenly method Yang Feng created, so strong. The great black tortoise's tortoise shell can defend against the attacks of third firmament eternal realm powerhouses. Yet it was destroyed by Yang Feng with a single blow, that's simply heaven-defying. A look of shock flashed in the eyes of the Eternals who were spectating. Although Lord Great Black Turtle was only an eternal being at the first heaven of the eternal realm, his defensive power ranked in the top 10 in the Yen Absolute Heaven. For such a powerhouse to have his defense broken by Yang Feng with a single blow, this is simply terrifying. Regret flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. The power of this move is not bad, but unfortunately, it consumes too much energy. If I don't use the Armor of Dawn, I won't be able to use it a second time within a short period of time. The Heaven Devourer Thrust is an offensive secret method that gathers Yang Feng's eternal force. Although it is extremely powerful, but it also consumes a lot of energy. With Yang Feng's second firmament eternal realm cultivation base, using it once consumes a large amount of eternal force. At this moment, the strange evil light slammed into Yang Feng and gave him a splitting headache. When the two mantis arms slashed at Yang Feng, they smashed his defensive boundary and opened two huge wounds, and drops of blood dripped from Yang Feng's body into the sky. Yang Feng glanced at the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden and said with a smile, "I'm not your opponent." Ripples appeared in the void, and a beam of ice and snow appeared, crossed time and space, and slammed into the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. Countless ice and snow runes appeared and froze the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden into a huge block of ice. A level 8 stronghold appeared in the void, and a beam from the destruction cannon blasted into the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden in an instant and blasted her into pieces along with the block of ice. The two eternal sovereigns Shishua and Zero, dressed in armor, rushed towards the returning spirit sheep, the Mantis Arm Eternal, and the Evil Eye Eternal. There are actually two eternal sovereigns lying in ambush here. He's going to kill us all. Yang Feng, what a ruthless person. He's here to ambush the pursuers. This is a second ambush. What a ruthless method. When the eternal sovereigns saw Shi Shui and Zero appear, a chill welled up in their hearts. If the two eternal sovereigns Shi Shui and Zero had appeared when they ambushed Feng Juechen, then the returning spirit sheep would not have taken the initiative to attack Yang Feng. Feeling that Yang Feng's means have been exhausted, the returning spirit sheep brought the Destruction Sheep Alliance to kill Yang Feng in one fell swoop. Originally, when Yang Feng fought 4 eternal sovereigns alone, he was already at a disadvantage. But the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden was killed in a sneak attack, and the situation has been completely reversed. 3 rays of light flashed, and the returning spirit sheep, the Mantis Arm Eternal, and the Meatball Eternal flew in 3 different directions. Yang Feng alone can already contend against the 3 eternal sovereigns. Coupled with Zero and Shi Shui, they can kill the 3 eternal sovereigns here. The others can leave. But you must stay. Returning spirit sheep. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and countless runes flickered and turned into a devour black hole that swallowed the returning spirit sheep. Countless runes flickered and frantically devoured the returning spirit sheep's eternal force. Break! A fierce ray flashed in the returning spirit sheep's eyes, and he roared and slammed the wolf tooth club into the devour black hole with a destructive force. Ripples flickered, and the returning spirit sheep blasted a huge hole into the devour black hole. Shi Shui turned into a mirror of ice and snow suspended in the void, and a beam of ice and snow shot out from the mirror and slammed into the returning spirit sheep. A layer of frost appeared on the returning spirit sheep's body and eroded his body and soul. The returning spirit goat let out a roar and the power of destruction erupted, shattering the frost. A whip of the ruler descended from the sky, slammed into the returning spirit sheep's head, and smashed it. When the returning spirit sheep's head was smashed, a tremendous amount of eternal force interwove and quickly regenerated and formed a new head. How does it feel to fight 1 against 3? The devour black hole disappeared in an instant, and a sword pierced through the returning spirit sheep's heart. Countless runes appeared on the sword and frantically devoured the returning spirit sheep's eternal origin. I'll kill you. Yang Feng, next time, you're dead. The returning spirit sheep glared at Yang Feng with resentment in his eyes and said with a ferocious smile. Within a dozen plus breaths of time, the returning spirit sheep turned into ashes and disappeared. After slaying the spirit returning goat, Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he looked towards the void. Wherever he looked, no eternal sovereigns dared to look at him. The eternal sovereigns who originally held malice against Yang Feng quieted down, not daring to attack Yang Feng. Although Yang Feng fought continuously and consumed a lot of energy, however, he had 2 eternal sovereigns, Zero and Shi Shui, protecting him. Moreover, who knew how many more trump cards he was hiding? None of the eternal sovereigns dared to throw their lives away. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and tens of thousands of eternal origin stones appeared. A tremendous amount of eternal origin stone poured into his body and restored the eternal force he consumed. His strength is recovering at every moment. Chapter 1430. An hour later, Yang Feng, who has recovered his full strength, smiled coldly at the void, and clapped his hands. Distorted light flickered, and mechanical fortresses hidden tens of thousands of kilometers away emerged. Countless interstellar battleships and main battle robots appeared like a tidal wave. This is Yang Feng's other trump card. So many mechanical weapons. I wonder how powerful these weapons are. They may have the power to threaten eternal sovereigns. When the eternal sovereigns saw the dense crowd of mechanical fortresses, battlestars, and 8th-generation battle robots, they inhaled a breath of cold air. At a glance, it is clear that the huge mechanical legion is not to be trifled with. Although the battle robots are naturally not a match for the eternal sovereigns individually, but if they swarm together, they can block the eternal sovereigns for a while. Once the eternal sovereigns are blocked for a while, Yang Feng can take the opportunity to kill the rest of the eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared above a huge warship. The huge battleship flashed slightly and led the countless interstellar battleships into the distance. This is the Wind Absolute Realm. Is Yang Feng going to attack the Wind Absolute Realm? What a ruthless method. The Wind Absolute Realm's domain master Feng Juechen has already been killed by Yang Feng twice. I'm afraid that his underlying strength has been exhausted. This is the time when the Wind Absolute Realm is at its weakest. Damn it, it looks like Yang Feng is going to swallow this fat piece of meat. A look of regret flashed in the eyes of the Eternals who were watching this scene. Feng Juechen was killed by Yang Feng twice. Even if he has a contingency plan and can be reborn, but he must have suffered a great loss. The Wind Absolute Realm is at its weakest at this time. It is a fat piece of meat. Many eternal sovereigns have their eyes on this fat piece of meat, but they didn't expect Yang Feng to be so decisive as to take the initiative to attack the Wind Absolute Realm. In the center of the Wind Absolute Realm, in a secret room inside a temple, there was a flash of light, and an eternal mark appeared and entered a spirit pool inlaid with tens of thousands of eternal origin stones. Countless rays of light emerged from the eternal origin stones, absorbed a copious amount of spirit pool water, and formed Feng Juechen's body. Damn it, Yang Feng. Damned bastard. I definitely won't let you off. A fierce glow flashed in Feng Juechen's eyes as he roared out crazily. A normal emperor's aura spread out from his body. The eternal source energy pool, which was enough to condense an eternal body, had run out of resources. Right now, Feng Juechen could only cultivate as an ordinary sovereign and try to think of a way to condense an eternal body. Feng Juechen was an eternal sovereign to begin with, so he had no bottlenecks in advancing to the eternal realm. He only needed to hole up in the domain of absolute wind for 100,000 years and use the various resources in the domain of absolute wind to step into the eternal realm again. Ripples flickered in the outer space of the domain of absolute wind, and an enormous fleet suddenly emerged. Beams of light tore through the sky and bombarded the stars outside the domain of absolute wind. Rumble. 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 Amidst a series of earth-shattering explosions, the stars in the periphery of the domain of absolute wind exploded and turned into countless meteorites that fell from the sky into the domain of absolute wind. Feng Juechen, come out and accept your death. A cold and cruel voice came from the central temple of the domain of absolute wind. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void and looked at the domain of absolute wind. Yang Feng, you're really stupid to break into my domain of absolute wind. This will be your burial place. Feng Juechen's cold voice came from the domain of absolute wind. Mysterious runes flickered, and the center of the domain of absolute wind cracked open, and a 100-kilometer-tall green diamond giant that looks like it's made of diamond emerged. Domain master of the domain of absolute wind, you are the protector of this domain, the master of our domain. Please bless us eternally. Domain master of the domain of absolute wind, please bless us eternally. Countless prayers rang out from the green diamond giant's body as waves of prayers gushed out from the body of the green diamond giant. In the domain of absolute wind, countless intelligent races knelt on the ground and began to pray. The power of the entire domain of absolute wind poured into the green diamond giant. The eyes of the green diamond giant shimmered fiercely, and second firmament eternal realm fluctuations of power slowly spread from it. It treaded on air and sent a fist barreling towards Yang Feng. Gusts of gales soared as numerous experts wearing wind god battle armors flew into the sky, fighting with the battle robots that flew out of the sky. This is your trump card, Feng Juechen. Too weak. However, it makes sense. I've killed you twice, and you've exhausted your foundation. What qualifications do you have to fight me? Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole appeared and swept towards the green diamond giant. Countless devouring runes appeared and transformed into rays of devouring light that enveloped the green diamond giant's body and extracted its origin power. The green diamond giant struggled frantically inside Yang Feng's devour black hole. Each of its punches and kicks contained world-destroying power, yet it still couldn't tear apart the huge black hole. Under the attack of Yang Feng's 8th-generation battle robots with average battle strength comparable to Holy Step rank powerhouses, the powerhouses wearing the Wind God armor were slaughtered as if they were vegetables. In the face of Yang Feng's offensive, the resistance of the entire domain of Absolute Wind is simply too weak. Damn it, if I hadn't been killed twice, you wouldn't be my opponent in the domain of Absolute Wind. Feng Juechen's eyes shimmered with unwillingness. His figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Once Feng Juechen leaves the domain of Absolute Wind, it will be thousands of times more difficult for him to advance to the Eternal Realm in the future. But for now, only by escaping the domain of Absolute Wind can he have a way out. You want to escape? How can it be that simple? The rune in Yang Feng's soul sea representing the essence of fate flashed, and the corners of his mouth rose, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards the temple. Go to hell. Strengthened by the essence of speed, a quasi-Empyrean ranked powerhouse wearing a green armor slashed at Yang Feng with a sword. The devour black hole revolving around Yang Feng swept the beautiful powerhouse into it. After a breath of time, the beautiful quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse turned into dust and dissipated with the wind. Inside the temple, beams that can easily tear Empyrean rank powerhouses to shreds shot towards Yang Feng. Bone spurs, fire arrows, ice cones, and other attacks barreled towards Yang Feng like a tide. Yang Feng frowned slightly, then turned into a terrifying black hole that can devour everything, and a fearsome devour force swept downwards. Countless powerhouses in the domain of Absolute Wind were swallowed by the devour black hole, their origin was instantly devoured, and they turned into dust and scattered with the wind. In the wake of the devour black hole, all intelligent life forms turned into dust and scattered with the wind. Eternal. He's an Eternal. Damn it, only an Eternal can fight an Eternal. Why hasn't the Domain Lord appeared yet? Seeing this scene, the powerhouses in the domain of Absolute Wind collapsed. Countless powerhouses fled in all directions, not daring to make an enemy out of Yang Feng. Only an Eternal can contend with an Eternal, this is common knowledge in the Eternal world. Existences below the Eternal Sovereign rank have virtually no way to fight back against Eternal Sovereigns. It is very difficult for them to even injure an Eternal. Found you. Yang Feng easily crushed the countless barriers in the temple, then extended his hand into the void and grabbed Feng Juechen hiding in the void. Yang Feng, I know I was wrong. Please spare my life. Spare my life. I can be your servant and manage the domain of Absolute Wind for you. I will offer you all the treasures in the domain of Absolute Wind. I also know the locations of more than a dozen treasure troves. Spare my life, and I will offer those treasures to you. Caught by Yang Feng, fear and despair flashed in Feng Juechen's eyes, and he trembled and pleaded without any backbone. No need. Everything you said, I can take it myself. Besides, I also want to see if I can really kill an Eternal Sovereign like you. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he stabbed Feng Juechen with his hand, and a copious amount of eternal force erupted and used Feng Juechen's true spirit to search for the location of the eternal mark. Found it. Yang Feng's eyes lit up. In the domain of Absolute Wind, with Feng Juechen's true spirit as the base, he locked on the eternal mark hidden in the domain of Absolute Wind, and a vast amount of eternal force erupted and forcibly pulled the eternal mark out of Feng Juechen's body. When Feng Juechen saw the eternal mark in Yang Feng's hand, his eyes shimmered with despair. No. Don't destroy my eternal mark. Yang Feng smiled coldly and squeezed the fingers of his hand, and eternal force erupted and crushed Feng Juechen's eternal mark. A fearsome devour force erupted and devoured the pure eternal soul force released by the eternal mark. No. Along with a miserable scream, Feng Juechen's eyes lost their soul, and he died. In the flame absolute sky, a huge star fell, and a rain of blood fell. Great sorrow welled up in the hearts of countless intelligent life forms. In the domain of absolute wind and many other domains, Feng Juechen's idols exploded and collapsed one after another. All Feng Juechen's believers lost their strength in an instant. At the same time, a heart-wrenching feeling welled up in their hearts, letting them know that Feng Juechen has died. Chapter 1431. An eternal sovereign died. Feng Juechen has completely fallen. How could this be? He was slain by Yang Feng in the Wind Absolute Realm, and his eternal mark was shattered. He died for real. When the eternal sovereigns in the Yen Absolute Heaven saw the various anomalies that appeared in the sky, shock flashed in their eyes. The most frightening thing about eternal sovereigns is that they are difficult to kill. As long as the eternal mark isn't destroyed, any eternal sovereign can be reborn again and again. Eternal sovereigns who stay in their own domain can mobilize the power of the domain to enhance their combat power. It is because of this that no eternal sovereign has died in the Yen Absolute Heaven for hundreds of thousands of years. Now that an eternal sovereign has died, this caused a great uproar among the eternal sovereigns in the Yen Absolute Heaven. Mother Myriad Lotuses looked at the anomalies that appeared, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with shock. Feng Juechen died for real. Yang Feng is really too strong. When Mother Myriad Lotuses faced Yang Feng at the time, she never thought that an eternal sovereign like Feng Juechen would die at Yang Feng's hands. Yen Juechen died. How could this be? In the spirit returning domain, in a central temple, the returning spirit sheep has been reborn again. Seeing the anomalies of an eternal sovereign dying, its face turned unsightly. When the flower moon heavenly maiden saw the anomalies in the Wind Absolute Realm, fear flashed in her beautiful eyes. Feng Juechen died. He's not going to attack our domains one by one and kill us one by one, is he? Yang Feng took a step and came to in front of a bronze treasury in the temple. This is the treasury of the Wind Absolute Realm's Lord. Without the permission of the Realm Lord, no one is allowed to enter. In front of the bronze treasury, an Empyrean rank bronze statue awakened, released frigid killing intent in its eyes, stared at Yang Feng, and slashed at him with a battle axe. This soulless Empyrean rank secret treasure is really good. As expected of an eternal world. Yang Feng smiled faintly, extended a finger, and flicked the bronze battle axe. A terrifying power exploded out, causing the Emperor-grade statue to fly away. Rune chains suddenly flew out and wrapped around the bronze statue. They sank into the center of the bronze statue and began to corrode it. Greetings, Master. After a dozen breaths of time, the eyes of the bronze statue flashed red, and it knelt on one knee and said respectfully to Yang Feng. Yang Feng said coldly, "Open the door." "Yes. Master." The bronze statue waved its hand, and a series of cracking sounds came from the bronze gate. The gate opened, revealing an incomparably huge treasury. As expected of the treasure vault of the domain master of the realm of absolute wind. With the resources here, I can easily build 5 level 7 bases. It's a pity that level 7 bases won't be of much use in the War of the Eternals. Yang Feng swept the treasury with a glance, and his eyes flashed with regret. There were indeed many rare resources in the treasury. There were even many treasures of heaven and earth that were already extinct in the world of warlocks. He could refine more than 5 level 7 bases. However, unless you control a universe like the world of Transcendent, a level 7 base in a realm like the world of Transcendent cannot protect a realm. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with enigmatic light. In the eternal world, a realm is similar to a universe. Unfortunately, a realm cannot compare to a universe in the end. If Feng Juechen occupied a universe, then even if he died at my hands twice, I wouldn't dare to easily enter that universe to hunt him down. Generally, foreign eternal ones would engrave their eternal mark in their own universe. Within their own universe, they were almost invincible existences. They could easily mobilize the power of a universe and directly suppress an expert at the ninth heaven of the eternal realm. Feng Juecheng and most Eternals in the eternal world place their eternal mark in their respective realms. In this way, although it is easier for them to advance to the eternal realm, but it is also easier to kill them. In the eternal world, only the top powerhouses will go to other universes, seize other ownerless universes, and advance to the eternal realm in those ownerless universes. Ripples flickered, and Zero appeared beside Yang Feng. Looking at the resources in the treasury, she uttered with a scorching look in her eyes, "Lord, I want to continue evolving." After all, the absolute wind realm is a realm in the eternal world. There are countless precious treasures of heaven and earth inside, as well as many precious treasures that Zero needs to evolve. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, "Okay. You can use the treasures in here." Zero smiled sweetly, and countless threads flew out from her and sucked the treasures of heaven and earth inside the treasury into her body. Strands of mechanical silk wrapped around Zero's body, forming a huge cocoon. Sure enough, I was right to come to the eternal world. If I hadn't come to the eternal world, who knows how many tens of millions of years it would take for Zero to evolve to the next level. Yang Feng looked at Zero, who has already begun to evolve, and the corners of his mouth rose into a satisfied smile. I can also advance now. Yang Feng looked up at the sky, countless runes shone on him, and a vast eternal breath spread in all directions. The entire absolute wind realm churned, and a tremendous amount of life force poured in this direction. Black clouds churned and surged, a terrifying beam of light dropped from the sky and entered Yang Feng's body. Not enough. This bit of power isn't enough for me to advance to the third level of the eternal realm. Eternal Source Rock, come out. A large number of eternal source rocks flew out of Yang Feng, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin poured into him. In the starry sky outside the eternal world, starlight, attracted by a mysterious law, turned into a resplendent beam of light and entered Yang Feng. Someone is breaking through. This direction is the absolute wind realm. Yang Feng, did he break through and reach the third level of the eternal realm? In Yen Ju Tian, the eternal sovereign stared at the phenomenon occurring in the domain of absolute wind with shock in their eyes. In the Yen absolute heaven, the third level of the eternal realm powerhouses are already top powerhouses. Once Yang Feng advances to the third level of the eternal realm, he will step into the ranks of the Yen absolute heaven's powerhouses. The returning spirit sheep stared at the anomaly with jealousy and envy in his eyes, third level of the eternal realm. Damn it, if it was me, I would have broken through to the third level of the eternal realm a long time ago. The flower moon heavenly maiden looked at the anomaly in the sky with worry in her beautiful eyes, third level of the eternal realm, how can he advance so fast? That's right, he cultivates the essence of devour. He devoured a large amount of eternal origin in Feng Juechen's eternal mark, which is why he advanced so fast. I provoked such a terrifying enemy, what should I do? The mother of myriad lotuses looked at the anomaly, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with envy, third level of the eternal realm. The greatly heavenly method is really mysterious. Unfortunately, I wasn't the one who obtained this eternal heaven method. Ripples flickered outside the absolute wind realm, and a sun, carrying eternal sovereign rank fluctuations of power, descended from the sky and barreled towards Yang Feng. Obviously, there is someone in the absolute wind realm who doesn't want Yang Feng to advance to the third level of the eternal realm. How dare you? To dare attack us, you're courting death. Shi Shui stepped out of the void, her beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she unleashed the eternal heaven method ice and snow heavenly method. A mysterious mirror of ice and snow appeared, and a ray of ice and snow shot out from the mirror. Everything that the divine light of ice and snow passed through was frozen into ice. The sun, which is 1,000 times larger than an ordinary sun, was shone by the ray of ice and snow, and its flames were frozen and turned into a huge ball of ice suspended in the void. Taking advantage of the moment when Shi Shui was pinned down by the sun, ripples flickered in the void, and a figure shrouded in twisted darkness emerged. A bow full of twisted darkness aura emerged, and countless twisted souls formed an arrow that turned into a stream of light shooting towards Yang Feng in the palace. Big Brother Feng. Shi Shui's beautiful eyes flashed with fear, and she cried out. The mirror turned and shone on the arrow. However, although Shi Shui's reaction was fast to the extreme, but she was still a step too late. Before the mirror's divine light shot out, the devil arrow had already reached the palace. 20,000 holy steppe Vajra rulers appeared, resonated with each other, and formed a huge barrier. When the devil arrow hit the defensive barrier, it easily pierced through it. The 10,000 Vajra rulers exploded, and only their mechanical cores ejected, escaping the disaster. Even the 20,000 holy steppe Vajra rulers can't contend against the might of an eternal. This is the power of an eternal, an invincible power. You want to kill me? Unfortunately, you're a step too slow. A cold voice came from the palace as a huge hand reached out and grabbed the devil arrow. A terrifying black hole appeared and swallowed the devil arrow. Yang Feng, he succeeded in his advancement. Let's go. He succeeded in his advancement. Waves of terrifying eternal will were transmitted through the void. The distorted and blurry figure shrouded in darkness slightly swayed and turned into a stream of light, fleeing outside. Since the two of you have come, then both of you can die here. When Yang Feng walked out of the palace, he looked like an invincible transcendent shrouded in a torrent of time, staring coldly at the void. Chapter 1432. A fearsome torrent of time engulfed him, and Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he disappeared. In an instant, Yang Feng appeared in front of the twisted shadow and sent a fist barreling towards it. Countless runes shone, and the twisted shadow suddenly expanded and formed a black hole that can devour everything. Waves of dark devouring light emerged from the devouring black hole, bringing with them the power to destroy and devour everything as they swept towards the black shadow. Black light emerged, and a world full of bone dragons, dark knights, death monarchs, and countless other undead appeared. The aura of countless undead gathered together and formed a fearsome barrier. Yang Feng slammed his fist into the world full of undead and smashed it. Countless bone dragons, dark knights, death monarchs, and other existences collapsed, shattered, and turned into powder that drifted away with the wind. Taking advantage of the moment when the world was destroyed, a black ray suddenly burst out, broke away from Yang Feng's attack, and flew away. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and countless chains appeared and stabbed the black ray. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the chain, and the black light slightly distorted, condensing into a monster with the lower body of a human, 9 tentacles above the neck, and 9 eyes. Yang Feng, you can't kill me. I am one of the 3 eyes of the Black Eyes Alliance, the 9 Eyes Lord. If you kill me, the Black Smoke Alliance won't let you off. A malevolent expression flashed across the eyes of the 9-eyed monster, Lord of 9 Eyes, as it roared crazily. Black Eyes Alliance. Black Eyes, known as the strongest powerhouse in Yanju Heaven, is in your alliance. Even so, you must die. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng closed the fingers of a hand, and a fearsome force enveloped the 9 Eyes Lord and crushed it with a palm strike. Countless devour runes appeared and frantically devoured the 9 Eyes Lord's eternal origin. After a dozen plus breaths of time, the 9 Eyes Lord's eternal origin was devoured and turned into ashes. There's one more. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he looked into the distance, and then his figure blurred and disappeared. In the distance, a 1,000-mile-long transcendent life form, the sun-devouring celestial dog, covered in the flames of the sun, exuded the terrifying aura of an eternal. Not long ago, this was the same sun-devouring celestial hound that had pushed a sun toward the absolute wind region. If Shi Shui hadn't taken action and sealed the sun in ice, once that sun had struck the wind absolute domain, the entire wind absolute domain would have been plunged into misery and suffering. It would have been reduced to a world engulfed in flames, and more than 90% of the intelligent lifeforms would have died. This was the eternal world, an extremely powerful, exciting, and dangerous world. Without the protection of an eternal, a realm would either be colonized by other realms or destroyed in a war between eternals. These realms didn't have cosmic crystal walls or membrane defenses like those of other universes, and the power within them was far inferior to the universe's will. It was simply impossible for them to contend with an eternal. Ripples shimmered, and the space rulers hidden in the void emerged. 1,000 holy rank space rulers set up a barrier in front of the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Get lost, you ants! The sun-devouring celestial hound slammed into the spatial barrier. The spatial barrier that can stop emperors crumbled, and a huge crack appeared on the 1,000 sacred rank space rulers. Die! A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the sun-devouring heavenly hound, and it belched a pillar of fire barreling towards the 1,000 holy rank space rulers. Burned by the pillar of fire, the barrier set up by the 1,000 holy rank space rulers was ignited, turned into fireballs, and burned to ashes. Even the core chips were burned to ashes. After the sun-devouring heavenly hound destroyed the 1,000 holy rank space rulers, its eyes flashed with a carefree shade, and it continued to fly forward. In the eternal world, the number of Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses far exceeds that of other universes. However, for an eternal sovereign force, Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses are the backbone. Even the domain lord of a realm will feel a little heartache when 1,000 Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses die. The sun-devouring heavenly hound has just flown 10,000 kilometers away, when 1,000 holy rank space rulers appeared again and set up a barrier in front of the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Ants! Go to hell! Enraged, the sun-devouring heavenly hound smashed the barrier, opened its maw, and belched a pillar of fire barreling towards the 1,000 holy rank space rulers. In the wake of the pillar of fire, the 1,000 holy rank space rulers were burned to ashes in an instant. How dare you slaughter my subordinates? How dare you? A cold voice came from the void, and Yang Feng slowly stepped out of the void and looked coldly at the sun-devouring heavenly hound. When the sun-devouring heavenly hound saw Yang Feng, it felt a chill in its heart and cried out, "Yang Feng, didn't you go after the Nine Eyes Lord? Why are you here? I have already killed the Nine Eyes Lord. You're next." With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step forward and spread the fingers of a hand, and a black hole appeared and swept towards the sun-devouring heavenly hound. "Master, save me!" With a flash of fear in its eyes, the sun-devouring heavenly hound roared. A golden bell appeared on the neck of the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Countless golden rays intertwined, and a beautiful woman with blonde hair, blue eyes, a sexy figure, and a golden robe appeared in the void, exuding an enchanting aura. "Friend, she is my pet, Ouyang Yuna. I don't know how she offended you, but please spare her life. I will go back and teach her a good lesson. Please give me some face." The corners of Ouyang Yuna's mouth rose into a haughty smile, and she uttered arrogantly. A frightening aura far superior to Yang Feng's diffused from Ouyang Yuna. She extended her lily-white hand and shot out blue light into the sky, entered the whirlpool, and crushed the devour black hole. After smashing the black hole, Ouyang Yuna's figure couldn't help but blur. A fourth firmament eternal powerhouse. Yang Feng glanced at Ouyang Yuna, raised his eyebrows, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. Among the 9 firmament eternal sovereigns, 4th firmament eternal sovereigns, 7th firmament eternal sovereigns, and 9th firmament eternal sovereigns will experience earth-shaking evolution in strength. In the Yen Ju heaven, the strongest powerhouse is a 3rd firmament eternal sovereign. The eternal ones who had reached the 4th heaven of the eternal realm lived in the higher heavens. If an expert at the 3rd heaven of the eternal realm entered the realm of an expert at the 2nd heaven of the eternal realm alone, he might be suppressed by that expert. However, if a fourth heaven of the Eternal Realm expert entered the domain of a third heaven of the Eternal Realm expert, he could kill that third heaven of the Eternal Realm expert. In the Yen-Ju heaven, a fourth firmament Eternal Sovereign is virtually invincible. Unless the Eternal Sovereigns of the Yen-Ju heaven join forces, they may be able to defeat a fourth firmament Eternal Sovereign. When the sun-devouring heavenly hound saw this, it heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Yang Feng with ridicule in its eyes. During its rampage in the Yen-Ju heaven, who knows how many disasters it has provoked, and it even offended several third firmament Eternal Sovereigns. However, as long as Ouyang Yuna, who is behind the sun-devouring heavenly hound, appears, the Eternal Sovereigns can only swallow their anger, not daring to offend Ouyang Yuna. Even if you are a fourth firmament Eternal Sovereign, since you dare to come and kill me, you have to bear the risk of failure. Go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he sent a fist barreling towards Ouyang Yuna. How dare you? How dare you attack me? Ouyang Yuna was both shocked and angry. Countless mysterious runes appeared on her, and blue light gathered and formed a blue greatsword with distorted light. A mere power projection wants to block my way. You're courting death. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, and he slammed his fist into the blue greatsword and smashed it. A huge devour black hole emerged, swept towards Ouyang Yuna, and swallowed her. A fearsome devour force enveloped Ouyang Yuna and devoured her power. You dare attack me? Yen-Ju Tian's Yang Feng, you're dead. I won't let you off. The moment Ouyang Yuna's power projection was sucked into the devour black hole, she uttered a curse full of resentment. Then let me give you a gift. Let me tell you, power projections can't be released casually. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and he operated the law of karma. Fate essence runes and countless karma threads emerged. Found you. Yang Feng unleashed the essence of Devour and extended his hand towards the countless karma threads, and a Devour black hole emerged, turned into a huge mouth, and bit along the karma threads. In a secret room of an exquisite palace in profound clear heaven, there sits a blonde woman with blue eyes and blonde hair. She is Ouyang Yuna. At this time, her eyes are closed, and countless runes are flickering on her body. She is comprehending the eternal heavenly method. Suddenly, a bloody maw appeared in the secret chamber, opened its maw, bit Ouyang Yuna, tore off a huge chunk of her flesh, and frantically devoured her eternal origin. Damn it! Yang Feng. Ouyang Yuna instantly opened her eyes, and a cold light swept past her eyes. She stretched out her finger and tapped on the bloody mouth, causing strands of blue light to explode and directly shatter the bloody mouth. Chapter 1433. After shattering the bloody maw, Ouyang Yuna trembled slightly and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. The eternal force inside her churned, and the tremendous backlash force made her fall to the ground in unbearable pain. Yang Feng, I won't let you off. Ouyang Yuna collapsed on the ground and issued a heart-wrenching roar. Ouyang Yuna was at a critical moment in her cultivation. Now that she was attacked by Yang Feng, she was forced to shatter Yang Feng's attack. However, she almost fell into a state of cultivation deviation. Due to the tremendous backlash force, she was seriously injured, and even suffered a trace of injury to her origin. As expected of a fourth firmament eternal realm powerhouse. My attack only intercepted a trace of eternal origin. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at the blue thread in his hand. This blue thread is the trace of eternal origin he intercepted when he attacked Ouyang Yuna with the essence of Devour. Yang Feng, you dare to attack Lady Ouyang Yuna, you're dead. Lady Ouyang Yuna is a peerless powerhouse of the profound clear heaven. Her father, Ouyang Invincible, is one of the 5 tycoons of the profound clear heaven, a peerless powerhouse of the 6th firmament eternal realm. You dare to attack Lady Ouyang Yuna, you're dead. No one can save you. If you kneel down and beg for mercy, I can also plead with Lady Ouyang Yuna to spare your life and only kill you once. Otherwise, once Lady Ouyang Yuna gets angry, your eternal imprint will collapse, and everything will be destroyed by her. With a flash of fear in its eyes, the sun-devouring celestial hound threatened fiercely. You, die once for me. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the sun-devouring celestial hound. With a cold look in his eyes, he spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge devour black hole appeared and swept towards the sun-devouring celestial hound. Damn it, Yang Feng, let's die together. The eyes of the sun-devouring celestial hound shimmered fiercely. 18 suns appeared on its body, twisted, blurred, and surged with eternal force in an attempt to self-destruct. You want to take me down with you? You're simply overestimating yourself. Once you have the courage to shatter the eternal mark, come and take me down with you. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then appeared in front of the sun-devouring celestial hound with a blur, stabbed the sun-devouring celestial hound with his hands, and tore it in half. Countless streams of devouring light emerged from the black hole and swept towards the sun-devouring celestial hound, devouring its eternal source completely. Within a secret room in the palace where Xian Qingtian and Ouyang Yuna resided, an eternal mark appeared within an eternal origin energy pool. It absorbed the liquid within the eternal origin energy pool and formed the sun-devouring heavenly hound's body. Yang Feng, you're dead. The sun-devouring heavenly hound gritted its teeth and disappeared from the spot. In a garden full of rare extraordinary plants, there sits a gorgeous woman dressed in a golden warlock robe. She is the fourth firmament eternal realm Ouyang Yuna. Master, I was killed by Yanju Tian's Yang Feng. You have to avenge me. The originally 1,000-kilometer-long sun-devouring heavenly hound has now turned into a cute golden retriever covered in golden fur. The sun-devouring heavenly hound pounced at Ouyang Yuna's feet and rubbed her jade-like leg. Lacking the demeanor of an eternal sovereign rank fierce beast, the sun-devouring heavenly hound spoke cutely and coquettishly. Tuanshuan, I told you not to make trouble for me during this time. Go to the demonic hell path and be punished for 1,000 years. Scram! Ouyang Yuna's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she kicked the sun-devouring heavenly hound. Master, I don't want to go to the demonic hell path. I know I was wrong. Master, please give me a chance. With a flash of horror in its eyes, the sun-devouring heavenly hound was bound by countless chains, and a black hole appeared below it, swallowed it and teleported away. Yang Feng, you bastard. Hijina. Ouyang Yuna uttered coldly, her eyes cold. Yes. My lord. A peerless beauty with long blue hair that was tied into a single ponytail, or blue-colored armor, had skin that was crystalline like jade, a tall and sexy figure, and her entire body emitted a heroic bearing appeared extremely abruptly, and she knelt on one knee before Ouyang Yuna as she spoke respectfully. Ouyang Yuna's beautiful eyes shimmered coldly, and she uttered unhurriedly, Go to Yanju Heaven and observe an eternal sovereign named Yang Feng. If there's a chance, kill him. If there's no chance, collect information on him and give it to me. Yes. My lord. Traces of blue ripples appeared on Himena's body, and she disappeared from where she was. Ouyang Yuna's beautiful eyes shimmered with killing intent, and she uttered, stressing each syllable, Yang Feng, after I recover, you will die. Yanju Heaven Wind Absolute Domain. Yang Feng took a step, appeared in front of the cocoon formed by zero evolution, spread the fingers of a hand, and a wisp of eternal origin that he refined entered the cocoon. Countless devour runes appeared on the cocoon, and it eagerly absorbed the eternal origin. Crack! With a crisp sound, the cocoon shattered, and Zero walked out from the cocoon, exuding a terrifying aura. My lord, thank you for granting me eternal origin, allowing my strength to advance further. Zero knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng and uttered respectfully. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, now that you have evolved, we can proceed to the next step. Yes. In the wind absolute domain, light shone, and one fleet after another flew out of the wind absolute domain, formed a terrifying fleet torrent, and disappeared into the starry sky. In the starry sky outside the heavenly spring realm, ripples flickered, and an incomparably terrifying fleet appeared from the void. The battle stars atop the huge fleet flashed, and beams of light barreled towards the stars outside the heavenly spring realm like shooting stars. Bombarded by the battle stars, the stars inside the heavenly spring realm exploded one after another, and countless shooting stars fell towards the heavenly spring realm. It is common sense in the eternal world to use stars as the peripheral defense of a realm. Generally, the realm lord will use this method to defend. First destroy the peripheral starry sky of a realm, and then attack the realm. This is the orthodox way to attack a realm. Young Feng, you dare to attack my heavenly spring realm. Do you want to have an irreconcilable enmity with the Black Spirit Ring? My Black Spirit Ring has 7 eternal beings. Even if you kill Feng Juechen, you won't be able to escape. Even if you killed Feng Juechen, the Black Spirit Ring still has 6 eternal sovereigns left. The 9-nosed divine mastiff emerged from the void, looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in his eyes, and barked. Even if the 6 eternal ones all had the eternal laws of the first heaven of the eternal realm, once they burned their eternal marks and eternal origin, they could jointly display their power. Even an expert at the 4th heaven of the eternal realm would be seriously injured if they were not careful. I'll kill you. The Black Spirit Ring only has 5 eternal sovereigns left. Besides, it is you and the other 2 eternal sovereigns of the Black Spirit Ring who have a grudge against me. The other 3 eternal sovereigns of the Black Spirit Ring may not be willing to live and die with you. Yang Feng looked at the 9-nosed divine mastiff with ridicule in his eyes and said with a cold smile. The 9-nosed divine mastiff's face turned very unsightly. Among the eternal sovereigns who besieged Yang Feng at the time, only the 9-nosed divine mastiff and Feng Juechen attacked him. The other 2 eternal sovereigns are powerhouses of the Black Spirit Ring. Eternal sovereigns are overlord rank existences who put their own interests first. The eternal sovereigns of the Black Spirit Ring who didn't participate in the siege of Yang Feng will never advance or retreat with the 9-nosed divine mastiff and the others to resist such a fearsome enemy. Yang Feng said coldly, 9-nosed, submit to me and serve me. Otherwise, today will be the day you die. This will be your burial ground. Countless light beams bombarded the sky above the heavenly spring area like raindrops, destroying the stars one by one. Stars fell like rain. No, I am free. No one can make me submit. Even if I have to escape from the heavenly spring realm, I will never yield. The eyes of the 9-nosed divine mastiff flashed fiercely, and he faced upwards and issued a roar. As the heavenly spring realm's realm master, the 9-nosed divine mastiff's eternal mark is in the heavenly spring realm. Once he escapes from the heavenly spring realm, it will be difficult for him to advance to the 2nd firmament eternal realm. Even if he encounters a fortuitous encounter in other places, he won't dare to advance to the 2nd firmament eternal realm. Otherwise, once an advancement phenomenon occurs in the heavenly spring realm, his eternal mark will be discovered by the new realm master of the heavenly spring realm. It is for this reason that the universe and realms with the eternal mark of an eternal are existences that eternal sovereigns can't give up. Yang Feng said coldly, aren't you afraid that I will destroy the entire heavenly spring realm and bury it with you? As long as a universe exists, an eternal will never die. The same is true for eternal sovereigns who have placed their eternal mark in realms. Once a realm is destroyed, they will die. The 9-nosed divine mastiff's face changed dramatically, and his eyes flickered. Yang Feng uttered lightly, how about this, make an oath to the oath monarch to serve me for 30,000 years. After 30,000 years, I will return you your freedom. Okay. After weighing the pros and cons, the 9-nosed divine mastiff gritted his teeth and summoned the oath monarch to serve Yang Feng. Greetings, my lord. After making the oath, the 9-nosed divine mastiff's figure fluttered, and he came to Yang Feng's side with a complicated look in his eyes. Let's go to the next place. The huge fleet turned around and flew towards the next starry sky. This is the Black Cloud realm where the Black Wolf Lord is. Sure enough, he wants to settle accounts and flatten them one by one. Looking in the direction of the huge fleet, the nine-nosed divine mastiff smiled bitterly, and then a look of excitement surged in his eyes. Chapter 1434. In the starry sky outside the Dark Cloud realm, ripples flickered, and a huge interstellar fleet emerged. At the moment when the interstellar fleet emerged, stars outside the Dark Cloud realm shone, resonated with each other, and formed a huge barrier. Countless warships in the interstellar fleet flashed, and beams from their primary artilleries tore through the sky and slammed into the huge barrier. Ripples emerged on the starry barrier and blocked the bombardment of the warship's primary artilleries. You want to block my way with this kind of barrier? Break! Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he unleashed a secret method recorded in the supremely heaven-severing method, and a copious amount of eternal force intertwined and formed a huge sword that slashed towards the starry barrier. Bringing with it an aura that seemed capable of destroying everything, the incomparably huge heaven blade slashed against the huge starry sky boundary in an instant. The starry sky barrier was sliced apart like butter by the heavenly saber. One after another, the heavenly saber shattered the stars and exploded them. A terrifying hole that could not be healed appeared on the starry barrier. The densely packed beams of light shot out from the incomparably terrifying hole and entered the starry sky boundary. One star after another collapsed and shattered under the bombardment of the beams, and countless meteorites fell into the realm below. Yang Feng, do you want to be ruthless? Light condensed above the Dark Cloud's realm and formed a projection of a 1,000-kilometer-long Dark Wolf Lord with a wolf head and a human body, and it roared at Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the Dark Wolf Lord with a cold look in his eyes and uttered frigidly, "Dark Wolf Lord, submit to me, or today will be the day of your death." Nine Noses stepped out from behind Yang Feng and sighed faintly, "Old friend, submit. As long as you are willing to swear to serve the Lord for 30,000 years, the Lord will let you go and return your freedom after 30,000 years. Otherwise, I will have to attack you." Yang Feng glanced at Nine Noses and acquiesced to his words. The Dark Wolf Lord, who was just a First Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouse, was not Yang Feng's opponent. However, if he burned the Eternal Imprint and launched an attack, the power would be earth-shattering. Even Ninth Firmament Eternal Realm powerhouses would be moved. Therefore, if it wasn't necessary, few Eternals would force other Eternals to burn the Eternal Imprint and everything else. No. I'm free. I will never submit to anyone. Yang Feng, I don't care about the fact that you killed me once. However, if you dare to enter my Dark Cloud realm, then even if I have to burn my eternal origin, I will take you down together with me. The Dark Wolf Lord's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he threatened fiercely. Yang Feng said frigidly, "Then go to hell. Do it." Zero stepped out of the void, and a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. The Level 8 main battle base appeared behind her, and the fully charged, destruction cannon, flashed. A terrifying beam of destruction blasted out from the destruction cannon and barreled towards the Dark Cloud's Wolf City in the center of the Dark Cloud's domain. Within that incomparably huge Dark Cloud Wolf City, traces of dark light flickered. The incomparably huge dark clouds gathered to form a Dark Cloud Wolf. "Great Dark Wolf Lord, you are the guardian of us wolves, you are the sole master of the Dark Cloud realm. We are willing to devote all our strength for you. Please protect us." In the Dark Cloud realm, countless wolf powerhouses knelt on the ground and prayed piously and loudly. "Great Dark Wolf Lord, you are the sole master of the Dark Cloud realm, please protect us." In the Dark Cloud realm, the powerhouses of various races knelt on the ground and prayed towards the altars. The power of faith from the entire realm gathered together and entered the body of the Dark Cloud Wolf. Exuding second firmament eternal rank breath, the Dark Cloud Wolf extended its claw and clawed at the destruction cannon beam in the sky. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly, and his eyes shimmered with ridicule. The Dark Wolf Lord's claw tore through the sky and slammed into the destruction beam. An incredible scene appeared. The Dark Cloud Wolf, which had gathered the power of an entire domain in the Dark Cloud Precinct, turned into ashes inch by inch under the bombardment of the incomparably terrifying destructive light beam. When the beam of destruction slammed into Dark Cloud's Wolf City, the numerous barriers that appeared around Dark Cloud's Wolf City crumbled one by one. The entire Dark Cloud's Wolf City was obliterated by the beam of destruction. A terrifying mushroom cloud that covered a radius of 10,000 miles slowly rose into the sky, and a terrifying shockwave swept out in all directions. In the Dark Cloud realm, mountains collapsed, the earth quaked, magma gushed, and tsunamis erupted. It was a scene of the end of the world. The huge interstellar fleet's artilleries mercilessly barreled towards the gathering places of the wolves in the Dark Cloud realm. Wherever the beams of light landed, cities were obliterated by the beams, and the Wolfman powerhouses within the cities were killed in an instant. The strongest point of a realm lord is that they can mobilize the power of the intelligent life forms in the realm, unite them, and strengthen themselves. If the intelligent life forms in the realm die out, how much power can the realm lord mobilize? Yang Feng said coldly towards the Dark Cloud Wolf City with a cold look in his eyes. Standing behind Yang Feng, Nine Noses broke out in a cold sweat. What a ruthless method. Fortunately, I submitted to him. Otherwise, I'm afraid that the Heavenly Spring realm would really be destroyed by him just to kill me. Originally, Nine Noses thought that Yang Feng was just threatening him, and that he wouldn't dare to destroy a realm easily. But when he saw the apocalyptic scene of the Heavenly Spring realm, his heart suddenly turned cold and filled with fear. Virtually every eternal sovereign who came from other universes is a fearsome existence who climbed to the top of a mountain of corpses, a sea of blood, and the bones of countless powerhouses. Everyone's will is as hard as iron. In order to achieve their goal, they won't hesitate even if they have to destroy a universe. Yang Feng, you dare to kill the powerhouses of my race. I'll fight you to the death. An earth-shaking roar came from the Dark Cloud Wolf City, and a 10,000-kilometer-tall Dark Wolf Lord, who looks like he's shrouded in clouds, burned all his eternal origin, tore through the sky, and sent a claw barreling towards Yang Feng's flagship. Shit! Nine Noses' face fell. Barriers emerged around him, and he fled frantically. 1,000 holy rank Vajra rulers appeared and opened a powerful barrier blocking in front of Yang Feng. When the giant claw slammed into the barrier, it easily tore it apart, and then slammed into Yang Feng. Under the shocking attack of the giant claw, Yang Feng's body crumbled, turned into powder, and disappeared. He's dead. How could it be so easy? In the Dark Cloud Wolf City, the Dark Wolf Lord's body crumbled bit by bit, and his eyes shimmered with incredulity. You're still reluctant to burn the eternal mark. You want to die to injure me? How naive. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared behind the Dark Wolf Lord. With a look of ridicule in his eyes, he stabbed his claw into the Dark Wolf Lord's body, which has already begun to collapse. Caught you. A tremendous amount of eternal force was unleashed. Under the guidance of the extraordinary force of the law of karma and the essence of fate, Yang Feng used the Dark Wolf Lord's body as a base and locked onto the eternal mark hidden in the Dark Cloud realm. He extended his hand and extracted the eternal mark from the Dark Wolf Lord's body. No. Don't. Don't kill me. I'm willing to submit, I'm willing to serve you for 30,000 years, no, 300,000 years. When the Dark Wolf Lord saw the eternal mark, fear welled up inside him, and he screamed in horror. Too late. Yang Feng smiled coldly and crushed the Dark Wolf Lord's eternal mark. A fearsome devour force enveloped the Dark Wolf Lord's broken eternal mark and devoured the Dark Wolf Lord's eternal true spirit. The wisps of eternal true spirit power were absorbed by Yang Feng and strengthened his eternal mark. One of the most important reasons why Yang Feng can practice cultivation so fast is that he has destroyed the eternal marks of several eternal sovereigns and devoured the power of the eternal true spirit inside their eternal marks. An incomparably huge star fell from the sky of Yen absolute sky. A rain of blood filled the sky, and all living things grieved. Countless statues of the Black Wolf Lord cracked open. He died. The Dark Wolf Lord died. Another eternal perished. Yang Feng, it was Yang Feng, he killed another eternal sovereign. How terrifying. The Black Wolf Lord was actually killed by Yang Feng in his own realm. How could this be? When the eternal sovereigns saw this scene, a chill flashed in their eyes. In the flame blood heaven, eternal sovereigns dying is very rare. As for eternal sovereigns, they were as rare as phoenix feathers and Qilin horns. In the flame blood heaven, only during the War of the Heavens 1,000,000 years ago did eternal sovereigns die. Now that Yang Feng has appeared, 2 eternal sovereigns have died at his hands, which made the eternal sovereigns of the flame blood heaven feel a chill in their hearts. From today on, the Dark Cloud Realm is one of my territories. Anyone who trespasses without my permission will die. Yang Feng grabbed the treasury hidden by the Dark Wolf Lord, looked up at the void, and spoke in a cold voice full of killing intent. When the eternal sovereigns spying on the Dark Cloud Realm heard Yang Feng's voice, their countenance flickered, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. Chapter 1435. The Dark Cloud Realm is a huge realm among eternal sovereigns. It is rich in resources, even richer than before the evolution of the world of warlocks. In the Dark Cloud Realm, there are many resources that eternal sovereigns need. Originally, the eternal sovereigns wanted to take advantage of the fact that the Dark Wolf Lord was killed by Yang Feng to plunder them. However, Yang Feng's words deterred the eternal sovereigns. None of the eternal sovereigns wants to give Yang Feng an excuse to attack their realm. After Yang Feng left a sentence, a fleet entered the Dark Cloud Realm and began to collect resources and suppress the rebellion. With a flash of light, the huge fleet disappeared into the void and flew towards the Green Lizard region. Greetings, Your Majesty Yang Feng, Lord Green Lizard. I am willing to submit to you and serve you for 30,000 years. I hope that you will forgive my previous sins, take me in, and let me serve you, Your Majesty. Yang Feng's huge fleet has just jumped to the Green Lizard realm, when the Green Lizard Lord, who looks like a humanoid lizard, appeared in front of the huge fleet and bowed to Yang Feng in salute. Seeing the Dark Wolf Lord die at Yang Feng's hands so easily, the Green Lizard Lord knows that he can't stop Yang Feng's army, and so he chose to submit. Yang Feng uttered lightly, "Okay. Swear it." "Yes. Lord." The Green Lizard Lord summoned the Oath Monarch and swore an oath to serve Yang Feng for 30,000 years. The lifespan of eternal sovereigns is calculated in hundreds of millions of years. In other universes, as long as the universe exists, eternals will never die. In the eternal world, as long as the realm exists, eternals will never die. The lifespan of the realms in the eternal world is calculated in hundreds of millions of years. Unless they are destroyed by other eternal sovereigns, the realms basically won't be destroyed naturally. For ordinary extraordinary life forms, 30,000 years is extremely long. But for eternal sovereigns, it is just a small fragment of their endless lifespan. Since the Green Lizard Lord advanced to the eternal realm, he has lived for more than 10 million years. A trifling 30,000 years is nothing to him. Okay. Let's continue. The huge interstellar fleet immediately adjusted its direction and flew towards the next eternal realm. There are a total of 5 eternal sovereigns who followed Feng Juechen to besiege Yang Feng. They are the Nine Noses Lord, the Green Lizard Lord, the Black Wolf Lord, the Exploding Ghost Lord, and the Giant Hill Lord. After the Nine Noses Lord and the Green Lizard Lord submitted to Yang Feng, the 2 eternal sovereigns the Exploding Ghost Lord and the Giant Hill Lord also chose to submit to Yang Feng and serve him for 30,000 years. Although eternal sovereigns are not willing to be under others, but compared to eternal life, serving Yang Feng for 30,000 years is not unbearable. Although Nine Nose and the other 3 eternal sovereigns are First Heaven Eternal Realm powerhouses, but after they joined Yang Feng's camp, Yang Feng's power in Yen Absolute Heaven skyrocketed, and he formed a powerful eternal alliance. Spirit Flower Realm. With a flash of light, Yang Feng's huge fleet appeared outside the Spirit Flower Realm. Beams of light containing destructive radiance blasted towards the stars floating in the outer starry sky of the Spirit Flower domain. The stars shone brightly, and the flowers bloomed and intertwined, forming a huge flower barrier. When the beam of light slammed into the flower barrier, it set off ripples at once. Rays of light shone, countless moonlight intertwined, and a projection of the flower moon Heavenly Maiden formed in the void. Greetings, Your Majesty Yang Feng. If I have offended you in any way before, please forgive me. I can compensate you 5 million eternal origin stones. Please be magnanimous and spare me this once. The flower moon Heavenly Maiden bowed to Yang Feng standing in front of the warship in a delicate and charming manner and pleaded. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng said frigidly, Flower moon Heavenly Maiden, submit to me and serve me for 30,000 years. Otherwise, die. There was a flash of anger in the flower moon Heavenly Maiden's beautiful eyes, and she sank into her thoughts. Yang Feng, you talk big. To force an eternal of my destruction sheep alliance, you dare. Do you want to provoke an eternal war in Yen Absolute Heaven? A cold voice came from the void, and the returning spirit sheep stepped out of the void, followed by the 3 eternal sovereigns who besieged Yang Feng. The 3 eternal sovereigns looked at Yang Feng with apprehension in their eyes. The 2 eternal sovereigns Feng Juechen and the Black Wolf Lord died at Yang Feng's hands, and their realm was seized by him. The 4 eternal sovereigns, the 9 Noses Lord, the Green Lizard Lord, the Exploding Ogre Lord, and the Giant Hill Lord, were forced to submit to Yang Feng and serve him for 30,000 years. The 3 eternal sovereigns are alarmed by Yang Feng's ability, and they regret provoking such a terrifying enemy as Yang Feng. However, since they provoked a great enemy like Yang Feng, they could only stick together with the returning spirit goat and continue on their path. Returning spirit sheep, you came at the right time. I'll kill you again. At that time, it will be easier to deal with you in your realm. Yang Feng swept the returning spirit sheep and the other 4 eternal sovereigns with a knife-like gaze and revealed frigid killing intent. An enigmatic ray flashed in the eyes of the returning spirit sheep, and he bowed respectfully towards the void and said, Sir Black Eyes, Yang Feng wants to provoke an eternal war in Yen Absolute Heaven. Please preside over justice. In the void, black aura shone. An incomparably frightening gate of darkness appeared in the void. Boundless dark aura gushed out from the gate of darkness. An incomparably frightening black eye condensed within the boundless darkness. As soon as the black eye was formed, a human figure full of muscles appeared below the black eye. As if it was the black eye's carrier, it slowly walked out of the door of darkness. Behind black eyes, there are 7 eternal sovereigns. One of them is the 9 Eyes Lord who went to assassinate Yang Feng that day. Sir Black Eyes. Our number 1 powerhouse, Sir Black Eyes, is here. Since Sir Black Eye is here, then Yang Feng is screwed. The eyes of the eternal sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance shimmered with ecstasy. Black Eyes is the number 1 powerhouse of Yen Absolute Heaven, a 3rd heaven eternal realm overlord. He has advanced to the 3rd heaven eternal realm 50 million years ago. He is an undying overlord who has survived countless wars. The reason why the sheep of returning spirit is full of confidence is that he invited Black Eyes to take action. Not only did Black Eyes come in person, but he also brought along 7 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eyes Alliance. Among the 7 eternal sovereigns, there are 2 second heaven eternal realm powerhouses. This kind of strength is simply heaven-defying. The Sheep of Destruction Alliance has a total of 5 eternal sovereigns. Coupled with the 7 eternal sovereigns of the Black Smoke Alliance, the number of eternal sovereigns they have far surpassed that of Yang Feng's eternal alliance. When the 4 eternal sovereigns, the 9 Noses Lord, the Green Lizard Lord, the Exploding Ogre Lord, and the Giant Hill Lord saw this scene, a gloomy shade streaked past their eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that they have sworn to the oath monarch to serve Yang Feng, and the price of violating the oath is too great, they would have fled by now. Surrounded by black light, Black Eye looked at Yang Feng and said coldly, "Yang Feng, you destroyed the peace of flame absolute heaven, provoked a war between eternal sovereigns, and killed the Lord of Nine Eyes of the Black Eyes Alliance. How do you plan to atone for this sin? Yang Feng, hand over the complete greatly heaven severing method. Offer it to the Black Eyes Alliance, and the Black Eyes Alliance will accept you as a member of the alliance and make you our deputy alliance leader." There was a flash of resentment in the eyes of the Nine Eyes Lord, but he still suppressed the resentment in his heart and uttered with a smile. When they heard this, the complexion of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance's eternal sovereigns flickered. They realized that the Black Eyes Alliance didn't intervene to uphold justice, but for the complete greatly heaven severing method in Yang Feng's hands. In such a short period of time, Yang Feng has advanced to the third heaven eternal realm. This speed of advancement has attracted the attention of the eternal sovereigns of Yen Absolute Heaven. Although the eternal sovereigns of Yen Absolute Heaven covet the greatly heaven severing method in Yang Feng's hands, but no one dares to attack him. Only Black Eye, the #1 powerhouse of Flame Absolute Heaven, would use the excuse of helping the Sheep of Destruction Alliance to attack Yang Feng and seize the greatly heaven slicing method from him. "How about this, I'll kill all the people of the Black Eyes Alliance so that you don't have to atone for your crime. What do you think?" Black Eyes. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and eternal force surged. He cast the greatly heaven severing method, and a heavenly blade emerged, absorbed universe force, and turned into a heavenly blade capable of cutting and destroying everything, and slashed towards the Nine Eyes Lord. "Save me, Sir Black Eyes." Suddenly enveloped by the danger of death, the Nine Eyes Lord's face fell, and he screamed. "Yang Feng, you aren't the only one who possesses the eternal heaven method in this world." A fierce ray flashed in Black Eyes' eyes, eternal force surged, and he pulled out a demonic sword with countless eyeballs and exuding twisting power from his spine. The eternal treasure Black Eye demonic sword. "This is my, Yen Ju Tian's, most destructive devil sword. This Black Eye demonic sword is the most fearsome eternal treasure in Yen Absolute Heaven. Since Black Eyes used this eternal treasure, it seems that he wants to kill me." When the eternal sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement. Black Eyes waved the Black Eye demonic sword, and an eyeball on the demonic sword with countless eyeballs opened, and a fearsome sword ray slashed out, turned into a black tortoise in the void, and blocked in front of the Nine Eyes Lord. When the fearsome heavenly blade slammed into the black tortoise, it exploded and shattered along with the black tortoise. Chapter 1436. Yang Feng, in my Black Eye demon sword, there are 9 eternal sovereigns that I killed sealed. You will become the 10th eternal sealed within my Black Eye demon sword. Although eternal sovereigns have immortal bodies. But once they are sealed, they will fall into eternal slumber. It's no different from being dead. Hand over the greatly heaven severing method. Otherwise, today will be the day you are sealed. Pointing the Black Eye sword at Yang Feng, Black Eye's eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he uttered coldly. Eternal sovereigns have an almost terrifying immortal characteristic. No matter how many times they are killed, as long as the eternal imprint isn't broken, they will be reborn. In the eternal world, there are as many powerhouses as clouds and supreme geniuses. They have developed various secret methods to deal with eternal sovereigns. Among them, the most terrifying is the seal on eternal sovereigns. Once an eternal is sealed by a seal, they will fall into eternal slumber. As long as the seal isn't lifted, they will remain in slumber. After sealing the eternals, it would be very easy to attack the realms ruled by the eternals. Many eternal beings would rather self-destruct and faced with sealing secret techniques than be sealed. You want to seal me with just you? You overestimate yourself. A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. He took a step, and a heavenly sword appeared again and slashed at Black Eye. Stubborn fool. Attack. Kill them all. A fierce ray flashed in Black Eye's eyes, and he brandished the Black Eye sword in his hand and fought young Feng. A ruler's whip emerged from the void and slammed into the head of the Lord of Nine Eyes. A terrifying power erupted and blasted the head of the Lord of Nine Eyes into pieces. Devour imprints emerged, swept up the Nine Eyes Lord's remains, and devoured his life origin. Zero walked out of the void, followed by the 12 saints of the ruler. Exuding eternal might, the 12 saints of the ruler suddenly turned into 12 streams of light and fought the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. None of the 12 eternal sovereigns were a match for the eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. But when the 12 of them joined forces, they resonated with each other and complemented each other, forcibly blocking the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eye Alliance. Nine-Nosed gritted his teeth and roared, "Reinforcements! Master indeed has countless trump cards. Everyone, let's go and stop them. Once Master kills Black-Eyed, we'll be able to win." The Lord of the Giant Hill and the other Eternal Ones could only grit their teeth and use all kinds of offensive secret techniques to fight against the Eternal Ones of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance. Countless 8th-level battle robots also joined the fray, drawing away the energy of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance Eternals and depleting their strength. In front of an Eternal, the 8th-class battle robots couldn't even withstand a single blow. However, the attacks of the 8th-class battle robots could still consume the power of the Eternal's protective boundary, forcing the Eternal to consume their power to destroy them. Nine-Nosed and the other 3 Eternal Sovereigns were originally no match for the 6 Eternal Sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction Alliance. But with the help of the countless 8th-class battle robots, they barely maintained a balance. Zero didn't join the fray. She just stood quietly in the void with the whip of the ruler in hand, looking down on everything like a queen. The Lord of the Nine Eyes, whose eternal origin has been devoured, has turned into ashes. Why isn't she taking action? Does Yang Feng still have strength left? When the eternal sovereigns hidden in the void saw Zero standing proudly in the void, their eyes shimmered gloomily. In flame absolute heaven, many eternal sovereigns don't want to see Yang Feng rise. There are many eternal sovereigns hidden in the void. If Yang Feng is defeated, these eternal sovereigns will swarm him and tear him to pieces. But Zero standing in the void intimidated all the eternal sovereigns, making them not dare to act rashly. She will join the fray sooner or later. When the golems are completely destroyed, that will be the time of Yang Feng's defeat. If this stalemate continues, it will be Yang Feng who loses. The eternal sovereigns hiding in the void like cheetahs lurking quietly, waiting for an opportunity to hunt. The strength of the 4 eternal sovereigns is far below that of the 6 eternal sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction. The countless 8th-class battle robots were easily destroyed by the 6 eternal sovereigns. The eternal sovereigns are waiting for Nine-Nosed and the other 3 eternal sovereigns to collapse. In the center of the battlefield, a huge celestial sword and a demonic sword are slashing at each other. Every time they collide, the void cracks. Universe rifts appear in the void. Black Eyes, you're really strong. You're qualified to see the eternal heaven method I created. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with scorching fighting spirit. Eternal force surged inside him, and countless devour runes appeared and formed a devour armor that covered him. Yang Feng took a step forward and sent a fist flying. Devour black holes rose and fell on his right fist, destroying and devouring everything in their path. It was a fearsome sight. Black Eye's heaven method. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Black Eye's eyes. He waved the Black Eye sword in his hand, and a black tortoise flew out, opened a huge black tortoise shield, and blocked in front of him. Boom! An earth-shattering sound erupted, and the black tortoise shield crumbled into pieces. Black Eye's face flickered, and 2 eyes opened on the Black Eye sword. A true dragon and a phoenix flew out and unleashed the innate skills of the 2 true spirit races to attack the fist. Devour black holes emerged and devoured everything. A fearsome force erupted and crushed the true dragon and Feng Huang. He then punched Black Eyes, Black-Eye Demon Sword. A black giant centipede skin appeared on the Black-Eye Demon Sword, and a layer of strange, sticky liquid appeared, dissipating 70% of the power. Black-Eyed was sent flying thousands of miles away by the punch, his face slightly pale, and his eyes flashed with shock. This is not the supremely severing heaven technique, it is your own creation, the eternal heaven technique that is most compatible with your path. How is this possible? How could you create such a powerful eternal heaven method in such a short period of time? The supremely heaven method is a seventh firmament eternal heaven method, which is extremely powerful. However, this eternal heaven method is the most suitable for Gutili's path. It is difficult for others to exert the power of this eternal heaven method. The eternal heaven method Yang Feng created with his own path is simply appalling, far more powerful than an ordinary eternal heaven method. Black Eyes, who has advanced to the third firmament eternal heaven more than 10 million years ago, is actually suppressed by Yang Feng, which fills him with shock. That's right, Black Eyes. You can go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, countless mysterious runes appeared on his body, and he unleashed the Devour Heaven method and sent one punch after another barreling towards Black Eyes. If this was a competition, I would have lost. But this is war. Yang Feng, this time, it's you who's going to die. Black Eyes regained his calm. His eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he brandished the Black-Eye Demon Sword in his hand. One after another, eternal projections appeared, and they unleashed all kinds of incredible offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. Devour runes appeared on Yang Feng's fists, smashed the eternal projections, and devoured their power. The more he fought, the stronger he became. But he still couldn't kill Black Eyes. After all, Black Eyes is a veteran powerhouse, and he has an endless number of treasures on him. Every time he is in a crisis, he will send a treasure to defend himself, block Yang Feng's attacks, and stall him. On the other side, under the siege of returning Spirit Goat and the other powerhouses, Nine Nose and the other three eternal sovereigns are injured, and their eternal force has begun to decline. Black Eyes, you're worthy of being the first firmament eternal heaven's powerhouse. I underestimated you. I'll let you experience my true power and let you die in peace. Twilight God Armor. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he barked. A rune appeared on Yang Feng's chest and changed into a set of Twilight God armor that covered his whole body in an instant. Countless runes shone on the Twilight God armor, and a terrifying force entered Yang Feng's body. Devour Heaven Thrust. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, and countless Devour runes appeared and formed a huge spike in the void, which turned into a stream of light and shot towards Black Eyes. Black Eyes' face flickered. He waved the Black-Eye Demon Sword in his hand, and his 6 eyes opened. 6 eternal sovereign true spirits, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, Kunpeng, True Dragon, Qilin, and Feng Huang, appeared and cast various defensive and offensive spells barreling towards the Devour Heaven thrust. Mobilizing the sealed power of the 6 eternal sovereigns with a sword strike, this is Black Eye's strongest secret method. The huge spike tore through the sky, pierced through the defensive spells of the 6 eternal sovereign true spirits, and stabbed the Black-Eye Demon Sword. The twisted black skin of the giant centipede appeared on the Black-Eye Demon Sword, and a layer of strange, sticky liquid appeared. The spike pierced through the skin of the black clam, blasted the Black-Eye Demonic Sword in two, and then stabbed into Black Eye. Fearsome Devour force erupted and frantically devoured Black Eye's eternal origin. How is this possible? How can this be? You just advanced to the third firmament eternal realm, how can you be so powerful? Black Eye issued a heart-wrenching roar, and the eternal origin inside him was extracted. A look of horror on his face, he screamed miserably and turned into dust that dissipated with the wind. As soon as the Black-Eye Demon Sword broke, the 9 eternal sovereigns sealed inside flew out and tried to escape. Become resources for my evolution. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged and devoured the 9 eternal sovereigns' eternal origin. Chapter 1437. The 9 eternal sovereigns have been sealed in the Black Eye Sword for who knows how many tens of thousands of years. Eroded by the Black Eye Sword, their minds are in chaos. Although they have the power of eternal sovereigns, they cannot resist Yang Feng's attack at all. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, they turned into ashes and disappeared. Mechanical tentacles emerged from the divine armor of dawn, wrapped around the Black Eye Sword, devoured it, and began to refine and absorb it. The divine armor of dawn is an eternal treasure Yang Feng refined that fits his path. It has the same characteristics as its master, that is, it can devour other eternal treasures to evolve. The more eternal treasures it devours, the stronger it will become. Black Eye lost. Yang Feng killed Black Eye. The Black Eye demon sword was destroyed by Yang Feng. With Black Eye dead, Yang Feng has become the new #1 powerhouse of the flame sky heaven. How can he be so strong? The spectating eternal sovereigns were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. An enigmatic ray flashed in the beautiful eyes of the mother of myriad lotuses, and her heart filled with shock, so strong. It turns out that Yang Feng is this strong. Unless the few bigwigs of the flame sky heaven join forces, who will be his opponent? Yang Feng's figure blurred, and as if teleporting, he appeared in front of the returning spirit goat and stabbed it in the forehead with a finger. Countless threads emerged from the divine armor of dawn, wrapped around the returning spirit goat, formed an eyeball, and sealed it. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly. Black Eye's sealing art is really extraordinary. It's better to use sealing to deal with eternal sovereigns. He sealed the returning spirit goat. What do we do? When the other eternal sovereigns of the Destruction Sheep Alliance saw Yang Feng seal the returning spirit goat, a chill welled up inside them. The dragon-headed, long-armed eternal sovereign teleported and fled frantically, letting all kinds of attacks blast into him. A whip of the ruler descended from the sky and lashed out at the head of the dragon-headed, long-armed eternal, and directly smashed the head of the dragon-headed, long-armed eternal. Yang Feng appeared in front of the dragon-headed, long-armed eternal with a teleport, pointed at its remains with a finger, and mechanical threads wrapped around the remains of the eternal and sealed it into an eye. So the reason why he hasn't made a move all this time is to prevent the others from escaping. What a vicious method. Is he trying to get rid of all the eternal beings here? Seeing this scene, the eternals hidden in different spaces felt a chill in their hearts. The eternal sovereigns of the Sheep of Destruction and the Black Eyes Alliance are gathered here. If Yang Feng seals the eternal sovereigns of the 2 alliances and annexes the forces of the 2 alliances, he will be able to become the most powerful eternal force in Flame Absolute Heaven. Sir Yang Feng, I, the Flower Moon Heavenly Daughter, am willing to submit to you and serve you for 30,000 years. Please take me in. The countenance of the Flower Moon Heavenly Daughter flickered, and she spoke decisively. Eternal sovereigns have endless life. The Flower Moon Heavenly Daughter doesn't want to die here. Once she is sealed by Yang Feng, it can be imagined that Yang Feng will break into the spirit flower realm and kill them. 10 million years, serve me for 10 million years. Otherwise, all of you will die. Yang Feng teleported, appeared behind an eternal fighting with a ruler holy apostle, slapped the other party on the back with a palm, and smashed the other party's head. Countless mechanical threads wrapped around the other party and sealed him into an eye. Yang Feng, don't even think about it. Since you want to kill us, then let's die together. The eyes of an eternal with an octopus head shimmered fiercely, countless runes appeared on him, and his aura surged as he burned his eternal origin. Yang Feng smiled coldly, it's too late to blow yourself up. The whip of the ruler emerged from the void, slammed into the head of the octopus head eternal, and blasted it into pieces. Mechanical threads emerged from the void, wrapped around the octopus head eternal, and sealed it into an eye. Yang Feng teleported, appeared behind an eternal of the Black Eyes Alliance that looks like a golden rock, and stabbed a claw into the head of the other party. Countless mechanical threads emerged and sealed the other party. Yang Feng, I'm going to kill you. The eyes of an Eternal with 4 faces shimmered fiercely, and he threw a spear containing endless lightning barreling towards Yang Feng. Idiot! Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a hexagram barrier appeared. When the lightning spear slammed into the hexagram barrier, it set off ripples, and then collapsed. A saint apostle wielded a great sword and appeared behind the 4-faced Eternal, cleaving the Eternal in half. The other hegemon apostle thrust a spear into the Eternal's body, which began to glow with sealing light. The whip of the ruler descended from the sky and smashed into the Eternal's head, shattering it in the process. Countless mechanical threads emerged from the void, wrapped around the Eternal, and sealed it into an eye. As soon as Yang Feng acted, 4 of the 6 Eternal Sovereigns of the Black Eyes Alliance were sealed, while the other 2 struggled to hold on. I am willing to submit to your Majesty Yang Feng and serve you. Your Majesty, please spare my life. A burly, handsome Eternal with a horn on his head and a wicked aura knelt in front of Yang Feng and spoke respectfully. Black Star Yunxian, you actually knelt to Yang Feng, we Eternal Sovereigns have lost face. Yang Feng. As soon as the last of the Black Eye Alliance's Eternal One, who was 10,000 kilometers tall and had a single eye, spoke, the 10 holy apostles of the sovereigns joined forces and shattered his protective barrier. A whip of the ruler flew out from the void, slammed into the Cyclops' eye, and shattered it. Yang Feng teleported, appeared above the Cyclops, and kicked the Cyclops in the head. A fearsome force erupted and shattered the Cyclops' head. Countless mechanical threads emerged, wrapped around the Cyclops, and sealed him into an eye. I, Supreme Black Tortoise Lord, am willing to submit to your Majesty Yang Feng and serve you. Please take me in, your Majesty. I, Supreme Black Tortoise Lord, am willing to submit to your Majesty Yang Feng and serve you. Please take me in, your Majesty. Seeing this scene, the 2 remaining Eternal Sovereigns of the Destruction Sheep felt a chill in their hearts, and they gave up resistance and shouted. It's over. From today on, Yang Feng is the #1 powerhouse in Flame Absolute Heaven. The #1 Eternals Alliance was founded by him. 8 Eternal Sovereigns have submitted. Coupled with his trusted subordinates, the number of Eternal Sovereigns under his command has reached 10. The eyes of the surrounding Eternal Sovereigns shimmered with enigmatic light. After this battle, the entire Yanju Tian situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. Now that the 8 Eternal Sovereigns have submitted to Yang Feng, their resources will be used by Yang Feng to make him stronger. Follow me. After the 3 Eternal Sovereigns summoned the Oath Monarch and made an oath, they flew into Yang Feng's camp. It flew into Yang Feng's camp, and the huge battlestar entered the void. The Spirit Sheep Realm is a realm ruled by the Spirit Sheep Realm. Ripples flickered in the void, and a huge battlestar fleet emerged outside the Spirit Sheep Realm. Lord! I will open a path for your army. Black Star Yunxian bowed to Yang Feng and spoke respectfully. Yang Feng responded flatly, okay. Black Star Yunxian took a step, arrived in the void, and pointed with a finger. Eternal force surged, and star dragons emerged from the void one after another and attacked the starry sky outside the Spirit Sheep Realm. Boom! Boom! Along with heaven-shaking blasts, the stars in the starry sky outside the Spirit Sheep Realm crumbled and turned into meteorites that fell to the ground. Enemy attack. Countless powerhouses flew out of the Spirit Sheep Realm, but they were easily killed by Black Star Yunxian with a palm strike. With Black Star Yunxian opening a path, Yang Feng entered the Spirit Sheep Realm. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless runes disappeared from an eyeball, and the seal on it was undone. The eyeball flickered and formed the figure of a spirit returning sheep. Go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he stabbed a hand into the spirit returning sheep. He operated the law of karma and the essence of fate and searched for the eternal mark on the spirit returning sheep. No. Yang Feng, stop. I can submit to you. I can. Panic flashed in the eyes of the spirit-returning sheep, and it issued a heart-wrenching roar. I think it's better if you die. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng remained unmoved. He extracted the eternal mark from the body of the spirit-returning sheep and crushed it. No. At the moment when the eternal mark collapsed, the spirit-returning sheep lost all its vitality. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the spirit-returning sheep's eternal true spirit. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky, all things grieved, all kinds of phenomena appeared in Yanju Tian. The spirit-returning sheep died. An expert at the second heaven of the eternal realm has died. How terrifying. Two Eternals are no match for Yang Feng. In Yanju Tian, I'm afraid that no one will dare to be an enemy of Yang Feng anymore. In Yanju Tian, the Eternals watched the phenomena that appeared in the sky with enigmatic looks in their eyes. Chapter 1438. When the 8 eternal sovereigns saw the eternal mark of the returning spirit goat collapse and the eternal true spirit get devoured by Yang Feng, they felt a chill in their hearts. The returning spirit goat is the leader of an eternal alliance in the Yanju heaven, a second firmament eternal realm powerhouse. It has been running amok in the Yanju heaven for millions of years. Even third firmament eternal realm powerhouses are somewhat apprehensive of the returning spirit goat. The fact that such an immortal eternal one had fallen in front of them was a huge blow to them. Cold sweat trickled down Nine Noses' back, and he was filled with lingering fear. Fortunately, I surrendered to him decisively at the time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have become food for his evolution. Yang Feng extended his hand, and a big hand entered the spirit goat realm and grabbed the treasures hidden in the spirit goat realm. He said lightly, "Let's go to the next realm. The Blue Sea realm is a realm shrouded in endless sea. Your Majesty Yang Feng, I am willing to submit to you, please spare me." Watching the eternal mark inside his body being pulled out by Yang Feng inch by inch, the octopus-headed eternal sovereign's eyes flashed with fear, and he shouted. With a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng crushed the eternal mark and devoured the eternal true spirit of the other eternal sovereign. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky, all things grieved, all kinds of phenomena appeared in the Yanju heaven. Another eternal perished. Yang Feng, what a ruthless method. The eternal sovereigns in the Yanju heaven watched the phenomena in the sky with a dignified look in their eyes. The dark divine eye realm, in a palace. Damn it. Yang Feng, you dare to kill my ally, I won't rest until you're dead. Looking at the phenomena in the sky, Black Eye was both shocked and angered. His eyes flashed with the flames of fury, and he roared. Fearsome demonic chi surged in the palace, and the heads of beautiful women exploded. The beautiful women of other races in the palace knelt on the ground, shivering. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have provoked him. After venting his anger, Black Eye's eyes shimmered with regret. Yang Feng is tyrannical. Although he has the greatly heaven-severing seventh firmament eternal heaven method. However, after weighing the pros and cons, the other eternal sovereigns of Yen Absolute Heaven didn't attack Yang Feng in the end. Only Black Eye, who thought that he was strong enough to crush Yang Feng, didn't expect to be killed by Yang Feng instead. The Darkness Eye secret method she used to seal eternal sovereigns was also seized by Yang Feng, and several of the alliance's eternal sovereigns were sealed by Yang Feng. Originally, the Black Eye Alliance was one of the strongest eternal alliances in Yanju Tian. However, after this battle, they had fallen to the ranks of the first-rate eternal alliance. The Andalaman realm. No. Yang Feng, don't kill me. Please. An eternal with 4 faces, a look of horror on his face, watched as Yang Feng dug out the eternal imprint from his body and crushed it. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky, and all living things grieved. All sorts of phenomena appeared in Yen Absolute Heaven, and all the Eternals knew that another Eternal had fallen. When the Flower Moon Holy Daughter and the other Eternal Sovereigns saw this, their hearts trembled. They were filled with both joy and fear. If it weren't for their quick reflexes, they might have been among the eternal sovereigns who died. After devouring the eternal sovereign's eternal true spirit, Yang Feng's interstellar fleet left the Andaman realm and flew towards the distance. Yang Feng, I am the Soaring Origin Alliance's leader, the Soaring Origin Lord. I hope to have a chat with you. A beautiful woman with long black hair, a sexy figure, dressed in a gorgeous silver-white robe, exuding third firmament eternal realm breath, walked out of the void and appeared in front of Yang Feng's flagship. Soaring Origin Lord, please. Aboard the flagship, Yang Feng waved his hand, and a set of tables and chairs filled with spirit fruits and demonic wine appeared on the deck of the flagship. The Soaring Origin Lord smiled slightly, stepped on air, and sat down on a chair, a fragrance wafting out from him. The Soaring Origin Lord said with a sweet smile, Yang Feng, I came here because Black Eye asked me to mediate on your behalf. He is willing to pay a satisfactory price and stop fighting with you. He also wants to redeem the Giant Eyes Lord and the Thunder Roar Lord from you. Yang Feng looked at the Soaring Origin Lord with an enigmatic smile and said, If I don't agree, will the Soaring Origin Alliance and the Black Eyes Alliance become enemies with me? The Soaring Origin Lord was startled, a dignified shade streaked past her beautiful eyes, and she said with a solemn expression, Yang Feng, the Soaring Origin Alliance is only entrusted to mediate. We have no intention of becoming enemies with you. If you don't want to mediate, the Soaring Origin Alliance won't become enemies with you. At this time, 5 eternal sovereigns of the Yan-Ju heaven have died at Yang Feng's hands. Yang Feng's reputation in the Yan-Ju heaven is illustrious. If the Soaring Origin Lord makes such a great enemy for no reason, then the Soaring Origin Alliance will collapse and cease to exist. Although the Soaring Origin Lord is the leader of the Soaring Origin Alliance, but his control over the eternal sovereigns in the alliance is far inferior to Yang Feng's. With a word from Yang Feng, the Nine-Noses Heavenly Maiden, the Flower Moon Goddess, and the other eternal sovereigns must fight for him to the end. If the Soaring Origin Lord wants the eternal sovereigns of the alliance to take action, he needs to promise them some benefits and discuss it with them. The Soaring Origin Lord reminded, Yang Feng, I want to remind you. In the Divine Eye realm, the Black Eyes can display fourth firmament eternal sovereign battle prowess. Even if you can defeat the Black Eyes Alliance, you will pay a terrible price. Yang Feng's eyes congealed slightly, fourth firmament eternal sovereign. The eternal sovereigns of the fourth firmament eternal sovereign, seventh firmament eternal sovereign, and ninth firmament eternal sovereigns have transformed 3 times, and their battle prowess is far above that of eternal sovereigns of the lower realms. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then his eyes shimmered coldly, and he said resolutely, The Giant Eyes Lord and the Thunder Roar Lord must die, and their territories shall belong to me. The Black Eyes Alliance must pay me enough compensation. Otherwise, I will kill the remaining 2 eternal sovereigns of the Black Eyes Alliance, occupy their realm, and then launch an all-out attack on the Divine Eye realm. He can only display fourth firmament eternal sovereign rank power with the help of realm force. As long as I pay a high enough price, I can kill him. The eternal imprint of an eternal contains the eternal true spirit of an eternal, which is a higher grade of rare power than the origin of eternity. Every time an eternal sovereign's eternal true spirit is devoured and then refined with the Devour Heaven method, Yang Feng's eternal imprint will become stronger by a fraction. Naturally, Yang Feng won't let go of this opportunity to kill other eternal sovereigns easily. After this battle, no one in the Flame Absolute Heaven will dare to provoke Yang Feng. Even in the realms he deliberately didn't leave any powerhouses to guard, no eternal sovereigns will dare to sneak in and plunder, giving him an excuse to kill them. The Giant Eyes Lord and the Thunder Roar Lord are 2 eternal sovereigns, so Yang Feng naturally won't let them go. The Soaring Origin Lord nodded and closed his eyes. The Divine Eye realm. Damn Yang Feng, he killed my allies. He wants me to compensate for his losses. What losses does he have? Wretched bastard. In the Divine Eye realm, Black Eye, who is in his palace, roared wildly, and fearsome demonic light surged around him. Swept by the demonic light, the beauties of different races in the palace were torn apart in an instant, turning the palace from a fairyland into a hell on earth. Eternal's revenge is never too late. Young Feng, one day, I will kill you. A fierce ray flashed in Black Eye's eyes, and he gritted his teeth for a while. Finally, a dejected expression on his face, he sat on the throne, and his eyes shimmered with helplessness and fear. Young Feng has subdued Yan Ju Heaven's 8 eternal sovereigns. Coupled with the 12 rulers, saints, Zero, and Shi Shui, this formidable force can even quell a 4th firmament eternal sovereign powerhouse if they join forces. Black Eye is confident that he can kill Yang Feng's eternal sovereigns in the Divine Eye realm. But that will only make Young Feng pay a little more. After all, eternal sovereigns are terrifying existences that can resurrect continuously. But if he died at Yang Feng's hands, he would be doomed eternally. Of course, if Black Eye fights to the death, he can destroy the Divine Eye realm and leave Young Feng with nothing. This is an important reason why Young Feng gave up on killing Black Eye after weighing the pros and cons. On the huge battle star. The soaring Origin Lord opened her eyes, a complicated look flashed in her beautiful eyes, and she said unhurriedly, Black Eye agreed to your conditions. Young Feng's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he flicked his finger, and a crystal flew into the soaring Origin Lord's hand. When the soaring Origin Lord crushed the crystal, she was shocked, and took a deep look at Young Feng with apprehension in her eyes. The Divine Eye realm. There are so many rare resources. Damn it, are you trying to empty my wealth? Damn it, damn you, Young Feng. You and I are absolutely irreconcilable. When Black Eye saw the list of compensation sent by Young Feng, his eyes flashed with anger, and he roared. In the end, Black Eye reluctantly agreed to the humiliating conditions and compensated Young Feng with a large amount of resources. Because Young Feng asked for too many resources, Black Eye's treasure trove wasn't enough. In the end, it was agreed that in addition to a large amount of rare resources, Black Eye must pay Young Feng 200,000 eternal origin stones every year for 10,000 years. The 2 eternal sovereigns, the Giant Eyes Lord and the Thunder Roar Lord, were killed by Young Feng, and their eternal true spirit was devoured by Young Feng. Interstellar fleets went to the Eternal Sovereign's realms and occupied them one after another. Yan Ju Heaven's Eternal Sovereigns watched helplessly as Young Feng occupied the Eternal Sovereign's realms one after another, not daring to compete with Young Feng. Chapter 1439. In the center of the Spirit Goat Realm's temple, inside an eternal source energy pool, Young Feng slowly opened his eyes. Countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and 3rd firmament eternal breath slowly spread from him. Tier 4 Devour Heaven Art, deduction progress 38%. Estimated time to complete the deduction, none. Young Feng looked at the deduction progress, and his eyes flashed with satisfaction. There's progress in the deduction of the Devour Heaven Art. Sure enough, with other eternal heavenly arts as a reference, I can better deduce my Devour Heaven Art. The Flower Moon Holy Maiden and other eternal sovereigns have some incomplete eternal heavenly art. Black Eye even compensated him with a complete 2nd firmament eternal heavenly art and 2 incomplete 3rd firmament eternal heavenly art. With the help of various materials, Yang Feng's Devour Heaven Art was deduced to 38%, and then it stopped moving. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. He can clearly perceive his strength. Compared to when I just advanced to the 3rd firmament eternal heavenly art, I wonder if I can compete with a 4th firmament eternal heavenly art powerhouse. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng disappeared from where he stood. Sanji Plain, in a huge laboratory. With a flash of light, Yang Feng walked out of the void. Greetings, Lord. What instructions do you have for me, Lord? With a flash of an afterimage, Shade walked out of a shadow and bowed to Yang Feng. The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose slightly and he uttered with a smile, I want to help you advance to the eternal heavenly art. Are you willing? Shade's beautiful eyes flashed with excitement, and she uttered, of course. Lord, please give me the power to advance to the eternal heavenly art. Ripples shimmered, and a level 7 stronghold appeared behind shade. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a Kunmo stone and countless treasures of heaven and earth obtained from the eternal world turned into a torrent and entered the level 7 stronghold. Shade saluted Yang Feng, then blurred into motion, entered the level 7 stronghold, and began to preside over the evolution of the stronghold. Time passed, and 3 years passed in a flash. In the center of the stronghold 1,000 kilometers in diameter, a mysterious rune slowly emerged, exuding the breath of eternal. All right. Enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he waved his hand, and 5 million eternal source stones flew out and poured a tremendous amount of eternal force into the base. Under the nourishment of the eternal source power, the incomparably mysterious rune instantly took form. Within an area hundreds of millions of light-years in radius of the world of warlocks, terrifying energy storms were set off, and endless cosmic energy converged on the Tsangji plain. A frightening world-destroying thundercloud condensed above the Tsangji plain, ready to rain down divine lightning and destroy all treasures attempting to advance to the eternal realm. What a terrifying energy storm! Did someone just become an eternal? No, it's His Majesty the Great Ninth Warlock Emperor who refined an eternal treasure. Our universe has given birth to another eternal treasure. When the powerhouses above the Holy Realm saw this scene, their eyes flashed with excitement. Another eternal treasure. Yang Feng's alchemy is getting more and more formidable and heaven-defying. Eternals. Eternals. In a research institute, the Magic Note Lord looked at the anomaly in the sky with a complicated look in his eyes. At the time, the Magic Note Lord was the #1 alchemist in the world of warlocks below the Eternal Sovereign rank. At the time, when Yang Feng was an Empyrean, he was far inferior to the Magic Note Lord in alchemy alone. Unfortunately, the #1 alchemist in the world below the Eternal Sovereign rank was, after all, an existence below the Eternal Sovereign rank. It was impossible for him to refine eternal treasures. The Magic Note Lord could only watch enviously as Yang Feng refined one eternal treasure after another, his heart filled with disappointment. A big hand extended from the Tsangji plain, grabbed the thunder cloud, and shrunk it into a ball, and then fell into the huge laboratory below. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the thunder bead formed from cosmic energy entered shadowy space and was absorbed by shadowy space, becoming its energy source. The level 8 base slowly opened, and mist drifted out. Dressed in a black evening dress, the beautiful Shadowy walked out of the level 8 base, a sweet smile on her face, and came to Yang Feng's side. "Thank you for granting me eternal force, my lord." Shadowy smiled sweetly, kissed Yang Feng on the cheek, hugged Yang Feng, and said coquettishly, "I still want to become stronger. My lord, give me more resources." "Big sister Shadowy, you have already advanced to the Eternal Sovereign rank. The next one to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank should be me. My lord, please use more resources on me. Once I advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank, I will be your strongest shield." With a sweet smile, Star Concubine emerged from the void, hugged Yang Feng's other arm, and confronted Shadowy. Yang Feng responded with a smile, "Okay, when I find enough resources, I will let you advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank." At this time, the resources in Yang Feng's hands are enough for Star Concubine to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank. However, if she doesn't add a peerless treasure like Kunmo Dusk when advancing to the Eternal Sovereign rank, it will be very difficult for Star Concubine to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank in the future. When they heard this, Shadowy and Star Concubine quieted down. 9th Warlock Dynasty, Imperial Alchemy Research General Institute. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in a laboratory. In the laboratory, there is a person sitting. It is the Magic Note Lord. The Magic Note Lord said carelessly, "What a rare guest. Eternal Edge, what brings you here?" Yang Feng responded with a faint smile, "Magic Note Lord, do you want to advance to the Eternal Sovereign rank?" Advance to the eternal sovereign rank. The carelessness in the magic note lord's eyes faded, and solemnity flickered in them. He got up, stared at young Feng with excitement in the abyss of his eyes, and asked unhurriedly, "You want to help me advance to the eternal sovereign rank? I can help you advance to the eternal sovereign rank in the eternal world. However, your eternal mark must be placed in the eternal world's realm, and you must swear to serve me for life." Young Feng smiled and told the magic note lord about the pros and cons of advancing to the eternal imprint realm. At present, young Feng knows that the best place to place an eternal mark is an independent universe like the world of warlocks. The defense of such an independent universe is extremely terrifying. Even if a ninth firmament eternal sovereign powerhouse breaks into such an independent universe, they will be killed by a first firmament eternal sovereign powerhouse. However, in an independent universe like the world of warlocks, the promotion of an eternal sovereign is closely related to the energy level of the universe. Before devouring the Gumana universe, eternal sovereigns of the world of warlocks could advance to the third firmament eternal sovereign at most. After devouring the Gumana universe, it won't be a problem for eternal sovereigns of the world of warlocks to advance to the fourth firmament eternal sovereign. A gloomy expression on his face, the magic note lord uttered unhurriedly, "In that case, once I accept your help, I will change from an ally to a subject. Besides, there is no deadline, and I will serve you for life." Young Feng responded with a smile, "That's right. You can consider it, there's no need to force yourself. The Death Lord and the Primal Chaos Spider Mother are also on my list." The magic note lord uttered flatly, "It seems that you are doing well in the eternal world. Alright, I'll leave the mountain and work for you." Ripples shimmered, and young Feng disappeared. The Tsangji Plain, in a city, in a villa. Ripples shone, and young Feng appeared next to a lake behind the villa. There is a couple sitting next to the lake, exuding a sweet aura. They are the Death Lord and his wife. "Greetings, your majesty." When the couple saw young Feng, they got up and saluted. "Death Lord, are you willing to advance to the eternal sovereign and serve me?" Young Feng smiled faintly and stated his conditions. The Death Lord pondered for a while, then shook his head and refused. "Your Majesty, my life's wish is to resurrect my wife, grow old quietly with her, and then die. If I go to the eternal world to advance to the eternal sovereign, I must fight for you, your Majesty. I long for a peaceful life. I'm very sorry, but I can't continue to fight for you, your Majesty." "It's fine, I respect your choice." There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Ripples flickered, and he disappeared. Nestled in the arms of the Death Lord, Dwudwa's beautiful eyes shimmered with sadness, and she uttered, "I'm sorry, Brother Shang. It's because of me that you can't become an eternal sovereign." The Death Lord smiled and embraced Duo, saying slowly, Duo, there is nothing to be sorry about. I didn't have any lofty ambitions to begin with. I came this far just to resurrect you. My greatest wish in life is to be able to spend every happy day with you. I'm also tired of the never-ending battles." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with regret. "Unfortunately, Shi Yu and Mykelia have just advanced to the Empyrean realm. If they want to advance to the eternal sovereign realm, they still need some time to settle down. This time, only the Master of Magic Note can serve me. Not everyone can advance to the eternal sovereign realm. In the world of warlocks, only invincible overlord rank Empyreans such as the Primal Chaos Mother Spider, the Death Lord, and the Magic Note Lord have the potential to advance to the eternal sovereign realm. The Primal Chaos Mother Spider and other invincible overlord rank Empyreans of other races were forced to submit to Yang Feng. In the world of warlocks, they have no choice but to serve Yang Feng. If they go to the eternal world, there is a possibility that they will rebel. In the world of warlocks, the only Empyreans that Yang Feng can trust are the Magic Note Lord, the Death Lord, Shi Yu, Mykelia, and Regina and Zhou Ruoling who have just advanced to the Empyrean realm. It hasn't been long since Mykelia and them advanced to the Empyrean realm, and they don't have a deep foundation. Even with the support of sufficient resources, it is almost impossible for them to advance to the eternal sovereign realm. Chapter 1440. The giant eye domain, in the center of a huge square, ripples flickered, and Yang Feng the magic note lord walked out of the void and came to the center of the square. In the center of the square, there is a huge magic array engraved. Around the magic array, there are 9 warlock towers. In the square, there are 3 million eternal source stones inlaid, exuding eternal rank fluctuations of power. This is the eternal skywheel magic array that can help Empyreans advance to the eternal realm. As expected of an eternal world. The magic note lord looked at the 9 warlock towers and the various runes exuding eternal rank fluctuations of power, and his eyes revealed a look of fascination. Yang Feng uttered, "Let's begin." The magic note lord nodded and sat down in the magic array in the center of the square. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a ray of light entered the magic array. The magic array flashed, mysterious runes emerged, and the eternal origin force inside the 3 million eternal source stones was extracted. The void trembled slightly and countless rays of blue light gathered, forming a blue ocean that gave off an incredibly powerful eternal power. The magic note lord flew into the blue sea, opened his mouth, and sucked the blue sea into his body. As the blue sea continued to disappear, the magic note lord's breath grew stronger and stronger. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a flower of fate containing fate fluctuations and a gem of time containing time fluctuations flew out and entered the magic note lord. To advance to an eternal sovereign, you must comprehend the essence of time, the essence of space, the essence of power, and the essence of fate. The essence of time and the essence of fate are the most mysterious and difficult to comprehend. In the eternal world, there are 2 kinds of treasures of heaven and earth, the flower of fate and the gem of time, which can enable people to advance to the eternal realm without comprehending the 2 essences. However, eternal sovereigns who advance to the eternal realm in this way will be much weaker than eternal sovereigns who directly comprehend the 4 essences. The magic note lord only wants to advance to the eternal realm, so that he can break through the boundaries and refine true eternal treasures. Otherwise, even with his peerless talent, it would be almost impossible for him to comprehend the profound meaning of time and the profound meaning of destiny. When the flower of fate and the gem of time entered the magic note lord, the entire giant eye realm trembled, and energy surged and turned into a fearsome energy vortex that entered the magic note lord. An eternal mark emerged from the magic note lord's body and entered the giant eye domain. An eternal star slowly rose from the flame absolute sky. A new eternal one has been born. Another eternal sovereign under Yang Feng's command. With so many eternal realms in his hands, he can definitely cultivate even more eternals. In Yanju Tian, the eternal sovereigns stared at the rising eternal star with complicated expressions in their eyes. This is the colossal eye region. That wretched Yang Feng, that wretched bastard. Looking at the rising eternal star, Black Eye's eyes flashed with the flames of fury, and fearsome demonic chi churned in the palace. Although the Black Eye Alliance has ceased fighting with Yang Feng, but the more Yang Feng grows, the more pain Black Eye will feel. The reason why Yang Feng was able to increase his power in a short period of time is because he stepped on the corpses of the Sheep of Destruction and the Black Eye Alliance. If it weren't for the countless treasures he obtained from the 2 alliances, Yang Feng wouldn't have been able to make the magic note lord advance to the eternal realm. The magic note lord slowly opened his eyes, which radiated bright light, and revealed a smile. So this is the power of an eternal sovereign, how powerful. It's on a completely different level from an Empyrean. The magic note lord took a look at Yang Feng and drove him away unceremoniously. Starting today, I will start a new research. Lord, if there is nothing important, don't disturb me. Okay. Yang Feng smiled helplessly. Ripples emerged, and he disappeared. The magic note lord is a research-type genius. Yang Feng needs the magic note lord's help to deduce the level 8 stronghold and even the level 9 stronghold. It can be said that after the magic note lord advanced to the eternal realm, his value is even greater than that of the 8 eternal sovereigns who sided with Yang Feng. A few days later, a new transcendent ring of the eternal realm was established, and the news that the third firmament eternal realm Yang Feng is the leader of the transcendent ring spread throughout the Flame Ju heaven. The Flame Ju heaven's realm masters offered various treasures to Yang Feng, for fear that he would find an excuse to annex their realm. In fact, Yang Feng wants to take this opportunity to annex 1 or 2 more eternal realms and expand his sphere of influence. But since the Flame Ju heaven's realm masters are so tactful, he has no excuse to act. The Spirit Sheep realm was renamed the Demonic Divine Realm by Yang Feng as the headquarters of the Demonic Divine Ring. Among the realms occupied by Yang Feng, the Spirit Sheep realm has the richest resources and the deepest underlying strength. The Transcendent Ring's headquarters, the Demon Royal Palace. Your Majesty Yang Feng, this is an invitation letter that my lord asked me to bring to you. Please accept it. A beautiful woman with long purple hair, a sexy figure, and a peerless appearance appeared in the imperial palace, smiled sweetly at Yang Feng, and handed him a golden invitation letter respectfully. Yang Feng said flatly, I see. If there's nothing else, you can take your leave. The purple-haired woman is an Empyrean Emperor rank peerless beauty of the Flying Source Alliance. So long as Yang Feng says the word, he can enjoy her at will. However, he isn't in the mood. Yes. Your Majesty. There was a flash of disappointment in the eyes of the purple-haired woman, and she took her leave. This is a meeting of titans held in the Transcendent Realm. The Flame Ju Heaven's titans will participate. It just so happens that there are some things I want to know. It seems that I have to go to this meeting. Yang Feng played with the golden invitation letter in his hand and mused. In the eternal world, Yen Ju Tian was only equivalent to a barren land in the eternal world, and was one of the lowest heavens. If Yang Feng can unify Yen Ju heaven, he will be able to use its resources to forcibly break through and advance to the 4th firmament eternal realm. However, Yang Feng has already attracted the attention of Yen Ju Tian and the other eternal sovereigns. If he attacks another realm lord for no reason, Yen Ju Tian and the other eternal sovereigns would join forces to attack them. At this time, Yang Feng doesn't have the strength to fight Yen Ju heaven's eternal sovereigns. At present, if Yang Feng wants to go further, he can only go to the eternal world, find a higher grade heaven, and find a higher grade eternal heavenly art. Several months later, in front of the eternal city in the center of the Ning God region, ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the gate of the imperial palace. Sir, please show me your invitation. An Emperor Realm guard at the city gate said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and the golden invitation letter flew into the guard's hand. Greetings, Your Majesty Yang Feng, please come in. When the 2 Emperor Realm guards saw the name on the golden invitation letter, their countenance changed dramatically, and they knelt on the ground and said respectfully. In the past 1 million years, Yang Feng is undoubtedly the most infamous eternal in Yen Ju heaven. These Emperor Realm guards don't dare to anger Yang Feng. Yang Feng strode into the Eternal City. In a luxurious hall in Eternal City, there were 6 people. One of them was black-eyed, one was the Soaring Origin Lord, and the other 4 were men. They all exuded the terrifying aura of the 3rd heavens of the Eternal Realm. Yang Feng, you're here. Let me introduce you. These are Bei Shi, Jiang Jia, the Star Whale Lord, and Zhenli, the Soaring Origin Lord smiled sweetly, stepped forward, and introduced them to Yang Feng. Bei Shi, Jiang Jia, the Star Whale Lord, Zhenli, and the others are leaders of Yen Ju Heaven's Eternal Leagues. When they saw Yang Feng, they exchanged a few polite words with him. Black Eye, on the other hand, has a gloomy expression and doesn't say much. The beautiful eyes of the Soaring Origin Lord shimmered with a dignified shade, and she said unhurriedly, I invited you here because the 10 Holy Heavens Omega Holy Heaven has issued a recruitment order, summoning Yen Ju Heaven's eternal sovereigns to go to the Omega Holy Heaven to participate in the Eternal War. When they heard this, the countenance of Bei Shi and the other Yanju Heaven's bigwigs changed dramatically, and they fell silent. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with doubt. 10 holy heavens? Although Yang Feng has devoured a lot of Eternal Sovereign's true spirits and obtained a lot of their memories. But these Eternal Sovereigns know nothing about the 10 holy heavens. Yang Feng, in the eternal world, the heavens are divided into holy heavens, upper heavens, middle heavens, and lesser heavens. Our Yanju heaven is one of the countless lesser heavens. The 10 holy heavens in the eternal world are the Omega Holy Heaven, the Azure Holy Heaven, the Ankalaman Holy Heaven, the Myriad Demon Holy Heaven, the Giant Spirit Holy Heaven, the Gamanville Holy Heaven, the True Extreme Holy Heaven, the Bodha Holy Heaven, and the Kihara Holy Heaven. Each of the 10 holy heavens is guarded by an eternal monarch. Our Yanju heaven is one of the Omega Holy Heaven's subordinate lesser heavens. The 10 holy heavens are at war with each other. Since the Omega Holy Heaven summons us, we have to go. The Soaring Origin Lord smiled bitterly. When Yang Feng heard this, a trace of understanding welled up in his heart. So that's how it is. It seems that the eternal sovereigns of the world of warlocks were involved in the eternal war of the 10 holy heavens, and their eternal imprints collapsed and they died. Eternal sovereigns like Yang Feng, who have placed their eternal imprints in this universe, hardly die. However, once they are involved in the eternal war of the eternal world, even an eternal sovereign like Yang Feng will be in danger of dying. Chapter 1441. Yang Feng pondered for a while, and then asked, who is the target of the Omega Sacred Heaven's enlistment? The Soaring Origin Lord sighed slightly, the rulers of Yanju Heaven's realms and the leaders of the Eternal Alliances. I am the enlistment envoy chosen by the Omega Sacred Heaven. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and said, what if I don't want to be enlisted by the Omega Sacred Heaven? The Soaring Origin Lord uttered, then the realms you control will be taken back by the Omega Sacred Heaven. The Omega Sacred Heaven is full of powerhouses. You can practice eternal heavenly art to the eternal monarch rank. You won't be able to resist the powerhouses sent by the Omega Sacred Heaven. Yang Feng's complexion remained unchanged, unmoved. His foundation isn't in Yanju Heaven. Even if he gives up Yanju Heaven's realms, it will only be a pity. The Soaring Origin Lord uttered with a sweet smile, there are countless eternal heavenly arts in the Omega Sacred Heaven. As long as you make enough contributions to the Omega Sacred Heaven in the eternal war, you can exchange them for all kinds of powerful eternal heavenly arts. In the eternal war, you can exchange them for all kinds of powerful eternal heavenly arts. Gutaili made countless contributions to the Omega Sacred Heaven, which is how he was able to advance to the 7th firmament eternal realm. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, eternal heavenly art. Yang Feng's devour heaven art can no longer be derived. If he wants to continue, he must travel the eternal world and look for eternal heavenly arts as a foundation to derive them. Almost all the eternal heavenly arts above the 4th firmament eternal realm are in the hands of the top eternals. It will be very difficult for Yang Feng to obtain them. Bei Shi asked, what will happen to the realms after we leave? The Soaring Origin Lord answered, after you leave, the Omega Sacred Heaven will maintain your realms and not let anyone advance to the eternal realm in your realms and plunder your wealth. The Star Whale Lord uttered slowly, we are the leaders of the alliance in Yanju Heaven. We are not used to being told what to do. The Flying Origin Lord said, we Eternals who have been recruited can accept missions to serve the Omega Sacred Heaven. Most of the time, no one will command us. Only under some special circumstances will they be summoned by the Supreme Profundity Sacred Heaven and have no choice but to fight. Every Eternal was an invincible existence in their own realm, and they were all proud and arrogant. Very few of them were willing to listen to the commands of others. In Yanju Tian, the Eternal Sovereigns gathered together and formed an alliance. There was no strong relationship between them. Although the High Profundity Sacred Heaven had an eternal king, it still needed to make some compromises with the Eternals. Otherwise, if those Eternals joined the other sacred heavens, they would increase the strength of the other sacred heavens. Black Eye took a deep look at Yang Feng and said decisively, "Okay, I agree." Bei Shi and the other leaders looked at each other, smiled helplessly, and agreed to the enlistment. Unlike Yang Feng, Black Eye and the other bigwigs advanced to the eternal realm in Yanju Tian, and their eternal imprints are in Yanju Tian's realms. Once the eternal beings of the seventh heaven of the eternal realm of the profound sacred heaven took action, they could destroy their realm and kill them directly. The soaring origin lord's gaze fell on Yang Feng with a trace of nervousness. As an eternal from another universe, Yang Feng's foundation is in another universe. If he did not obey the summons of the supreme profound sacred heaven, he could completely turn Yanju Tian upside down. Yang Feng contemplated for a moment and then said unhurriedly, "I agree to the conscription." The soaring origin lord heaved a sigh of relief and revealed a smile. A few months later. In the center of the Black Thunder realm, there is a warship 1,000 kilometers in diameter that looks like a shuttle. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng and his subordinates, the 8 domain lords, and the magic note lord appeared in front of the warship. A conscription order. I just advanced to the eternal realm, yet I'm about to be conscripted to participate in the universe war. What bad luck. The magic note lord looked at the battleship and complained. The 8 domain lords looked at the magic note lord in surprise. In the transcendent ring, there is a strict hierarchy. 9 Noses, Flower Moon Goddess, and other eternal sovereigns tremble with fear when facing Yang Feng. They don't dare to speak to Yang Feng in such a casual tone. Yang Feng said lightly, "Although it's dangerous, but I can also see a broader and more wonderful world." The magic note lord rolled his eyes at Yang Feng, "A more wonderful world? That's your pursuit." Yang Feng responded with a smile, "There are countless secret methods in the profound sacred heaven. There are all kinds of powerful alchemy, don't you want to see them?" The magic note lord's eyes shone brightly, "All kinds of wonderful alchemy. I'm very interested in this." The magic note lord was originally the strongest alchemist in the world of warlocks. After he advanced to the eternal realm, his alchemy advanced by leaps and bounds. To him, the unheard of and incomparably powerful alchemy was everything he pursued. As soon as he boarded the warship, Yang Feng saw more than 200 eternal sovereigns form large and small circles on the warship. The 200-plus eternal sovereigns are the pinnacle powerhouses among the trillions of life forms in the flame absolute heaven. The mother of myriad lotuses is also standing in a small circle. There are 5 people in the small circle, 3 women and 2 men. The men are handsome and the women are beautiful. They are clearly eternal sovereigns of the Rainbow Alliance. In the eternal world, powerhouses are as common as clouds. The number of female eternal sovereigns is even higher than that of male eternal sovereigns. It is very common for some powerful extraordinary races to be dominated by female eternal sovereigns. There are even some extraordinary races where the females are extremely powerful while the males are extremely weak. This is unimaginable to ordinary people. That's the Transcendent Rings Alliance Master Yang Feng. 9 eternal sovereigns. The Transcendent Ring is really extraordinary. The eternal sovereigns looked at Yang Feng with an enigmatic gleam in their eyes. When the mother of myriad lotuses saw Yang Feng, her beautiful eyes lit up, and she showed a sweet smile and came to in front of Yang Feng together with the 4 eternal sovereigns of the Rainbow Alliance. The mother of myriad lotuses said with a sweet smile, "Yang Feng, let me introduce you. This is the colorful flower fairy, the leader of the Rainbow Alliance." "Hello, Yang Feng." A stunning woman with beautiful black hair, a figure of golden proportions, and skin as translucent as jade, exuding amazing charm, smiled sweetly at Yang Feng. Basically, every humanoid female eternal has a stunning appearance, a sexy and seductive figure, and a peerless style far surpassing that of ordinary women. But in this warship, there is no woman who can compare to the colorful flower fairy in terms of charm. Even the soaring origin lord, the only female third firmament eternal sovereign of the Yan-Ju heaven, is slightly inferior to the colorful flower fairy in terms of charm alone. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and admiration shimmered in his eyes. "Hello, colorful flower fairy. Hearing about you is not as good as meeting you in person. You really deserve your reputation as the #1 beauty of the Yan-Ju heaven." The colorful flower fairy responded with a smile, "You flatter me. You wiped out the 2 malignant tumors of the Yan-Ju heaven, the Black Spirit Ring and the Sheep of Destruction, in one fell swoop and got rid of 2 scourges for the Yan-Ju heaven. You are a first-class hero. Compared to you, I'm really far behind." After hearing the colorful flower fairy's words, Yang Feng knows that she is complimenting him, but he still feels very comfortable. The colorful flower fairy responded with a smile, "Let me introduce you. These 3 are Jiao Qiyan, Shandong Long, and Wetland Lord of the Rainbow Alliance." Jiao Qiyan, is a stunning woman with wheat-colored skin, a height of about 1.9 meters, a hot and sexy figure, and a large area of her skin is exposed. Shandong Long, on the other hand, was a tall, slender, and extremely handsome man. The Wetland Lord is a handsome man with a dragon horn on his head, a mysterious rune on his forehead, and a gloomy expression on his face. The Eternal Conscription Order issued by the Omega Holy Heaven conscripted all the eternal sovereigns of the Yan-Ju heaven. In the face of the terrifying war against the eternal sovereigns have no choice but to unite. Before long, the eternal sovereigns of the demonic divine ring and the eternal sovereigns of the Rainbow Alliance fought and formed a small circle. On the warship, many smaller eternal sovereigns approached the powerful alliance with the third firmament eternal sovereigns. Shortly after, several large eternal groups as well as dozens of independent eternal sovereigns appeared on the warship. Ripples flickered, and the shuttle-shaped warship shone and turned into a stream of light flying into the distance. A few days later, the shuttle-shaped warship seemed to have reached the end of the sky, and a distorted boundary formed from countless crystal walls appeared in front of everyone. The crystal walls are inlaid with countless strange faces, including human faces, ogre faces, fiend faces, and dragon faces. The countless strange faces continued to let out incomparably strange wails. This is the crystal sky wall. When lower heavens go to middle heavens go to upper heavens, and upper heavens go to the 10 holy heavens, the crystal sky wall is bound to appear. If you want to cross the crystal sky wall, apart from special secret treasures, you have to advance to the 4th firmament eternal realm. Yang Feng, as long as you eternal sovereigns from other universes descend to the eternal world, you will be attracted to the lower heavens of the eternal world. The eternal conscription order of the 10 holy heavens is the best chance for you to enter the 10 holy heavens. The soaring origin lord walked to Yang Feng's side, looked at the crystal sky wall with a complicated look in her beautiful eyes, and explained to Yang Feng. Yang Feng looked at the crystal sky wall with enigmatic light in his eyes, and nodded. The shuttle-shaped warship shone, and countless runes appeared and began to extract the power of the eternal sovereigns inside the warship. The countenance of the eternal sovereigns changed slightly. The soaring origin lord said, "Don't panic, everyone. If you want to enter a higher heaven, you must rely on everyone's strength." The eternal sovereigns scanned the warship with their soul force, and found that only an insignificant part of it was extracted. They didn't touch the origin of eternity, and fell silent. Chapter 1442. When the shuttle-shaped warship slammed into the crystal sky wall, a drill appeared on its head, spun wildly, drilled a huge hole in the crystal sky wall, and flew inside. When the warship entered the crystal sky wall, a strange grey torrent swept across the crystal sky wall. The grey torrent passed through the shuttle-shaped warship and enveloped many eternal sovereigns inside the warship. A strange corrosive force enveloped the eternal sovereigns. Yang Feng frowned slightly. Even an invincible overlord rank Empyrean will be corroded by this force, and their soul will be extinguished. Without the protection of the warship, even a third heaven eternal sovereign rank powerhouse will be corroded. The crystal sky wall between different heavens is really troublesome. The 10 holy heavens are the center of the eternal world, and there are countless eternal heaven methods in the 10 holy heavens. Originally, Yang Feng wanted to travel to the other 10 holy heavens. But when he saw the crystal sky wall's boundary membrane force, he had to dispel the idea. Only the 9th heaven eternal sovereign rank powerhouses can forcibly enter the 10 holy heavens from the upper heavens. If other powerhouses don't have special secret treasures, they won't be able to enter the 10 holy heavens from the upper heavens. So that's how it is. The eyes of the magic note lord beside Yang Feng flickered with countless runes, and a mirror flew out and reflected the structure of the shuttle-shaped warship. A month later, the warship flew out of the gray torrent. But at this time, the warship has become broken, distorted, and mottled. This is a middle heaven. The universe energy level here is much higher than that of Yanju Tian. After coming out of the crystal sky wall, Yang Feng scanned it with his soul force and analyzed the law of the middle heaven. A huge starry gate appeared not far away. After the warship turned into a stream of light and entered the starry gate, it crossed hundreds of millions of light years and appeared in another starfield. After changing to another warship, it passed through another crystal sky wall and went to another middle heaven. After passing through dozens of crystal sky walls, the warship landed on a celestial body. Yanju Tian's eternal beings were brought to an incomparably spacious hall. A tall man with long red hair and blazing flames stepped into the hall. A terrifying aura of the 5th heaven of the eternal realm emanated from his body and swept out in all directions. In an instant it was as if 10 suns had appeared in the hall, and raging divine flames of the sun were burning everywhere. 5th heaven of the eternal realm. He is an expert at the 5th heaven of the eternal realm. A solemn look flashed in the eyes of the eternals present. In Yanju heaven, Yang Feng, who is known as the #1 powerhouse, is just a 3rd firmament eternal powerhouse. But now that a 5th firmament eternal powerhouse has appeared, the eternal sovereigns felt pressure in their hearts. An expert at the 5th heaven of the eternal realm could break into the realm of the experts at the 1st heaven of the eternal realm and kill the lone eternal expert. I am Yen Hai, an elder of the Grand Profundity Heavenly Flame God clan. He was responsible for presiding over this war zone. This is a merit jade card, which is bound to your soul aura. As long as you make merit points, you can exchange them for the treasures you want in the merit hall. You can even leave the eternal battlefield in advance. For the specific rules, you can check the eternal token yourself. Yen Hai flicked his finger, and green tokens flew out of his hand and entered the hands of Yang Feng and the other eternal sovereigns. With that, Yen Hai turned into specks of fire and disappeared. Yang Feng scanned the green token with his tremendous soul force, and a copious amount of information poured out of the green token. This war zone is called the Void War Zone. It is located at the border between the Grand Profundity Heaven and the Green Wave Holy Heaven. The forces of the 2 holy heavens are fighting in the Middle Heaven Green Wave Heaven for the ownership of the Green Wave Heaven. Yang Feng and the other eternal sovereigns were recruited by the Grand Profundity Heaven in order to fight for the ownership of the Green Wave Heaven. In the Void War Zone, killing a holy can get you 1 merit point, killing an Empyrean can get you 100,000 merit points, and killing an invincible overlord can get you 1 million merit points. Killing an eternal at the 1st heaven of the eternal realm would give him an eternal merit point. An eternal expert at the 2nd heaven of eternal realm was worth 3 eternal merit points. A 3rd heaven of the eternal realm eternal was worth 9 eternal merit points. A 4th firmament eternal sovereign is worth 27 eternal merit points. A 5th firmament eternal sovereign is worth 42 eternal merit points. Ordinary merit points can be exchanged for eternal merit points. The exchange ratio is 10 billion ordinary merit points for 1 eternal merit point. In the Void War Zone, 1 eternal merit point must be consumed every 100 years. Once an eternal sovereign doesn't meet this condition, the Grand Profundity Heaven will deprive them of their realm, or even kill them directly. As long as 30 eternal merit points are paid, an eternal sovereign can leave the eternal battlefield. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and countless missions issued by the Void Theater appeared on the token. In addition to killing hostile eternal sovereigns, there are also many missions that eternal sovereigns can do in the Void War Zone. Once these missions are completed, they can get about 1 eternal merit point and a large number of ordinary merit points. You must kill an eternal sovereign every 100 years. This is to force everyone to complete the missions issued by them. What a good method. Yang Feng looked at the various missions on the tokens, and a trace of understanding welled up in his heart. Since eternal sovereigns are unruly and selfish, it is very difficult to make them obey orders. The powerhouses of the Void War Zone set up the requirement of consuming 1 eternal merit point every 100 years and used a softer method to force eternal sovereigns to accept the various missions issued by them. After all, fighting eternal sovereigns of the same rank is too risky. If they are not careful, they may die. Even though eternal sovereigns can be reborn in their realm, but dying once is still a big blow to them. Let's see what eternal heavenly art I can exchange for. Yang Feng's heart stirred, and he scanned the token with his soul force. Countless items for exchange appeared on the token, and one powerful eternal heavenly method after another appeared. Flame God Heavenly Art, an eternal heavenly art that can be practiced to the 9th firmament. Eternal heavenly art can only be exchanged for the first 6 firmament. The first exchange is 10 eternal merit points. After the exchange, you must swear not to teach it to others. One after another, eternal heavenly art and mysterious secret methods appeared on the token, dazzling Yang Feng, and his eyes flashed with excitement. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. Unfortunately, there are no eternal heavenly arts that can be exchanged for the 7th firmament and 9th firmament eternal heavenly arts. However, the urgent matter at hand is to deduce the 4th firmament of the Devour Heaven method. In this eternal battlefield, as long as I don't die, I will definitely be able to advance to the 4th firmament eternal heavenly art. In the Void War Zone, in addition to eternal merit points can be exchanged for various eternal heavenly arts, they can also be exchanged for various cultivation resources. As one of the 10 holy heavens of the eternal world, the Omega Holy Heaven controls who knows how many upper heavens, middle heavens, and lesser heavens. Countless resources converge on the Omega Holy Heaven. A bit of it can help an eternal sovereign advance to the 6th firmament eternal realm. In addition to the 9th firmament eternal sovereigns and eternal monarchs, the Omega Holy Heaven, one of the 10 holy heavens, can produce an 8th firmament eternal sovereign with resources. Time elapsed, and 10 years passed in a flash. In the starry sky. Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden, there's no need to run. This time, you're dead. An eternal with a head like an alien, a mouth like a chrysanthemum petal, 36 arms, and a body like a lizard with a pair of dragon wings flew towards the Flower Moon Holy Maiden with a terrifying hurricane. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden cast a secret method, and flowers bloomed in the void. She jumped around among the flowers and fled frantically. The dragon wing eternal opened its chrysanthemum petal-like mouthpart and bellowed, and a fearsome ripple swept into the distance. The flowers collapsed, and the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden flew out of the void and spewed out a mouthful of blood. Die! A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the Eternal, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light that appeared in front of the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. 36 arms brandishing different weapons barreled towards the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden's beautiful eyes shimmered with ridicule, and she uttered with a sweet smile, "Idiot, you're the one who's going to die." Ripples flashed in the void, and a terrifying giant hand descended from the sky, grabbing at the dragon-winged eternal being with a terrifying devouring black hole. Devour black hole. You're Yang Feng of the Transcendent Ring. How could you be here? The countenance of the dragon wing eternal changed dramatically. Countless runes appeared on its body, and it flapped its wings and unleashed a fearsome storm in an attempt to escape. Yang Feng extended his hand, and the devour black hole pulled the dragon wing eternal into it and devoured it, and the dragon wing eternal turned into dust and disappeared. As soon as the Borda Holy Heaven Eternal died, Yang Feng got 3 eternal merit points. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden uttered with a sweet smile, "Congratulations, my lord, for becoming one of the Void War Zone's 10 heroes." In the past 10 years, Yang Feng has decisively hunted down Borda Holy Heaven's eternal sovereigns, and has risen to fame in the Void War Zone, becoming one of the 10 heroes. Chapter 1443. Yang Feng uttered indifferently, "The 10 heroes is just an empty title. There are no benefits to it. Tier 4 Devour Heaven Art, deduction progress 78%. Yang Feng looked at the deduction progress transmitted by Zero with a look of satisfaction in his eyes. In the Void battlefield, Yang Feng killed dozens of eternal sovereigns and devoured their eternal origin and memories. From the memories of those eternal sovereigns, Yang Feng obtained the eternal heavenly art of many devoured. Using the broken eternal heavenly art as a foundation, Zero deduced the Tier 4 Devour Heaven art to 78%. As long as I can exchange for 2 Tier 4 eternal heavenly art, I should be able to deduce the Tier 4 Devour Heaven art to 100%. Unfortunately, the exchange price is too expensive. When Yang Feng thought of the exchange price of the eternal heavenly art, he frowned slightly, feeling very pained. The first tier of the eternal heavenly art, which can be cultivated to the Tier 4 eternal heavenly art, requires more than 7 eternal merit points. The second tier requires more than 15 eternal merit points. The third tier requires about 30 eternal heavenly art. The fourth tier requires 100 eternal heavenly art. This means that if Yang Feng wants to obtain a 4th firmament eternal heaven method, he must kill 152 first firmament eternal sovereigns. In the past 10 years, Yang Feng has killed dozens of eternal sovereigns. But there is still a long way to go before he can gather enough merit points to exchange for a Tier 4 eternal heavenly art. This time, my luck is pretty good. Another prey broke into my hunting range. Yang Feng looked into the void, and his eyes brightened and revealed a look of excitement. His figure blurred, and he disappeared into the void. "Go back and rest first." When she heard Yang Feng's order, the Flower Moon Holy Maiden breathed a sigh of relief, turned into a stream of light, and flew away. Ordinary eternal sovereigns like the Flower Moon Holy Maiden act as bait, while a powerful eternal sovereign like Yang Feng acts as a top predator, waiting for prey to take the bait. In the Void battlefield, this is a very common thing. In that star field, a black light was chasing after a red light. The black beam of light was an eternal with 3 heads and 6 arms. All 3 of its heads were lizard-like, and its body was covered in a layer of distorted black light. Within the red light was a handsome eternal. He wore a suit of red armor, had a ghost horn on his head, and had a large hole in his chest, from which black blood flowed out incessantly. "Ghosts, you've been hit by my dark poison light. You're dead. Hand that thing over. That treasure is not something you can possess." The eyes of the 3-headed lizard-like eternal flashed fiercely, and it let out a series of strange, terrifying, and incomparably ferocious screams. Zhu Hui's voice was like thunder, reverberating throughout the star field. Man Luo, that thing is not with me, I've said it countless times. This is the domain of the profound holy heaven. One of the 10 heroes of the Void War Zone, the Transcendent Rings Yang Feng, is guarding this starfield. He has always been ruthless. If you don't leave now, the one who dies will be you. Unfortunately, you're a step too late. This time, the one who dies will be you. Man Luo smiled ferociously, revealed terrifying sawtooth teeth, flapped the dragon wings on his back, and countless mysterious runes appeared. In an instant, Man Luo appeared behind Zhu Hui, slammed his claw towards Zhu Hui's head, and erupted with 3rd firmament eternal realm aura. "You're really stupid." Zhu Hui's eyes revealed a look of ridicule. Barriers appeared on his head, and countless lightning runes interwove on his ghost horn, and he stabbed towards Man Luo. A bolt of crimson lightning slammed into Man Luo, and following a burst of crackling sounds, Man Luo collapsed into specks of smoke and disappeared. Before his body collapsed, Man Luo showed Zhu Hui a derisive smile, which gave Zhu Hui an ominous premonition. A bloody mouth suddenly emerged from Zhu Ying's wound, and from that bloody mouth, Yan Manluo's body directly emerged. Yan Manluo exerted force with both hands, and with a flash of terrifying demonic light, Zhu Ying was directly torn apart. Sir Yang Feng, save me. For the sake of being an eternal sovereign of the heavenly profound holy heaven, save me this once. Zhu Hui was torn apart, and a face appeared on every inch of his body, shouting at the void with a look of horror on his face. Shut up! Man Luo's eyes flashed fiercely, and he roared. The two heads on his back opened their mouths, and strange ripples spread in all directions. Zhu Hui's voice was cut off by the ripples, and his eyes shimmered with despair. To dare behave atrociously in my hunting ground, you've got some guts. A frigid voice came from the void, time fluctuations flickered, and Yang Feng strangely appeared behind Man Luo and sent a fist barreling towards him. You're Yang Feng. To sneak attack me, one of the Void War Zone's 10 heroes, that's despicable. There was a fierce glint in Man Luo's eyes, and his three heads twisted and opened their mouths, and three dark and venomous rays shot towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's fist shone, and countless mysterious runes appeared and tore through the sky. A vast essence of power erupted and shattered the three dark and venomous rays, and then slammed into Man Luo. Impossible! How could this be? There was a flash of despair in Man Luo's eyes, and he screamed miserably, and his body was torn apart. A black hole appeared and devoured Man Luo's body. Man Luo's eternal origin and various memories entered Yang Feng's body. In the void, fragments flew up, fused together, and formed Zhu Hui's body. Zhu Hui's eyes flickered, and he uttered, "Thank you, Sir Yang Feng, for saving my life." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Hand over the treasure that Man Luo spoke of." Zhu Hui's eyes flickered, and he uttered, "What treasure?" "Sir Yang Feng, I don't know what you're talking about." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "You don't need to pretend. The Eternal Monarch is the key to the entrance of the Dural Monarch's treasure trove. Hand it over. If you say you don't have it, then let me search you." If it was any other treasure, Yang Feng wouldn't be like this. But the treasure trove of an Eternal Monarch is enough to drive any eternal sovereign crazy. Among the 10 holy heavens, apart from the legendary Eternal God Emperors, the Eternal Monarch is the most powerful. Every Eternal Monarch is an invincible existence who can suppress the 10 holy heavens and project their projection into the heavens. Even 9th heaven eternal firmament powerhouses will go crazy for the Dural Monarch's treasure trove, let alone Yang Feng. Zhu Hui's eyes shimmered with contempt, and he uttered with a smile, "Sir Yang Feng, my wife is the 7th princess of the grand mystic sky flame god race. I have brought you an eternal 3rd heaven eternal sovereign, which can be considered as repaying you for saving my life. Let me go, and I will owe you a favor. If you can come to the grand mystic sky flame god race in the future, I will entertain you well." Although Zhu Hui is only a 2nd heaven eternal firmament powerhouse, but he is the son-in-law of the flame god race's temple master. As such, he looks at eternal sovereigns like Yang Feng who come from a subordinate world subordinated to the grand mystic sky with an aloof attitude. Yang Feng's eyes constricted slightly. "Flame god race. Who is Elder Flame Sea to you?" Zhu Hui replied proudly, "He is my wife's uncle. If you let me leave here, I can have my uncle help you to the best of his ability." Yang Feng's eyes flickered a few times, and then he smiled indifferently and made way. "Okay, in that case, please put in a good word for me in front of Elder Flame Sea." "Thank you." Zhu Hui's eyes shimmered with contempt, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. "What Void War Zone's 10 heroes? In front of my flame god race, don't they still have to bow their heads? That guy dared to have killing intent towards me just now, that's unforgivable." I must tell my uncle to send Yang Feng to his death. Only in this way can I eliminate this disaster. Zhu Hui's eyes shimmered with complacency, and he heaved a long sigh of relief. Suddenly, an afterimage appeared in the void, and a ruler's shadow spear pierced Zhu Hui's body like a poisonous dragon. Damn it, who the hell is it? Zhu's treasures have been shattered. Stabbed by the ruler's shadow spear, fearsome shadow force crushed all of his resistance and sealed him. Ripples emerged in the void. Yang Feng spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged and engulfed Zhu Hui. Countless devour runes emerged and devoured Zhu Hui's memories and eternal origin. Found it. Yang Feng's eyes flashed brightly, and a dark green key exuding a sparkling luster appeared in his hand. Unfortunately, for the sake of the Turo monarch's treasure trove, I can no longer stay in the void war zone. I can only go to the Boda Holy Heaven. Fortunately, the Turo monarch's treasure trove is also in the Boda Holy Heaven. Yang Feng glanced at the sparkling key with a resolute look in his eyes, and then spent all his eternal merit points in one go to exchange for various knowledge. After sending all the knowledge into the database, Yang Feng crushed the Eternity Token in his hand. Not only can the Eternity Token transmit all kinds of knowledge, but it can also locate an Eternal Sovereign. Yang Feng doesn't dare to keep it with him. Within the Void Fortress. Inside a research room, the Magic Note Lord suddenly looked up and said with a bitter smile, "Damn bastard, he really knows how to stir up trouble." The Magic Note Lord waved his hand, and a black ray flashed, and the entire research room shattered and turned into powder. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared. The complexion of the Flower Moon Holy Maiden and the other eternal sovereigns changed dramatically at this moment, and they turned into streams of light and disappeared. Chapter 1444. In a palace of the Grand Sacred Heaven Flame God race, in an eternal source energy pool, an eternal mark appeared, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin force interwove and formed a body of Zhu Su. Damn it! Yang Feng, you dared to kill me. Besides, you took away the key to the Duluth monarch's treasure trove. I won't let you off. Zhu Su's eyes flashed fiercely, and he issued a hoarse roar. The Duluth monarch's treasure trove is a treasure trove left by an eternal monarch. Even Ninth Heaven eternal firmament powerhouses will be tempted by it. If the Duluth monarch's treasure trove contains the complete inheritance of an eternal monarch, then even an eternal monarch will be tempted by it. If I can't get it, then Yang Feng, a lowly thing from a lower heaven, can't get it either. Zhu Su's eyes shimmered coldly, and he disappeared. In the void battlefield, the void fortress, in a secret room. Yen Hai is sitting cross-legged in a pool of fire. Huge sun god fire is emerging from the pool of fire. A fire jade-like necklace around Yen Hai's neck flashed slightly, and a red ray entered his forehead. The highest level of the family's arrest warrant is for Yang Feng. A dignified look in his eyes, Yen Hai pointed with a finger, and countless red rays interwove in front of him and formed chaotic, seemingly meaningless lines and dots. Yen Hai frowned slightly, an eternal sovereign of the transcendent god ring actually fled. So fast and decisive. Unfortunately, how can you imagine the means of my Yen Hai? Yen Hai smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a token stained with a trace of Yang Feng's soul aura appeared. Although Yang Feng destroyed the eternal token, but his soul aura has long been grasped by Yen Hai. After all, for the master of the Void Fortress, grasping a trace of Yang Feng's soul aura isn't difficult. Yen Hai silently recited an incantation, and a summoning array appeared in front of him. Rays of crimson light flashed, and a 50-meter-tall extraordinary creature, Lu Ju, covered in a layer of white fur, with a deer's head and a closed eye, appeared in this space. Lu Ju is an extraordinary life form proficient in prophecy and tracking in the eternal world. In terms of tracking alone, there were only a few supernatural creatures that could match them. A terrifying aura of the sixth heaven of the eternal realm spread out from Lu Ju's body and swept in all directions. Yen Hai, who did you summon me to help you track? Lu Ju, who was at the sixth heaven of the eternal realm, stared at the flame sea, and a terrifying thought reverberated in the area. Yen Hai flicked his finger, and the token flew towards Lu Ju. Lu Ju Batian, I want you to help me track this man. Lu Ju Batian asked coldly, where are my offerings? Yen Hai waved his hand, and a green crystal flew into Lu Ju Batian's body and disappeared. Lu Ju Batian showed a look of satisfaction, then swallowed the eternal token containing Yang Feng's soul aura. Eyes appeared on Lu Ju Batian's body, each of which exuded countless mysterious runes. On the deer head in the center, a huge eye opened, and a blurry projection containing fate and soul emerged. Green wave heaven, inside an invisible warship, Yang Feng, who has concealed his aura and is engraved with countless runes, opened his eyes. This is prophecy. The power of fate. Someone is tracking me with prophecy. Since you dare to use prophecy to track me, then pay the price. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and the god armor of dawn shone, and a tremendous amount of eternal origin force poured into him from the god armor of dawn. A river of fate emerged from Yang Feng and swept towards the void. A strange eyeball appeared in the void and locked onto Yang Feng. The river of fate turned into a fearsome spear, tore through the sky, and stabbed the strange eye. No. You deserve to die. A mournful roar came from the void. Within the void fortress. Yang Feng, you bastard, you deserve to die. You're dead. I won't rest until you're dead. Lu Ju Batian, who was at the sixth heaven of the eternal realm, suddenly trembled, and the eyeballs on his body burst open one by one. A crack appeared in the center of his eyeball, and drops of blood flowed down from his eyeball. Lu Ju Batian roared in pain, Yen Hai, he's a perfect advanced eternal sovereign proficient in the essence of fate. You made me provoke such an enemy and hurt my eye of prophecy. Give me an offering, or I'll call off our cooperation. Okay, I'll give you an offering. With a flash of pain in his eyes, Yen Hai waved his hand, and a green crystal flew into Lu Ju Batian's body. The green crystal is called an origin spirit crystal, and it is a cultivation resource that only eternal king rank powerhouses or some special eternal treasures can condense. As one of the elders of the flame god race, it takes Yen Hai 100,000 years to exchange for one. Lu Ju Batian roared wildly, not enough. I want another one. Otherwise, don't even think about knowing where Yang Feng is. Okay. Yen Hai gritted his teeth, squeezed out a sound, and flicked a finger, and the last origin spirit crystal flew into Lu Ju Batian. He's in this position. When he's nearby, the white hair will be able to sense him. Kill him. I want him dead. No, killing him would be letting him off too easily. I want you to seal him. Seal him for 10 million years, 100 million years. Make him beg for death, but he can't. A white ray shot out from Lu Ju Batian's forehead and entered Yen Hai's hand. At the same time, a white hair flew into Yen Hai's hand, and he roared wildly. For eternal sovereigns, death is not frightening. After most eternal sovereigns die, they can be reborn in their universe. The most frightening thing is to be sealed. If an eternal sovereign is sealed for 10 million years, even if they don't die, they will go crazy. Don't worry, he made me pay such a painful price. Then I will definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death. A fierce ray flashed in Yen Hai's eyes, and he turned into a stream of fire and disappeared. Green wave heaven, a starfield. Countless runes flickered on a battle star, and its speed increased to the limit. Found you, Yang Feng. A giant flaming hand that could incinerate and destroy everything descended from the sky, grabbing at the interstellar battleship. The battlestar activated a powerful energy shield. The giant flame hand grabbed the energy shield and crushed it. The battlestar was ignited by the endless flames and set ablaze. A heavenly blade slashed out from the interstellar battleship and split the boundless flames apart. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew out of the endless flames. Looking into the distance, a dignified expression on his face, he said unhurriedly, "Yan Hai, as the guardian of the Void Fortress, regardless of the safety of the fortress, you attacked an eternal sovereign. Do you know your crime?" A cold ray flashed in Yan Hai's eyes, and he sneered, "What a sharp tongue. Yang Feng, it's useless. In this Void Fortress, I am the sky of this Void Fortress. No matter what you say, you will only be a sinner of the profound holy heaven." Yan Hai uttered coldly, "If you want to blame someone, blame your stupidity for provoking a person of my flame god race. Let me seal you, and maybe after 10 million years, you will be unsealed and regain your freedom." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "You are the one guarding the Void Fortress. If the Void Fortress falls, you won't be able to escape responsibility, right?" A cold look in his eyes, an unclear premonition welled up in Yan Hai's heart. "What are you trying to say?" Yang Feng glanced at Yan Hai with a smile of ridicule in his eyes. A red light shone on Flaming Sea's body. He frowned slightly and gently pressed his token of eternity. An incomparably mournful cry came from the token, "Lord Flame Sea, Bo de Saintly Heaven's Night Wolf Demon Lord has brought people to attack our void faraway stronghold. Many areas of the stronghold's defensive barrier have been destroyed." Shocked and angry, Yan Hai roared, "It's you. Yang Feng, how dare you betray me, betray the profound holy heaven?" Yang Feng replied indifferently, "I have no affiliation with you or the profound holy heaven, so how can it be considered a betrayal? Besides, didn't you say that I am a sinner of the profound holy heaven? Now I am a sinner of the profound holy heaven. How about it, Yan Hai, do you want to watch the Void Fortress fall, or do you want to continue chasing me?" "Naturally, I want to seal you. As long as I seal you, the Flame God race will naturally help me get off the hook." Die. 9 Dragons Sealing Art. A fierce ray flashed in Yan Hai's eyes, countless runes flickered, and pillars of fire flew out of him. 9 fire dragons descended from the sky, formed a 9 dragons heavenly pillar, tore through the sky, and formed a huge sealing array that crushed towards Yang Feng. Heaven-devouring thrust. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and the Twilight God armor appeared on him. Eternal force surged, and countless devour runes emerged and turned into a 10-kilometer long, all-devouring and all-destroying spike that pierced the sky barreling towards the 9 fire dragons. When the heaven-devouring thrust stabbed the sealing array, a huge hole appeared on the sealing array, and the fire dragons collapsed and shattered. Chapter 1445. After the 7 fire dragons collapsed, a ray of fire shone, and the other 2 fire dragons absorbed enough eternal force, twisted, and turned into 9 fire dragons. Surprise streaked past Yan Hai's eyes, and he sneered, "Yang Feng, you're really amazing. You almost broke my 9 dragon seal array. Unfortunately, your cultivation base is only at the 3rd firmament eternal realm. Just be obedient and let me seal you." Zero suddenly emerged from the void and ruthlessly lashed out at the 9 flame dragons, shattering them into smithereens. The Twilight God armor on Yang Feng's back flashed, and 2 pairs of mechanical wings unfolded. Countless mysterious runes emerged from the mechanical wings. The mechanical wings flapped, and he turned into a stream of light flying into the distance. With a flash of black light, Yang Feng's speed increased by 1,000 times, and he disappeared from Yan Hai's sight. What a fast speed! How long can you maintain this speed? Yan Hai smiled coldly, then turned into a ray of fire and chased after Yang Feng. The ray of fire was only slightly slower than the ray of black light, but it firmly chased after the ray of black light and locked onto Yang Feng. As expected of a 5th firmament eternal realm powerhouse, how tyrannical. Even if I use all my trump cards, my odds of winning are no more than 5%. Yang Feng's eyes flickered, but there was no fear in them, only calmness. 3 days later, as the chase continued, the crystal wall of heaven that separated the 2 heaven realms appeared. In front of the crystal sky wall, there is a dense fog, which exudes wisps of queer power that cut off all prying eyes. Despite being as strong as Yen Hai, he can't pry into the fog from tens of thousands of light years away. Seeing the fog that emerged from the crystal sky wall, an unclear premonition welled up inside Yen Hai. Eyes of the Flame God. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yen Hai's eyes, and two rays of fire tore through the sky and shot towards the fog. A black mirror emerged from the fog, and the face in the mirror inhaled, and the rays of fire ejected from Yen Hai's eyes were directly absorbed by the black mirror. At that moment, Yang Feng plunged into the thick fog. Not good. An unclear premonition welled up inside Yen Hai. He burned his eternal origin, and 4 pairs of flame wings grew on his back. The 4 pairs of flame wings flapped, and he turned into a stream of light that chased after Yang Feng. Before this, the Sea of Flames did not want to burn the origin of eternity. That was to preserve his own strength. But now, he could no longer care about preserving his own strength. Yen Hai, I'm sorry. You're late. In a few breaths' time, the Sea of Flames appeared in front of the crystal wall of heaven. Terrifying flames surged and burned together, completely purifying the thick mist in front of the crystal wall of heaven. In front of the crystal sky wall, there is a shuttle-shaped warship. Standing in front of the warship are 2 people, they are Yang Feng and the Magic Note Lord. In the past 10 years, Yang Feng has exchanged for a lot of knowledge on how to cross the crystal sky wall. Coupled with the support of countless resources, the Magic Note Lord has successfully refined a shuttle-shaped warship capable of crossing the crystal sky wall. Yang Feng waved at the flame sea and smiled, and the shuttle-shaped warship plunged into the crystal sky wall. No. Yang Feng, you dare to make fun of me, you deserve to die. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the Sea of Flames, and he roared madly, his voice full of resentment. Once the Void Fortress is breached, even if he is an elder of the Flame God race, he will be severely punished by the profound Holy Heaven. If he can capture Yang Feng alive and bring him back to the Flame God race, not only will he be rewarded, but he will also be rewarded by the Flame God race. But once Yang Feng escapes, the Sea of Flames will be severely punished by the profound Holy Heaven. The Flame God race will never protect him. Yen Hai's figure flickered and he turned into a terrifying flame giant. He appeared in front of the crystal wall of heaven and pierced his hands into the crystal wall of heaven. He forcefully tore open a huge hole and drilled into the crystal wall of heaven. Warning! Warning! There is a high-energy life form pursuing you. A prompt came from inside the shuttle-shaped warship. Along with flashes of light, a projection appeared inside the warship. Clad in a flame god armor, the Sea of Flames turned into a 10-meter-tall giant, flapped a pair of flame wings on his back, and walked in the crystal sky wall with difficulty. The Magic Note Lord's eyes flashed with admiration, and he uttered, "So this is a 5th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. To be able to walk in an environment like the crystal sky wall, that's amazing." Inside the warship, the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden and other eternal sovereigns under Yang Feng are sitting on alloy chairs and pouring their eternal force into the warship to provide the energy source. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he asked, "Can you give him a shot?" The Magic Note Lord's attainments in the study of the crystal sky wall are far above Yang Feng's. The Magic Note Lord uttered full of confidence, "Have Zero cooperate with me." A spherical level 8 stronghold appeared inside the warship. How beautiful! This is the crystallization of your alchemy, Yang Feng. It's so beautiful, so great. No, Zero's evolution is far beyond the scope of your alchemy. It's a great masterpiece. No matter when you look at it, it's so beautiful. The Magic Note Lord looked at the countless mysterious runes that appeared on the spherical level 8 stronghold with a blurry look in his eyes, and he exclaimed in admiration. Zero is the first king of sovereigns Yang Feng refined. He used countless precious resources to refine this secret treasure. She has the terrifying ability to self-evolve, and now she has evolved to a level that even the Magic Note Lord can't understand. Even though Yang Feng has all the information on Zero, but even if he was given the same resources, he wouldn't be able to create another Zero. This is the charm of a completed king of sovereigns. Whether it is Zero, Shadow, Hoshi, or Violet, they will continue to evolve. Once they evolve to a special level, they will become unique existences that can no longer be duplicated. Mechanical threads emerged from the level 8 stronghold and stabbed the Magic Note Lord in the head. Zero's frightening computing power linked up with the Magic Note Lord. How wonderful! Alchemy is indeed the most powerful secret method in the universe. The Magic Note Lord exclaimed in admiration. Then, his expression congealed, and countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes. 3 days later, the shuttle-shaped warship flashed slightly, flipped over, and hit a certain node. Ripples diffused, and a fearsome storm blew on Yanhai. Fuck! What's going on? Yanhai's face fell, and he burned his eternal origin and formed an even more powerful flame god armor on his body. The incomparably terrifying storm blew on Yanhai's body, continuously weakening the flame god's armor, forcing him to stay where he was and resist the incomparably terrifying storm. The fearsome storm blew for 3 days and 3 nights before stopping. After Yanhai withstood the terrifying storm, he chased after them from behind. Yanhai had just caught sight of the shuttle-shaped warship, when a fearsome storm blew again, forcing him to stop and resist the fearsome storm. Damn it, they can actually manipulate the crystal wall storm inside the crystal wall of sky. How is this possible? After a few times, Yanhai also felt strange, and gritted his teeth and continued to chase after Yang Feng. Once Yang Feng escaped from the green wave heaven, it would be like a dragon returning to the sea or a tiger returning to the woods. Unless an eternal king rank powerhouse took action, it would be impossible to lock onto Yang Feng's position. But there was no eternal king in the entire flame god race. Once Yang Feng escaped, it would be difficult to catch him. Although Lu Ju was an extraordinary life form proficient in prophecy and tracking spells, but it was practically impossible for her to prophesy and track an eternal sovereign who was not in the same world. Even if she prophesied an eternal sovereign of the first heaven, she couldn't do it. 1 month later. Caught you. A fearsome torrent of flames flickered, and the sea of flames rushed out of the crystal sky wall, extended its claw, and grabbed towards the shuttle-shaped warship. Idiot! I've been waiting for you here on purpose. Because I'm going to kill you with my own hands. A cold voice came from the shuttle-shaped warship, and the heaven-devouring thorn formed from countless devour runes appeared and barreled towards Yanhai. When the heaven-devouring thorn stabbed the giant flame hand, it pierced through the giant flame hand, and then slammed into Yanhai. Yanhai was sent flying for tens of thousands of kilometers and mercilessly flew towards the crystal wall of sky. In that instant, a shadow on the crystal rampart suddenly moved, and Obscurus jumped out from the shadow, stabbing Flame C's back with the shadow spear of Ruler, into his body. Countless shadow force seals exploded within Yanhai's body, sealing Yanhai's power. Damn assassin! Go to hell! Shocked and angry, Yanhai struck back with all his strength and slammed the spear into Shade. Fearsome fire force engulfed Shade, and Shade's body was burned by the fire. Feeling great pain, Shade turned into dust inch by inch. But he didn't let go. He held the Ruler Shadow Spear and activated the seal. Go to hell. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Feng appeared above Yanhai with a teleport, punched Yanhai in the head, and blasted his head apart. A fearsome devour black hole emerged and devoured the seriously injured Yanhai. Chapter 1446. If the Flame Sea was at its peak, then even if Yang Feng used all his means, he wouldn't be able to injure him. However, Flame Sea burned the eternal origin to chase Yang Feng, and then forced his fleshly body to cross the crystal sky wall. He has been severely injured, and now has less than 30% of his strength left. As a result, he was seriously injured by Yang Feng and Shadow's sneak attack. In fact, if Yang Feng and Shadow hadn't joined forces to launch a sneak attack, the outcome of the battle would still be unknown. Yan Hai issued a heart-wrenching roar, "Yang Feng, if you dare to kill me, then I'll kill you. My Flame God clan won't rest until you're dead. Die." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. Countless Devour runes emerged from the Devour black hole, and fearsome Devour force enveloped Yan Hai and frantically extracted his eternal origin and memories. Yang Feng, with a heart-wrenching roar, the sea of flames turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. As expected of an elder of the Flame God clan, an eternal of the fifth heaven of the profound sacred heaven. He actually has so many eternal heaven arts. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with joy. After devouring Yan Hai's soul and memories, he found 6 eternal heaven techniques above the 4th heaven of eternal realm in Yan Hai's memories. Among them, the Flame God clan's eternal heavenly art, the Flame God heavenly art, had an 8th level cultivation method. The most important cultivation methods of the Flame God heavenly art were the 4th, 7th, and 9th stages. As an elder of the Flame God race, it was difficult for Yan Hai to obtain the cultivation method for the 9th level. However, it was not difficult to obtain the cultivation method for the 8th level. Although the Flame God clan was a major force in the profound sacred heaven and had many experts above the 4th stage of the eternal realm still had a very high status in their clan. Heavenly Devouring Art Level 4, Derivation Progress 80%. Estimated time to complete derivation, 30 days. A piece of information appeared in Yang Feng's mind at once, and the previously almost motionless 4th level of the Devour Heaven method underwent a fundamental change. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, "That's great." Sure enough, constantly robbing other powerhouses was the fastest way to evolve. Unfortunately, an expert at the 5th heaven of the eternal realm is still too strong for me. However, as long as I can advance to the 4th heavenly layer of the eternal realm. That way, I'll be able to kill experts and plunder the eternal heavenly art in their memories, allowing my devouring heavenly art to reach a higher realm. Sealing the Sea of Flames was supposed to be the most painful punishment for him. However, Yang Feng needs Flaming Sea's memories and eternal origin, which is why he can devour him directly. Now, it seemed that his choice was correct. With a flash of light, the shuttle-shaped warship entered stealth mode and disappeared into the vast starry sky with Yang Feng and the others on board. In the deepest part of an eternal origin energy pool in the headquarters of the Grand Profundity Heavenly Flame God race, an eternal mark appeared and absorbed eternal origin energy. As the eternal origin energy within the eternal origin energy pools was sucked dry, the eternal mark glowed faintly and condensed into Flaming Sea's body. Damn it! Yang Feng, you dare to kill me. I won't rest until you're dead. After Yan Hai flew out of the eternal origin energy pool, he let out a resentful roar. The Flame God clan had a deep heritage. After absorbing the eternal source energy from dozens of eternal source energy ponds, Yan Hai's cultivation had already been restored to the 5th heaven of the eternal realm. But even so, since he died at Yang Feng's hands, it means that his countless treasures, including the most precious eternal treasures, fell into Yang Feng's hands. Moreover, his newly formed eternal body is far weaker than his original eternal body. Although eternals can be reborn continuously, but each time they are reborn, they will be weaker than the last. This is why eternals are unwilling to die easily. Flaming Sea. Come to the Flame God Hall. A dignified voice echoed in Flaming Sea's mind. His face pale, Flaming Sea turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In the Flame God Hall, the core authority of the Flame God race, there is a person sitting. It is the Flame God Patriarch. With a flash of fire, Flaming Sea appeared in the Flame God Hall, bowed to the Flame God Patriarch, and asked, "Patriarch, why did you call me here?" "The Void Fortress has been breached. The Green Wave Heaven has fallen as well. The higher-ups want to kill you. The flame god patriarch uttered coldly. As if he fell into an ice cave, Flaming Sea knelt on the ground, broke out in a cold sweat, and said loudly, "Sir Patriarch, I went to hunt down Yang Feng for the sake of the race's wanted order. As a result, that little bastard colluded with the Buddha Holy Heaven's people, causing the Void Fortress to be breached. Sir Patriarch, you must save me. A fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse is a powerhouse no matter where they are. But in front of the Omega Holy Heaven's bigwigs, they are not an existence that cannot be sacrificed." The flame god patriarch asked coldly, "Where is Yang Feng?" Cold sweat gushed out of Flaming Sea's back. He escaped. The eyes of the flame god patriarch shimmered coldly, and he barked, "You trash. Do you know how passive the flame god race is now that the Void Fortress has been breached? Although the green wave heaven is only a middle heaven, but it is a realm rich in resources and can cultivate seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouses. Since the green wave heaven has fallen into the hands of the Buddha Holy Heaven, it has the upper hand in the local war. At the time, the flame god race pushed Flaming Sea to guard the green wave heaven. Now that the green wave heaven has fallen, the 3,000 eternal sovereigns have suffered heavy casualties. Less than 500 eternal sovereigns have returned, and more than 1,000 eternal sovereigns have betrayed them. Under these circumstances, if the Omega Holy Heaven doesn't kill Flaming Sea, it would have been annihilated by the other 9 holy heavens many times over. Even the Flame God race will pay a huge price because of Flaming Sea's actions. Flaming Sea knelt on the ground, cold sweat trickled down his back, and he kowtowed repeatedly, "Patriarch, for the sake of my dedication to the race, please save me and give me a way out." The Flame God Patriarch said coldly, "If you hadn't served the race, you would have died long ago. Do you think that you can use the Eternal Source Energy Pool to rebuild your body again?" Flaming Sea secretly heaved a sigh of relief. But the Flame God Patriarch's next sentence sent him straight to hell. The Flame God Patriarch uttered coldly, "Go to the slave camp and atone for your crimes." Flaming Sea looked up, his eyes flashing with incredulity. The slave camp is a daredevil camp of the Omega Holy Heaven. The most dangerous work is done by the people of the slave camp, and they are cannon fodder among cannon fodder. In the eternal world, in addition to the eternal monarchs, there are some special danger zones. If eternal sovereigns enter them, they will directly die, and their eternal mark will shatter. The eternal sovereigns of the slave camps serve as cannon fodder to explore the way or on the battlefield. Unless they performed enough meritorious deeds, the only fate awaiting them in the slave camp was death. Even eternal sovereigns would have to be reborn and fight until they truly died. Only then would they be freed. The Flame God Patriarch said indifferently, "Or you can go and die now." "I'll go to the slave camp." Flaming Sea gritted his teeth and said word by word. If he goes to the slave camp, he will still have a chance of survival, but if he stays, he will definitely die. The Flame God Patriarch can't save him. The Flying Star Heaven is a middle heaven under the control of the Buddha Holy Heaven. The Flying Star Heaven, in the back garden of a palace in a city, Ong Feng opened his eyes, and there was a flash of joy in his eyes. The deduction of the 4th level of the Devour Heaven method is finally complete. In this way, after I advance to the 4th level of the Eternal World, I will have a complete cultivation method to practice. The 5th level of the Devour Heaven method, the deduction progress is 1%. The estimated time to complete the deduction is 30 years. A piece of information appeared in Yang Feng's mind. The 4th, 7th, and 9th levels of the Eternal Heavenly Method are the most difficult to deduce. Once these bottlenecks are broken through, and with enough information, Zero can deduce the rest of the Eternal Heavenly Method cultivation methods. Yang Feng frowned slightly. The deduction of the cultivation method is complete. Now I just lack resources. Even if I lose Yen Ju Tian's territory, but with the resources of the 2 universes, it will only take me 1 million years to advance to the 4th level of the Eternal World. That's still too long. The lifespan of Eternals is calculated in units of hundreds of millions of years. Many Eternals can advance to the first level of the Eternal world after hundreds of millions or billions of years. For a third-level Eternal world powerhouse to advance to the fourth level of the Eternal world in 1 million years is already a very remarkable thing. And this is based on the fact that Yang Feng has devoured a large number of Eternals' eternal origin. If Yang Feng hadn't devoured a large number of Eternals' eternal origin, it would take him more than 10 million years of bitter cultivation just by relying on the resources of the two universes. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows slightly. It's best to advance to the fourth level of the Eternal world before entering the Turo monarch's treasure trove. Otherwise, it will be too dangerous. There are naturally countless restrictions set up in the Turo monarch's treasure trove. The stronger you are, the more treasures you are likely to get from the treasure trove. If you aren't strong enough, then even if a treasure is in front of you, you won't be able to take it away. Suddenly, Yang Feng felt his chest heat up. He pointed with a finger, and a projection of the Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden appeared. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden smiled sweetly at Yang Feng and said, "Lord, I heard some news. There is an eternal secret realm in the flying star firmament that will appear in the Green Charm Sea in 10 days. According to legend, the eternal secret realm is the secret realm of the 8th level Eternal World Star Lord, who once dominated the flying star firmament. The Star Lord's secret realm. You did a good job, Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden." Yang Feng's eyes lit up, his eyes shimmered with excitement, and he praised with a smile. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden's ability to communicate is far superior to Yang Feng's. With her around, Yang Feng can get a lot of information circulating in the Eternal Circle and practice cultivation with peace of mind. The Flower Moon Heavenly Maiden smiled sweetly and said, "Thank you for your praise, Lord." With a flash of light, Yang Feng disappeared. Chapter 1447. The Green Charm Sea was located in the center of the flying star firmament's Green Charm region. There were countless ferocious beasts in the Green Charm Sea. It was an extremely dangerous place in the Green Charm region. Few people would come to the Green Charm Sea. A strange black shadow flew over the Azure Charm Sea. A 10,000-meter-long ferocious beast with a dragon's head and a tortoise's body resembled the black tortoise by 60% to 70%. It exuded terrifying Great Sage-level energy fluctuations as it emerged from the sea. It opened its mouth and chomped madly at the strange black shadow. "You're courting death." A black light shot out of the shadow and entered the body of the Green Charm Sea fierce beast. The Great Sage fierce beast trembled. Black pustules appeared on its body. It collapsed on the sea and turned into a corpse. Black pus flowed out of the Great Sage fierce beast's body. Wherever it passed, floating corpses appeared. Soon, with the Great Sage fierce beast as the center, everything within 1,000 miles turned into a hell of corpses. The fierce beasts of the Green Charm Sea fled the area when they saw this. They didn't dare to provoke the strange shadow. The strange shadow quickly appeared in the center of the Green Charm Sea. At this time, hundreds of eternal beings from different domains and heavens had gathered in the center of the Green Charm Sea. These eternal beings exuded a terrifying eternal aura. The fierce beasts in the Green Charm Sea had already fled without a trace. Every eternal was shrouded in layers of distorted enchantments, making it difficult for people to see their true faces. Beams of starlight fell from the sky. A star fell from the sky and landed on the sea. On that star, there was a palace blooming with countless starlight. Countless beautiful girls were dancing in the palace, and an extremely handsome young man was sitting at the top of the star. Beneath the young man stood 14 eternal sovereigns, and a terrifying aura emanated from his body. He killed the Morning Star Lord. A 4th-level eternal being killed the Morning Star Lord. One of the 3 strongest giants of the flying star firmament. The Eternals who were watching from the sidelines looked at the young man with a solemn look in their eyes. The strength of an eternal being at the 4th heaven of the eternal realm was far above that of other eternal beings. A spirit mountain flew over from afar and landed here. At the peak of that spirit mountain, there was a palace. Inside the palace, there was a huge nine-headed bear sitting on a 10,000-meter-tall throne. The nine-headed bear's eyes were cold, and it wore a necklace made of skulls around its neck, emitting an incomparably terrifying aura. Below the 9 giant bears stood 17 eternal sovereigns in beast form, and each of them exuded a ferocious aura. There were 23 execution platforms on the Spirit Mountain, and every execution platform had an eternal sealed on it. Miserable screams echoed from the execution platforms. Any existence below the Moonlight Warlock rank will be shocked to death once they hear the screams of the eternal sovereigns. 9 Devil Bears. One of the 3 giants of the flying star heavens. He's the 9 Devil Bears, one of the 3 tycoons of the flying star firmament. More than 30 eternal beings have died at his hands. He even sealed more than 5/3 heaven of the eternal realm powerhouses. If you fall into his hands, it'll be a fate worse than death. The Eternals in the surroundings looked at the 23 execution platforms with fear in their eyes. Eternal beings have immortal bodies. Even if they are killed, they can be reborn in the universe or realm engraved with the mark of eternity. But once he was sealed in the execution platform, he would be in a state where he could neither live nor die. Every eternal being has a steel-like will. But even so, if they are sealed and tortured for 10,000 years, 100,000 years, or 1,000,000 years, few eternal beings can withstand that kind of pain. A black light emerged in the void, and the void was enveloped by endless shadows and darkness. Amidst the endless shadows and darkness, a distorted, bizarre eyeball appeared and looked around. Shadow Demon Lord. One of the 3 tycoons of the flying star firmament, the most terrifying assassin. Reportedly, a 5th heaven of the eternal realm powerhouse was assassinated by him. When the eternal sovereigns saw that strange, distorted eyeball, they felt a chill in their hearts. They were like prey that had been targeted, and all of them remained silent. They didn't clear the place. Sure enough, although a 4th heaven of the eternal realm powerhouse is extremely powerful, but they still can't compete with hundreds of eternal beings. Yang Feng hid in an alternate space and observed quietly. Every eternal, even if it's just a 1st heaven of the eternal realm, is extremely powerful. It's not that the flying star firmament's 3 tycoons don't want to clear the place and monopolize the Sky Star Lord's secret realm, but they still lack the strength to do so. Even a 7th heaven of the eternal realm powerhouse cannot resist the siege of hundreds of eternal beings. Only the powerhouses of the 9th heaven of eternal realm could kill hundreds of eternal realm experts one by one without burning their eternal marks. At noon. In the center of the green charm sea, the sea water churned, and an ordinary stone flew out of the sea and cracked open. A pearl mussel emerged from the stone, opened its shell, and spat out a black pearl. The black pearl shone brightly and sank into the void. Rays of distorted light shone and formed an incomparably huge distorted passageway. Beams of light flashed as one eternal after another shot toward the distorted passage like raindrops. The flying star firmament's 3 tycoons turned into 3 streams of light and entered the distorted passage. It shouldn't be a trap. After Yang Feng saw the flying star firmament's 3 tycoons enter the distorted passage, he walked out of the void, and a pensive look appeared in his eyes. He pondered for a while, and then waved his hand, and a space ruler entered the distorted passage. I lost contact. As expected of an eternal's secret realm. Yang Feng raised his eyebrows and hesitated for a while. Then, with a flash of determination in his eyes, he stepped into the distorted passage. With a flash of distorted light, Yang Feng appeared in a vast world. Within that incomparably vast world, extremely dense life source energy permeated the air. It was filled with an incomparably powerful vitality. At the same time, the world is shrouded by a powerful lock that suppresses the strength of eternal beings. 10,000-year-old spirit medicine. As expected of an eternal's secret realm. Sure enough, there are treasures everywhere. Yang Feng scanned the world with his tremendous soul force, and his eyes lit up at once. This secret realm is a treasure trove left by an eighth firmament eternal powerhouse. As such, it is natural that it is full of precious extraordinary plants. The various extraordinary plants in the secret realm are enough to let an ordinary person practice cultivation to the eternal sovereign realm. Every eternal sovereign will leave different treasures in different places. After all, after they die, they will resurrect using all kinds of strange means. Moreover, their enemies are also very terrifying. If they don't leave behind some treasures, then even if they resurrect, they won't be qualified to be enemies with their past opponents. Spatial fluctuations emerged in the void, and Zero stepped out of the void. A level 8 stronghold appeared behind him, and he landed on the ground. Countless mechanical towers emerged, began to analyze the composition of this world, and began to erode it. Countless tiny robots flew in all directions, and soon, a constantly improving map appeared in Yang Feng's mind. There's an eternal God tree. This trip was really worth it. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he took a step and disappeared. On a spirit mountain, there was a 1,000-meter-tall divine tree covered in golden leaves. There were 10 miniature suns hanging from its branches. Countless sun god flames appeared around the golden divine tree and burned everything. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng walked out of the void and came to in front of the divine tree with excitement in his eyes. Eternal God Tree, Sun Spirit Origin Tree, this is the legendary Eternal God Tree. It blooms every 1 million years and bears fruit every 1 million years. It takes 2 million years for 10 fruits to be born. If these 10 fruits fall into a small world, they can evolve into a sun and illuminate the world. These 10 sun spirit origin fruits are enough to increase my chances of advancing to the fourth firmament eternal realm by 5%. Suddenly, a 1,000-meter-long true spirit rank fierce beast sun-burning snake engraved with sun runes and exuding an invincible overlord aura appeared and bit towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed at the sun-burning snake, and all the bloodline power of the sun-burning snake was extracted in an instant, and then it turned into ashes and scattered with the wind. Eternal God Tree, Sun Spirit Origin Tree, I, the Myriad Tigers Lord, am really lucky to get such a precious treasure. Get out of my way, I won't kill you. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground. A cold voice came from the void, and an eternal with a tiger head and a human body, a pair of dragon wings on the back, and a bloodthirsty aura emerged from the void. Get out of my way, all of you. This is a treasure that belongs to me. The eyes of the Myriad Tigers Lord shimmered fiercely, and he roared wildly towards the sky, and third firmament eternal realm aura diffused from him. Feeling the terrifying aura of the Myriad Tigers Lord, the countenance of the Eternals rushing over changed dramatically, and they concealed their aura. The Myriad Tigers Lord smiled ferociously at Yang Feng and said, "Human, get out of my way. Otherwise, I don't mind tearing you apart, sealing you in my tiger resentment blade, and letting you struggle in pain for 100 million years." Chapter 1448. In this world, there are many people who are qualified to say this to me, but you are not one of them. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he took a step forward. Ripples flickered, and he appeared in front of the Myriad Tigers Lord and sent a palm barreling towards him. A time whirlpool, a spatial rift, a devour black light, and a power blade intertwined and formed a black sphere barreling towards the Myriad Tigers Lord with terrifying might. Go to hell. The Myriad Tigers Lord roared, and countless runes appeared on his body. Once a rune lit up, it formed a huge tiger god that entered his body. An illusory world slowly rose behind the Lord of all tigers. Within that world, countless experts of the tiger race were praying. The power of the entire world converged into one and flowed into the Lord of all tigers' body. The Myriad Tigers Lord extended his claw, and hundreds of millions of tiger roars erupted, tore apart the sky, and barreled towards Yang Feng with the power of hundreds of millions of tigerkin powerhouses. Eternal sovereigns of the world of warlocks aren't the only ones who establish a world inside them. In many universes, it is mainstream to establish a world inside them and mobilize world force to fight. When the black sphere and the giant claw collided, the claw of the myriad tigers lord crumbled bit by bit. Yang Feng slammed his palm into the myriad tigers lord. Black light shone, and the world behind the myriad tigers lord crumbled. The hundreds of millions of tigerkin powerhouses screamed, collapsed, and turned into a mist of blood. The myriad tigers lord's eternal body disintegrated in an instant. A devour black hole emerged and devoured the myriad tigers lord's eternal body. Who are you? How dare you kill me? I won't let you get away with this. I'll remember you. Inside the devour black hole, the myriad tigers lord issued a heaven-shaking roar, and the eternal origin inside him poured into Yang Feng like a breached dam. Yang Feng uttered coldly, "You have no chance." After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the myriad tigers lord turned into dust and scattered with the wind. The myriad tigers lord died. Who is that person? So strong. What the hell is his origin? The surrounding Eternals looked at Yang Feng with shock in their eyes. Although the Lord of all Tigers wasn't a terrifying existence like the three powerhouses of the Flying Star Heavens, he was still a notorious villain in the Flying Star Heavens. More than 5 Eternal Sovereigns had fallen at his hands. For such a terrifying powerhouse to be killed by Yang Feng, and so easily at that, it shocked everyone. Along with flashes of light, the Eternal Sovereigns gathered here disappeared, not daring to provoke Yang Feng. Yang Feng extended his hand, and black rune chains emerged and grabbed a sword engraved with countless mysterious runes, exuding fearsome fluctuations, and a demonic sword exuding resentment from the void. That demonic saber was the tiger grievance saber of the Lord of all Tigers. It was also an extremely terrifying eternal treasure. It actually sealed 3 Eternal Sovereigns. This Lord of all Tigers sealing technique isn't bad either. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with satisfaction, and he pointed with his finger, and numerous mechanical threads extended from his finger and stabbed into the tiger resentment blade. Runes emerged, and 3 Eternal Sovereigns flew out of the tiger resentment blade. A devouring black hole emerged, swept towards the 3 Eternal Sovereigns, and swallowed them, devouring their eternal essence. Mechanical threads extended from the Dawn God armor, wrapped around the tiger resentment blade, and devoured the eternal treasure. Ripples flickered in the void, and a bare paw capable of tearing apart the sky barreled towards Yang Feng. Yang Feng's face flickered, and he unleashed the Devour Heaven method and sent a fist barreling towards the bare paw. Boom! A fearsome crack appeared in the void, and Yang Feng was blasted into the ground. He spewed out a mouthful of blood, and his body cracked open. To be able to take a blow from me and not die. You're not bad, you lowly thing. However, you dared to kill a beastman Eternal Sovereign. Then become a member of my execution platform. A spirit mountain appeared in the void. On top of the spirit mountain, there is a bear. He is one of the Flying Star Heaven's 3 tycoons, the 9 fierce bear devil. Below the 9 fierce bear devil, there are 3 Eternal Sovereigns, a tiger, a leopard, and an ape. They are Eternal Sovereigns subordinated to the 9 fierce bear devil. The 9 fierce bear devil looked at Yang Feng with killing intent in his eyes. 9 fierce bear devil. One of the Flying Star Heaven's 3 tycoons. This time, that human Eternal Sovereign is dead for sure. The 9 fierce bear devil likes to kill human Eternal Sovereigns the most. That human Eternal Sovereign is dead for sure. Seeing this scene, the eyes of some Eternal Sovereigns who haven't left yet shimmered with excitement, and they hid in an alternate space, cast secret methods, and watched what happened here. One of the Flying Star Heaven's 3 tycoons. Interesting, let me see what you've got. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and the god armor of dawn he wore burst out with countless runes and formed a set of rune armor around him. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and a halberd containing eternal force appeared. Surrounded by torrents of time, he flew towards the 9 fierce bear devil as if teleporting. How dare you? You lowly human, you dare to attack the Lord. That's a heinous crime, you deserve to die. The eyes of the Eternal with a tiger head and a human body shimmered fiercely, and he drew the white tiger blade, appeared in front of Yang Feng, and slashed at him with an afterimage. A white tiger exuding eternal sovereign rank breath emerged, extended its claw, and grabbed towards Yang Feng with the power to crush everything. Scram! Yang Feng brandished the halberd, and a frightening black halberd ray slashed the white tiger, chopped it into pieces, and then slashed the white tiger blade. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the tiger-headed Eternal was blasted tens of thousands of kilometers away, and he coughed up a large amount of blood. Don't do anything. I'll deal with him. The eyes of the 9 fierce bear devil shimmered coldly, and he waved his hand, and a black ray shot into the execution platform. The 23 execution platforms flashed faintly, and countless runes appeared. One after another, eternal sovereign projections emerged from the execution platforms. The 23 illusory Eternals intertwined and fused together to form a strange, 10,000-meter-tall entity with dragon horns, ghost horns, sharp blades, and 23 pairs of eyes. It also had wings and a tail. Exuding a warping force field, the freak formed from 23 eternal sovereign projections appeared in front of Yang Feng and sent a claw barreling towards him. Dragon force, ogre force, evil god force, giant force, and other kinds of eternal force merged with resentment force and blasted towards Yang Feng. When Yang Feng's halberd slashed at the freak's claw, a fearsome force blasted him 10,000 kilometers away. Amazing! Sure enough, Fourth Firmament Eternal Realm fellows aren't simple. Yang Feng was sent flying, and traces of eternal blood flowed out of the corners of his mouth, and a dignified shade flashed in his eyes. Lowly human, you will become the 24th prey on my execution platform, and also a part of this execution platform monster. Atop the spirit mountain, the 9 fierce bear devil revealed a tyrannical and cruel smile in his eyes. The execution platform monster is one of the trump cards of the 9 fierce bear devil, and its battle prowess is comparable to that of a fourth firmament eternal realm freak. Coupled with the 9 fierce bear devil himself, when 2 fourth firmament eternal realm powerhouses join forces, they can even fight a 5th firmament eternal realm powerhouse. Yang Feng uttered with a smile, not necessarily. This time, the one to die will be you. Catch it. The 9 fierce bear devil's face sank, and he ordered the execution platform monster. Countless runes shone on the spirit mountain, and it teleported and appeared in front of Yang Feng. The eyes of the execution platform monster flickered fiercely, and it extended a claw containing 23 kinds of eternal force towards Yang Feng. This execution platform monster's battle prowess is terrifying, comparable to that of a fourth firmament eternal sovereign. But after all, its main body is just a spirit mountain. In other words, as long as the spirit mountain is destroyed, the execution platform monster will naturally collapse by itself. Yang Feng calmly pointed with a finger, and a torrent of time and fate emerged and froze this space-time. In the distance, Zero opened his eyes. Behind him, the level 8 stronghold's destruction cannon flashed, and a terrifying beam of destruction tore through the sky and barreled towards the spirit mountain. Damn it! The countenance of the 9 fierce bear devil changed dramatically, and he waved his hand, and the eternal treasure black tortoise shield flew out. Light of eternity emerged, and a 10,000-kilometer-long black tortoise appeared in the void and opened a powerful black tortoise barrier to block in front of the spirit mountain. When the beam of destruction slammed into the black tortoise barrier, it easily pierced through the barrier and slammed into the spirit mountain. In an instant, the spirit mountain's defensive barriers collapsed and were devoured by the beam of destruction. No! The heart-wrenching scream of the 9 fierce bear devil came from the spirit mountain. The 23 execution platforms crumbled inch by inch, and 23 eternal sovereigns flew out of the execution platforms and were devoured by the beam of destruction. The insufferably ferocious executioner monster also collapsed and disappeared. Chapter 1449. Human, you deserve to die. You lowly human, you deserve to die. A crazy roar came from within the light pillar of destruction. The 9 fierce devil bear actually rushed out of the light pillar. After the 9 fierce bear rushed out of the beam of destruction, 2 of its 9 heads exploded, but its body is unscathed. His eyes flashed fiercely, and he belched a black beam of light that pierced through the sky barreling towards Zero. In the distance, Zero clenched her silver teeth, waved her lily-white hand, and opened a powerful barrier. When the black beam shot out by the 9 devil bears slammed into the barrier, the entire barrier collapsed. The black beam of light slammed into the level 8 stronghold, blasted the destruction beam into pieces, and blasted open a huge hole in the stronghold. The destruction beam is one of Yang Feng's trump cards, and it is extremely powerful. The might of a single beam is comparable to a full-powered strike of a 7th firmament eternal powerhouse. But it also has many flaws. It takes up to 10 minutes to recharge, and after a single strike, the offensive power and defensive power of the level 8 stronghold will drop to the freezing point. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the 9 fierce bear to damage Zero's level 8 stronghold with a single strike. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the 9 fierce bear with a teleport, performed the Devour Heaven method, and slashed at the 9 fierce bear with his halberd. Lowly thing, die for me. The eyes of the 9 fierce bear flickered fiercely, and he brandished his huge bear paw and slammed it towards Yang Feng. Boom! When the 2 powerful forces collided, the 9 fierce bear spewed out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away. How is this possible? The 9 fierce bear, one of the Flying Star Firmament's 3 tycoons, was sent flying by a human eternal sovereign with a single strike. What a terrifying power! The spectating eternal sovereigns were dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. The 9 fierce bear is an eternal sovereign known for his strength. In the Flying Star Firmament, he is ranked first in terms of strength. You've got guts. The eyes of the 9 fierce devil bear shimmered fiercely. Runes emerged, and he shrank into a 10-meter-tall form. Black light emerged on his body. The 9 savage bear fiend took a step forward, and the entire void was torn apart. All things were destroyed, and the sun, moon, and stars were collapsing. All sorts of phenomena appeared behind him. Heaven-devouring stab. A river of time emerged in the void, and Yang Feng emerged from the river of time with a cold look in his eyes. As if a god overlooking the world, he frantically extracted eternal force and formed a 10,000-kilometer-long devourer spike that pierced through the past, present, and future and stabbed towards the 9 fierce bear devil. Sky-rending palm. The eyes of the 9 savage demon bear shone with a ferocious light as eternal power surged furiously. Countless phantom images of massive bears gathered to form a terrifying bear paw that was 10,000 meters long. Bringing with it a power that could crush everything, it slapped towards the Heaven Devourer thrust. When the Heaven Devourer thrust hit the huge bear paw, it forcibly pierced through the huge bear paw, stabbed into the 9 savage demon bear devil, and blasted him flying towards the ground. Blasted by the remnant power of the Heaven Devourer palm, Yang Feng's body cracked open, and a large amount of eternal blood sprinkled in the sky. Mutual destruction. To be able to contend with the 4th firmament eternal realm, the 9 savage demon bear devil with his 3rd firmament eternal realm cultivation base, how heaven-defying. The eyes of the spectating eternals shimmered with enigmatic light. It is already common knowledge in the eternal world that it is impossible for a 3rd firmament eternal sovereign to defeat a 4th firmament eternal sovereign. For Yang Feng to be able to fight the 9 savage demon bear devil to a draw is simply heaven-defying. An afterimage emerged from the ground. Shadowy appeared and stabbed at the 9 savage demon bear devil with the ruler's shadow spear. No. The 9 savage demon bear devil and Yang Feng are both injured. Caught off guard, the 9 savage demon bear devil was stabbed in the heart by shadowy spear. Countless shadow force condensed into sealing runes that permeated the body of the 9 dire bear devil, sealing its power. Go to hell. A torrent of time appeared in front of the 9 savage demon bear devil, and Yang Feng walked out of the torrent of time. With a cold look in his eyes, he slashed down with his halberd and chopped the 9 savage demon bear devil into countless pieces. A devour black hole emerged, engulfed the 9 savage demon bear devil, and frantically devoured the 9 savage demon bear devil's eternal origin. Human. Despicable, shameless, and lowly thing. How dare you kill me? I won't let you off. Inside the devour black hole, the 9 savage demon bear devil issued miserable screams. His eternal origin poured out, his body trembled, and then turned into ashes that scattered with the wind. Dead. It turns out that he still had a backup plan. Damn it. The Eternals in the void stared at Yang Feng with unwillingness in their eyes. In the opinion of the Eternals, it would be best for Yang Feng and the 9 savage demon bear devil to fight each other to the death. In this way, they can reap the benefits. In the void, ripples flickered, and a mirror appeared behind Yang Feng. A colorless and invisible dagger shot out of the mirror and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Almost at the same time, a black arrow shot out from a dark cloud, shrouded in a torrent of fate, and locked onto Yang Feng. A scarlet true dragon exuding first firmament eternal breath descended from the sky and extended its claw, and true dragon flames that can burn everything shot towards Yang Feng. A dark green flower bloomed on the ground. Inside the flower, there are 3 suns. The terrifying sunlight shone on Shadow, dispelled the shadows around Shadow, and formed a seal of light barrier that sealed Shadow inside. The 4 eternal sovereigns joined forces and launched a killing blow when Yang Feng was at his weakest. If Yang Feng was at his peak, the 4 eternal sovereigns wouldn't dare to make a move. But now that he and the 9 savage demon bear devil are both injured, it immediately aroused killing intent. Fighting with the clam, the fisherman reaps the benefits. This kind of thing is what I like to do the most. Unfortunately, my injuries aren't as serious as they appear. This is a trap I set up to hunt you idiots. Yang Feng smiled coldly, then suddenly turned around and extended his claw, grabbed the hand of the person in the mirror, and pulled out a gorgeous, silver-haired woman with devastatingly beautiful hair. A devour black hole emerged and devoured the silver-haired woman. The silver-haired woman screamed miserably, "No! Don't kill me, I am the wife of the Shadow Fiend Lord. If you kill me, the Shadow Fiend Lord won't let you off." A copious amount of devour black light swept towards the silver-haired beauty, and the silver-haired beauty shriveled up, turned into ashes, and disappeared. Scram! Yang Feng slapped the black arrow with his palm and smashed it. An eternal sovereign true dragon. Your bloodline is of great use to me. Die! Yang Feng extended his hand towards the sky, and a black claw emerged and grabbed the true dragon. Fearsome devour force erupted and extracted the true dragon's bloodline, and it turned into a drop of blood that fell into his hand. A devour black hole emerged, swallowed the true dragon, and devoured its eternal origin. In the dark clouds in the distance, a black ray emerged, burned the eternal origin, and turned into a black thread that disappeared into the horizon. 3 suns flew out of the dark green flower and barreled towards Yang Feng in the shade, respectively. Boom! The 3 suns detonated in an instant, and fearsome sun fire engulfed Yang Feng in shade. The green flower sprouted a pair of green wings, which flapped slightly and burned eternal origin. Enveloped in a green gale, it flew into the distance. Since one escaped, then you shall die here in his place. A cold voice came from the sun fire, and devour black light swept out and devoured the energy of the explosion of the 3 suns. Yang Feng stepped out of the sun god fire, looked at the dark green flower, and extended his hand. A strange demonic claw suddenly jumped out of the river of time, grabbed the emerald green flower, and crushed its defensive boundary. Don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything for you. The dark green flower shone with green light, and then turned into a beautiful woman with long green hair, a leaf armor, and a garland on her head, and pleaded pitifully to Yang Feng. Die. His face expressionless, Yang Feng squeezed coldly. The demonic claw directly squeezed and crushed the peerless beauty wearing a flower wreath on her head. A devour black hole emerged, swept towards the beautiful woman with a garland, and devoured her life origin. Eternal origin stones appeared one after another, and tremendous eternal origin force poured into Yang Feng. Who else wants to throw away their lives? A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng looked at the eternal sovereigns in the void. Wherever his gaze fell, the eternal sovereigns felt a chill in their hearts, and then turned into streams of light and fled into the distance. Yang Feng grabbed the Sun Spirit Origin Tree and threw it into the world inside him. Then, his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and flew towards Zero. Chapter 1450. Since you dare to follow me, then go to hell. After flying for a while, a torrent of time suddenly appeared on Yang Feng, and he disappeared with a teleport. When he appeared in the void, he extended his hand and extended it. Stop, I just glanced at you. In the hidden void, a huge tree with a human face appeared. Its vines fluttered and formed a tree enchantment. It roared loudly. You used a spell to spy on my whereabouts, that's a crime worthy of death. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng stabbed the vines of the big tree with a human face, and countless devour runes appeared. The vines of the big tree withered continuously. As if stabbing tofu, On Feng's right hand stabbed into the big tree, and countless devour runes erupted and permeated the big tree eternal sovereign. No. A human. Spare. A look of horror on its face, the big tree eternal sovereign roared wildly, trembled, and turned into ashes that drifted away with the wind. Yang Feng grabbed all the treasures hidden inside the big tree eternal sovereign, threw them into his world, and looked at the void with a gaze as sharp as lightning. The eternal sovereigns with ill intentions cast secret methods and fled in different directions, for fear that Yang Feng would find an excuse to kill them. Yang Feng heaved a sigh of relief, then disappeared with a teleportation and appeared beside Zero. He put away Zero and the level 8 stronghold, and then his figure blurred and disappeared. Slaying so many eternal sovereigns in succession took a huge toll on Yang Feng. However, Yang Feng's fierce methods deterred the restless eternal sovereigns, making them give up on tracking him. Shortly after Yang Feng disappeared, 7 eternal sovereigns appeared in the place occupied by Zero not long ago. He escaped. Damn it, he put on a strong front just now. If we had taken action, we would have been able to keep him here. What a pity. The 7 eternal sovereigns looked at the place where Yang Feng disappeared with regret in their eyes. Not long ago, the eternal sovereigns were frightened by Yang Feng's fierce methods and fled. But they are smart people, after all. They quickly came back to their senses, guessed that Yang Feng was injured, and came back to hunt him down. But it was already too late. Suddenly, the earth split open, and a black bead appeared, exploded, and sent black rays of light sweeping towards the 7 eternal sovereigns. The complexion of the 7 eternal sovereigns changed dramatically, and they cast spells and opened defensive barriers. The rays of black light slammed into the defensive barrier and strangely fused with it, leaving a mark on each of the 7 eternal sovereigns. This is a tracing mark. What a ruthless method. It seems that once he recovers, he will come to kill us. The 7 eternal sovereigns looked at the mark on their bodies, and their eyes flashed with anger. They guessed Yang Feng's intention, and a chill welled up inside them. Once Yang Feng recovers his full strength, he will be able to slay the 9 ferocious bear devil and slay the 7 eternal sovereigns. Remorse welled up in the hearts of the 7 eternal sovereigns. Time elapsed, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In a cave, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes. His eyes shone brightly, and a vast and flawless eternal aura slowly diffused from him. After devouring the eternal origin of so many eternal sovereigns, I finally met the conditions to attack the 4th firmament eternal realm. Let's begin. Yang Feng's eyes flashed fiercely, countless runes appeared, and a vast and fearsome aura spread from him. The source energy of life in the secret realm was pulled and swept towards Yang Feng, forming a huge whirlpool in the sky. Someone is advancing. How can someone advance in this place? There isn't enough life source energy here. Advancing here requires twice the effort for half the result, and requires a lot of resources. The eyes of the eternal sovereigns filled with envy, jealousy, and confusion looked this way. In order to advance to the eternal realm, the best way is to make a breakthrough in the outside world. In this secret realm, although the concentration of life source energy is high, but in terms of quantity, it is far inferior to that of the eternal world's heaven realms. However, in any case, an eternal sovereign advancing to the next realm is always enough to make other eternal sovereigns jealous. A beam flew out of the whirlpool, landed on Yang Feng, and was instantly devoured by him. Not enough, this energy is really not enough. Compared to the real universe, realms, and worlds, the total amount of energy in the secret realm is still far inferior. Enigmatic light flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he pointed with a finger, and the Sun Spirit Origin tree flew out. Sun Spirit Origin fruits flew over and entered Yang Feng's mouth. As soon as the Sun Spirit Origin fruits entered Yang Feng's mouth, as if he devoured suns, a tremendous heat flowed inside him and became nutrients for his advancement. After Yang Feng devoured and refined 10 Sun Spirit Origin fruits, they transformed into the purest eternal origin. The eternal origin of the eternal sovereigns devoured by Yang Feng was also transformed into eternal origin under the operation of the Devour Heaven method. Cracks appeared on Yang Feng's body, and then he finally shattered. Countless mysterious eternal marks appeared and intertwined with each other, twisting and forming a perfect and incomparably powerful eternal body. A terrifying aura of the fourth heaven of the eternal realm slowly spread out from the perfect and powerful eternal body. In the world of warlocks, Yang Feng's eternal imprint appeared and distorted. Universe energy in an area with a radius of hundreds of millions of kilometers surged into the eternal imprint, making it even more terrifying and powerful. This is the great edge of eternity's advancement. He advanced again. He has become stronger. In the world of warlocks, the holy ones and emperors sensed the cosmic storm set off in the universe, and their eyes shimmered with a dignified shade. He advanced. Coupled with this advancement, he should have advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm. What a monster! Sensing the changes in the universe, the primal chaos spider mother's beautiful eyes shimmered with astonishment. The primal chaos spider mother is a first-generation life form born in the world of warlocks. She has experienced the eternal age of the world of warlocks. During the eternal age, no one in the world of warlocks has ever advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm. From the moment Yang Feng advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm, he became the strongest existence in the history of the world of warlocks. After absorbing enough universe energy and laws, the eternal imprint flickered, entered the deepest part of the universe, and disappeared. In the secret realm. Fourth firmament eternal realm. It is indeed a terrifying metamorphosis. Yang Feng opened his eyes and felt the eternal force surging inside him, and the corners of his mouth rose into a smile. Now I can go compete for the Heavenly Star Lord's core treasure trove. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In the center of the Heavenly Star secret realm, there is a huge green ancient city. Above the huge ancient city, there were 36,572 stars suspended in the air. Rays of starlight sprinkled down from those stars and shone on the ancient city, forming a layer of incomparably powerful starlight barrier. The 36,572 stars are not ordinary stars, but stars with powerful star force and origin will equivalent to the 36 primary material planes of the world of warlocks. In the past, the Lord of the Celestial Star sect had controlled those 36,572 stars to fight against countless powerful enemies. He had even suppressed 7/8 Heaven Eternal Realm experts. He was a top hero in the Flying Star sect. At this time, there are more than 200 Eternal Sovereigns gathered in front of the huge ancient city. The 200-plus Eternal Sovereigns unleashed all kinds of powerful secret methods barreling towards the ancient city's star barrier. If the Heavenly Star Lord was still alive, the 200-plus Eternal Sovereigns would die when facing the ancient city's star barrier. But no matter how powerful the Heavenly Star Lord was, he has already died. The defensive strength of the ancient city he left behind is heaven-defying. But it still can't resist the siege of the 200 Eternal Sovereigns. Cracks appeared and healed, but the healing speed became slower and slower. Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng appeared outside the ancient city's defensive barrier. Human. Shit. As soon as the 7 Eternal Sovereigns saw Yang Feng, their faces changed dramatically, and they cast secret methods and turned into streams of light flying into the distance. You want to escape? It's too late. Go to hell. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Shrouded in a torrent of time, he teleported in front of an Eternal with a deer head and a human body and punched the body of the Eternal with a deer head and a human body. Then, a devour black hole appeared and devoured the Eternal with a deer head. After killing an Eternal with a single blow, the other 6 Eternal Sovereigns sped up a bit. None of you can escape, you're all going to die. A fierce ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he took a step. 6 people split into 2, teleported, appeared in front of the 6 Eternal Sovereigns, and sent a fist barreling towards the 6 Eternal Sovereigns. The complexion of the 6 Eternal Sovereigns changed dramatically, and they cast defensive secret methods and opened defensive barriers in front of them. Human, why did you attack us? To kill Eternal Sovereigns for no reason, aren't you afraid of provoking public anger? An Eternal with a dragon head and a human body, a look of anger on his face, roared. Since you dare to chase me down, then you shall all die here today. 2 devour black holes appeared and engulfed 2 Eternal Sovereigns, and the 6 figures merged into one. A cold voice full of killing intent came from Yang Feng's mouth. Chapter 1451. When the Eternal Sovereigns gathered here saw Yang Feng suddenly kill 3 Eternal Sovereigns, an enigmatic shade flashed in their eyes, and they felt hostility towards Yang Feng. But after hearing Yang Feng's words, the Eternal Sovereigns fell silent, stood quietly and watched indifferently, their hostility dissipating a bit. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he split into 4 figures and sent a fist barreling towards the remaining 4 Eternal Sovereigns. We never did anything to you. The dragon-headed Eternal Sovereign issued a roar of grief and indignation, and then cast defensive secret methods to resist Yang Feng's attack. To dare track the injured me, how dare you? This is a capital offense. You all deserve to die. A torrent of time emerged in the void, swept towards the 4 Eternal Sovereigns, distorted spacetime, and formed a strange space. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, the distorted space disappeared, and Yang Feng walked out of the space. A devour black hole appeared behind him, and the 4 Eternal Sovereigns struggled inside the devour black hole and issued miserable screams. How savage! That human is so savage. He's the human who killed the 9 fierce fiend bear. He killed the 9 fierce fiend bear. Among the Eternal Sovereigns, many of whom have seen Yang Feng's methods, their thoughts surged in the void, filled with apprehension. The gazes of the Flying Heaven Star's 3 tycoons, who killed the Morning Star Lord and the Shadow Fiend Lord, turned and fell on Yang Feng. I am the Shadow Fiend Lord. Who are you, sir? With a flash of twisted black light, the Shadow Fiend Lord silently crossed 10,000 kilometers, teleported to in front of Yang Feng, and asked coldly. Yang Feng replied flatly, I am the Eternal Blade. The Shadow Fiend Lord's voice is filled with frigid killing intent. Eternal Blade, I have no enmity with you, sir. Why did you kill my wife? Since she dared to assassinate me, she naturally has to die. Shadow Fiend Lord, since you came to me, then I will send you to reunite with your wife. Killing intent flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, countless runes shone, and a twisted river of time appeared around him. He took a step forward, crossed the river of time, appeared in front of the Shadow Demon Lord, and grabbed at the Shadow Demon Lord. Eternal Blade, you killed my wife, and now you want to kill me. Very good, very good. I will definitely kill you. The Shadow Transcendent Lord smiled coldly and let Yang Feng's claw hit him. At that moment, the Shadow Demonic Lord's body disintegrated, turned into countless fragments, and disappeared. A black puppet suddenly appeared and exploded, turning into streaks of shadow light and disappearing. Escaped. This Shadow Devil Lord is really troublesome. When Yang Feng saw this, his eyebrows rose slightly, and his eyes shimmered with graveness. After Yang Feng advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm, his strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. The Shadow Demon Master was also an expert at the fourth heaven of the eternal realm. He had intended to kill him by surprise. However, the Shadow Fiend Lord is very decisive. He took the initiative to disappear and hide in the shadows. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng finds it hard to catch traces of the Shadow Fiend Lord. The Eternal Blade is dead for sure this time. Although the Shadow Fiend Lord is weak in frontal combat, but he is the #1 assassin in the Flying Star Heaven. Even a fifth firmament eternal realm powerhouse died at the hands of the Shadow Fiend Lord. The Eternal Blade is dead for sure. Consciousnesses of eternal sovereigns reverberated in the void. Many eternal sovereigns looked at Yang Feng with gloating expressions. Among the three magnates of the Flying Star Heavens, the Shadow Demon Master was not the strongest. However, his assassination technique was the best in the Flying Star Heavens. He had once assassinated experts of the fifth heavens of the eternal realm in another Middle Heavens. He is the most feared of the three tycoons. The Morning Star Lord took a deep look at Yang Feng, and his eyes revealed a look of schadenfreude. Yang Feng smiled indifferently. Ignoring the gazes of the many eternal sovereigns, his figure fluttered, and he appeared at the edge of the star barrier. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless mechanical filaments stabbed into the star barrier and began to analyze the structure of the star barrier. Structure analysis starting. Blocked by advanced eternal force. Unable to continue analysis. A message was fed back from the mechanical filaments. There was a flash of regret in Yang Feng's eyes. Sure enough, a barrier set up by an eighth firmament eternal realm powerhouse is difficult to analyze. Since it's difficult to analyze, then let's crack it by force. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, the Dawn God armor shone brightly, and he spread the fingers of a hand and pressed the star barrier. A fearsome devour force enveloped the star boundary, and endless star force poured into Yang Feng from the star boundary. With a thought from Yang Feng, the tremendous star force entered the world inside him and formed stars. The star barrier was already straining to withstand the siege of more than 200 eternal sovereigns. Now that Yang Feng devoured a large amount of star force, it could no longer support itself, and finally collapsed inch by inch. Boom! Boom! The stars above the giant city dimmed, turned into meteors, and barreled towards the eternal sovereigns below. Scram! Roars erupted from the eternal sovereigns, and they blasted the stars above the giant city into pieces. Let's go! Along with flashes of light, the eternal sovereigns flew towards the giant city. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he flew towards the giant city as well. Some of the weaker eternal sovereigns flew towards the side halls of the giant city. Powerhouses at the third firmament eternal realm and above flew towards the core area of the giant city. In the center of the giant city, there is a 1,000-kilometer tall tower of stars engraved with countless mysterious runes shrouded in starlight. At the entrance of the Tower of Stars, there are two giant stone statues holding greatswords. This is the temporary imperial residence of the Heavenly Star Lord. Trespassers will be killed. Starlight emerged from the giant stone statues, and they opened their eyes. Eyes cold, exuding fifth firmament eternal rank fluctuations of power, they brandished their swords and slashed. Two sword rays containing starlight slashed the two eternal sovereigns and killed them in an instant. Fifth firmament eternal realm. Their fifth firmament eternal realm star golems. Damn it, those are fifth firmament eternal realm star golems. Cries of alarm came from the eternal sovereigns, and they scattered like birds and beasts, not daring to contend against the two star golems. Don't panic. After all, they are just two golems. If we join forces, we can even defeat seventh firmament eternal realm powerhouses. These two star golems can't stop us at all. The Death Star Lord bellowed and pointed with a finger. Beams of starlight condensed into star spears that pierced through the void and shot towards the star puppet. The other eternal sovereigns unleashed their own offensive secret methods and blasted towards the two star golems from afar. All kinds of Empyrean and holy rank beasts, golems, and secret treasures emerged one after another and became cannon fodder to resist the two star golems. The two star puppets were ferocious beyond compare. They brandished their swords and controlled the terrifying starlight to slay one eternal being after another. But no matter how ferocious the two star golems are, they still can't resist the siege of more than 100 eternal sovereigns, and their bodies crumbled inch by inch. Originally, the two star golems could absorb the city's star force to heal their injuries. But the city's star force has long been cut off by the eternal sovereigns, making it impossible for them to absorb star force to heal themselves. As a result, they continue to weaken. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, a star golem was blasted to pieces, and its star core was destroyed by the joint efforts of the Eternals. The other star golem lasted for another quarter of an hour before it was slashed to pieces. Although the two star golems were slashed to pieces, and only 40+ eternal sovereigns remained of the original 100+. Yang Feng glanced at the two star golems, and his eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Sure enough, if I can't advance to the ninth firmament eternal realm, then the human wave tactic is still effective. After dividing up the remains of the two star puppets, the remaining eternal sovereigns focused their attention on the star pagoda. Open! The eyes of a 10,000-meter tall eternal flashed fiercely, and he stepped towards the gate of the star pagoda and swung a huge mace at the gate of the star pagoda. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering noise, the door of the star pagoda collapsed, revealing a huge crack. Rays of light flashed, and all the Eternal Ones entered the star pagoda. As soon as Yang Feng entered the star tower, he was teleported to an empty hall, which is filled with all kinds of rare minerals. Not bad. With a look of satisfaction in his eyes, Yang Feng extended his hand, and countless rare minerals flew into his hand. This way. After collecting all the treasures in the hall, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and wisps of fate force intertwined and formed an arrow to guide him. Yang Feng followed the direction indicated by the arrow, sweeping away all the treasures he saw. After passing through several spaces, a huge palace shrouded in starlight appeared in front of Yang Feng. At the center of the huge palace was a platform with 4 crystals placed on it. Every crystal was emitting an incomparably resplendent light. Chapter 1452. With a flash of excitement in his eyes, Yang Feng extended his hand, and a big hand extended towards the 4 crystals. Rays of starlight appeared outside the 4 crystals, forming an incomparably powerful astral boundary. When Yang Feng's claw landed on the star boundary, starlight shone and shattered the giant claw that Yang Feng has formed. The star boundary formation also flickered with ripples and became a bit blurry. No matter how powerful the star barrier is, it cannot resist the attack of an eternal sovereign rank powerhouse. Silently, the Death Morning Star Lord appeared in Yang Feng's hand, and dazzling starlight condensed. The eternal treasure star sword in his hand shrouded in starlight slashed towards Yang Feng with fearsome killing intent. In an instant, 365 star projections emerged. The 365 stars shone brightly, and rays of starlight appeared, forming chains of stars that suppressed the void. 14 eternal sovereigns flew out from behind the Death Morning Star Lord and unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. With the Death Morning Star Lord and his 14 subordinates working together to mount a sneak attack, even a fifth firmament eternal powerhouse will be seriously injured or even killed. A month ago, this kind of attack might have seriously injured me. Unfortunately, I have already advanced to the fourth firmament eternal realm. So, all of you can go to hell. Yang Feng's eyes flashed coldly, countless runes shone on the Dawn God armor, and countless Devour runes emerged, and Devour black holes appeared around him. Yang Feng sent a fist flying, and Devour black light swept across the world. Wherever it passed, stars exploded into pieces. As if it has a life of its own, the Devour black holes floating around Yang Feng moved on their own and devoured the attacks of the 14 eternal sovereigns. In an instant, Yang Feng walked out of the siege of the Star Lord, arrived in front of 2 eternal sovereigns, and twisted their heads. The 2 devouring black holes swept the 2 eternal sovereigns into them and frantically devoured their eternal origin. Stop! Eyes shot with blood, the Death Morning Star Lord's eyes shimmered fiercely. Riding countless stars, he teleported in front of Yang Feng and slashed at him with his sword. Scram! Yang Feng's eyes flickered fiercely, and he slammed his fist into the star-killing sword, and a vast, fearsome power erupted and blasted the star-killing sword along with the star-killing sword lord away. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the other 12 eternal sovereigns unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. Devour black holes emerged and devoured most of the attacks of the 12 eternal sovereigns, while the attacks of a few eternal sovereigns slammed into Yang Feng. The armor of dawn shone, and Devour runes emerged and devoured the attacks of the eternal sovereigns. Only 10% of the power affected Yang Feng. Go to hell. Killing intent surged in Yang Feng's eyes. As if an invincible transcendent, he rushed into the midst of the 12 eternal sovereigns and unleashed various powerful offensive secret methods barreling towards them. One after another, eternal sovereigns were crushed and devoured by Yang Feng. Among the eternal sovereigns, only the Morning Star Lord can resist Yang Feng's attack. But every time he flew over, he would be sent flying by Yang Feng's fist. From weak to strong, Yang Feng blasted the eternal sovereigns subordinated to the Morning Star Lord into pieces and devoured them. Watching the eternal sovereigns under his command die one after another, the Morning Star Lord's eyes bulged, and he roared, "Shadow Lord, if you don't act now, I will take my people and leave this place at once. Leave all the opportunities in this place to the eternal blade." In an instant, a shadow appeared behind Yang Feng strangely, turned into a dagger, and stabbed towards Yang Feng's heart. At this moment, Shadow emerged from the shadow behind Yang Feng and stabbed at the shadow with the ruler shadow spear. When the spear and the dagger collided, 2 supreme eternal assassins engaged in a head-on confrontation. A terrifying force erupted, and Shadow was blasted away and slammed into the wall of the Star Hall. His body cracked open, and drops of blood dripped down. With the large amount of resources Yang Feng gave him, Shadow has evolved to the second firmament eternal realm. But compared to the fourth firmament eternal realm Shadow Lord, he is still not on the same level. All he can do is block a blow from the Shadow Lord. Shadow Lord, you finally came out to die. I've been waiting for you. If you don't die, I won't be at ease. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered fiercely, and a vast torrent of time gushed out in an instant, swept the void, and froze time. When the Shadow Lord was swept by the torrent of time, his body slowed down as if in slow motion. Yang Feng extended his hand, and Devour runes containing countless Devour runes shot towards the Shadow Lord. The Morning Star Lord's eyes shimmered fiercely, and he brandished the Star Death Sword and stabbed at Yang Feng with starlight. The remaining 6 eternal sovereigns also unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards Yang Feng. If Yang Feng insists on killing the Shadow Lord, then the Morning Star Lord and the other eternal sovereigns will join forces to attack him. Not daring to ignore them, Yang Feng sent a claw at the Shadow Lord. You don't have the ability to kill me. A cold voice came from the Shadow Lord's mouth, and an eternal treasure shadow bead exuding a distorted aura emerged. Boundless shadow power emerged from the Shadow Demon Pearl and formed 36 distorted and strange shadow boundaries. The Shadow Demon Bead was an eternal treasure refined by the Shadow Demon Master from the remains of an expert who also walked the Shadow Path and had cultivated to the 9th heaven of the Eternal Realm. It had infinite power and had saved the Shadow Demon Master countless times. Yang Feng's claw stabbed into the 36 distorted shadow boundaries, and then twisted shadows enveloped his right claw, contended with his devour force, and forcibly blocked the claw. The star-killing sword, which killed the Morning Star Lord, pierced through a black hole around Yang Feng's body and stabbed into his back. A tremendous amount of star force gushed out and turned into countless seals that pervaded Yang Feng's body. The attacks of the 6 eternal sovereigns slammed into Yang Feng in an instant, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. No. Today, you will be sealed by me. Blood trickled down the corners of Yang Feng's mouth, and he revealed a strange smile. Zero emerged from the void and lashed out with the whip of the ruler, smashing the Shadow Demon Lord's head and shattering it in one blow. A fearsome force erupted and shattered the Shadow Lord's body inch by inch. A black hole emerged and devoured the Shadow Lord together with the Shadow Bead. No. Don't seal me. Kill me. Countless seals appeared, and under the horrified gaze of the Shadow Demon Lord, the seals cut and sealed the Shadow Demon Lord. It's your turn. After sealing the Shadow Lord, Yang Feng turned around and slammed his hands into 2 eternal sovereigns. The 2 eternal sovereigns were blasted apart, and then seals emerged and sealed the 2 eternal sovereigns. Retreat. The Morning Star Lord glanced at the 4 crystals, and a look of reluctance flashed in his eyes. He decisively flew out. The figures of the other 4 eternal sovereigns fluttered, and they turned into 4 streams of light and fled outside. Everyone else can escape, but you. You killed the Dawn Lord, so you must die. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng stepped on a torrent of time, appeared in front of the Dawn Killer Lord, and sent a fist barreling towards the Dawn Killer Lord. The sun and the moon collapsed, stars extinguished, time reversed, and all kinds of terrifying phenomena emerged. Eternal Blade, since you're so aggressive, then let's perish together. A fierce ray flashed in the Dawn Lord's eyes, and he bellowed. Star runes appeared on his body, and he frantically burned his eternal origin and merged with the star-killing sword. Perish together. You're a step too slow. Yang Feng smiled coldly and pointed with a finger, and a torrent of time swept towards the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord trembled slightly, and time distorted for a moment. Die. At this moment, Yang Feng has already appeared in front of the Dawn Lord and slammed his hand into the other party. Countless runes appeared and began to seal the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord's eyes shimmered with fear, and he shouted, "Stop, let me go. Eternal Blade. I was wrong. As long as you let me go, I can offer you all my treasures." "No need. I'll take the Flying Star Heaven's treasures myself." Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and countless runes fluttered and turned into rune chains that wrapped around the Morning Star Lord. The Dawn Lord trembled slightly, shrank into a ball of light, and entered Yang Feng's hand. "Fortunately, I advanced to the 4th firmament Eternal Realm, or else this battle would have been a bit troublesome. A moment of carelessness, and I would have died at the hands of the Dawn Lord and the Shadow Lord. However, this battle is really a huge harvest. Shadowy, this is for you." The corners of Yang Feng's mouth rose and he flicked his finger, and the eternal treasure shadow bead turned into a stream of light and flew into Shadowy's hand. "Thank you, my lord." A look of ecstasy on his face, Shadowy grabbed the shadow bead and swallowed it. Countless mysterious shadow runes appeared on Shadowy's body, causing his aura to rise and become stronger and stronger. Shadowy's evolution path is that of an assassin and a shadow. The shadow bead is a treasure of heaven and earth that suits him best. After getting the shadow bead, his strength increased greatly. Chapter 1453. Standing quietly aside, Zero's beautiful eyes shimmered with jealousy when she saw this scene. Among the several monarch of sovereigns, Zero has always been the most favored by Yang Feng. She consumes the most treasures of heaven and earth, and her combat strength is far above that of the other monarch of sovereigns. However, once Shade completely refines the shadow bead, his strength will undergo a tremendous change, and he will become a powerhouse above the fourth firmament eternal realm in one fell swoop. Yang Feng turned around and returned to the reception hall. After attacking several times in a row, he smashed the boundaries of the four crystals, and then grabbed a crystal in his hand. The crystal cracked, and the eternal heavenly art appeared in Yang Feng's mind. What an exquisite eternal heavenly art! This is an eternal heavenly art that can be cultivated to the eighth firmament eternal realm. Unfortunately, like Gutaili, this eternal heavenly art hides a method to resurrect the heavenly Star Lord. Yang Feng's eyes lit up, and he revealed a look of excitement. The more eternal heavenly arts he collects and the stronger they are, the better Yang Feng will be able to deduce his own eternal heavenly art. What is this? Yang Feng pinched a crystal and scanned it with his tremendous soul force, but didn't obtain any information. When Zero saw the crystal, her beautiful eyes shimmered with excitement, and she uttered, "Lord, please give me this crystal. This crystal can let me evolve again." Yang Feng smiled, waved his hand, and threw the crystal to Zero. "Okay. This is yours." Zero is the monarch of sovereigns with the greatest potential among Yang Feng's subordinates. Although she doesn't know what the crystal is, but relying on her evolutionary instincts, she feels that the crystal is of great benefit to her evolution. Zero's beautiful eyes revealed a look of joy. She held the crystal in her hand, but didn't refine it directly. There are still many eternal sovereigns in the relic site of the heavenly Star Lord. Zero must be in a perfect state. Shade, on the other hand, wants to surpass Zero, which is why he integrated the shadow bead into his body as soon as he got it. In any case, he can use the power of the shadow bead at will. Mechanical threads gushed out of Yang Feng's hand, rolled up the crystal, and fused with it. Bursts of satisfaction came from the armor of dawn. Yang Feng smiled slightly and reached for the last crystal in his hand. The crystal flashed, and a set of cosmic coordinates entered Yang Feng's mind. Universe coordinates. These were the coordinates of another universe. It seemed like the Lord of Celestial Star had wanted to break free from the shackles of the realms and leave his mark in other universes. This should be the universe he sought for himself. Yang Feng looked pensively at the universe coordinates. The eternal mark was engraved in the various realms of the eternal world. It allowed Eternals to use the power of the realms to better protect their own realms. But once their domain was breached, they would fall under the control of the other Eternal Sovereigns. If the Eternal Mark was placed in other universes, unless the Eternal King personally took action, he would not be able to do anything to those Eternals. Some tyrannical Eternal Ones with ninth heavens of eternal realm cultivation could even mobilize the power of the universe in their own universe to contend against Eternal King rank experts. Edge of Eternity. When an Eternal with the head of an octopus and the body of a dragon appeared on the Star Tower, his complexion changed dramatically. "You're out of luck. Go to hell." Yang Feng took a step, teleported, appeared in front of the Eternal Sovereign, and slammed a fist into him, smashed him into pieces, and then devoured him. Yang Feng's eyes flickered coldly, then his figure fluttered, and he disappeared and began to hunt the Eternal Sovereigns on the Star Tower. The Eternals themselves are moving treasures. Only by devouring them can Yang Feng continue to evolve rapidly. 7 days later. The Star Tower, Shadow Fiend Domain. "Break for me." Ripples flickered, and Yang Feng emerged from the void. With a wave of his hand, a huge interstellar fleet emerged. A rain of beams barreled towards the stars outside the Shadow Fiend Domain. The sound of explosions rang incessantly, and stars fell like rain. Yang Feng took a step and appeared above the Shadow Temple in the center of the Shadow Fiend domain. Yang Feng extended his hand, countless runes shone, and the seal on the Shadow Fiend Lord was undone and appeared in front of him. Shadow Fiend domain, no. Edge of eternity, don't kill me. I can swear an oath to serve you. Don't kill me. I am a top assassin who can assassinate fifth heavens of eternal realm powerhouses. Don't kill me. I beg you. As soon as the Shadow Fiend Lord appeared, his tremendous soul force swept Yang Feng, and his face turned pale and he pleaded bitterly. If I kill you, I can get a stronger and more loyal assassin. Yang Feng smiled coldly and stabbed a hand into the Shadow Fiend Lord. Countless runes flickered, and Yang Feng pulled an eternal mark out of the Shadow Lord's body inch by inch and crushed it. No. After the Shadow Fiend Lord issued a miserable scream, his eyes turned lifeless, and he died. Shadow jumped out of the shadow behind Yang Feng. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and the Shadow Fiend Lord's eternal true spirit entered Shadow. The flying star firmament trembled slightly, and an eternal star fell. The Shadow Fiend Lord's idol in countless realms collapsed. Fear and sorrow welled up in the hearts of countless Shadow Fiend Lord believers, and all their extraordinary forces disappeared. The Shadow Fiend Lord died. It's the edge of eternity. What a ferocious eternal. It's the edge of eternity that killed more than 60% of the flying star firmament's eternal sovereigns in the Sky Star Lord's secret realm. The eyes of the eternal sovereigns in the flying star firmament shimmered with astonishment. The flying star firmament's 3 tycoons are all fourth heavens of eternal realm powerhouses. Even in the 10 holy heavens, they can become elders of many major forces. The death of such powerhouses shocked the entire flying star firmament. Within the Shadow Fiend domain, a black ray of light flew out. Want to escape? You can die too. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng took a step, appeared behind the black ray, and stabbed his hand into the black figure. Stop. Let me live, and I will promise you anything. The beautiful eyes of the Shadow Fiend Lord's wife revealed a look of misery, and she screamed. His face expressionless, Yang Feng dug out the eternal imprint and crushed it. An eternal true spirit entered Shadow's body. A devour black hole engulfed the corpse of the Shadow Fiend Lord's wife and devoured her life origin. Yang Feng scanned the Shadow Fiend domain with his tremendous soul force. After discovering that there are no other eternal sovereigns, he pointed with a finger, and a huge fleet teleported and appeared here. A swarm of battle robots poured out like a tide and swept the Shadow Fiend Lord's remnants. Yang Feng extended his hand, and a giant hand stabbed into the Shadow Temple, dug out the Shadow Fiend Lord's treasure trove, and threw it into his world. It's time to go to the next place. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, then his figure fluttered, and he turned into specks of light and disappeared. The Morning Star Field. Countless stars fell. Countless main battle robots were fighting against the various armies that were attacking the Morning Star region. Yang Feng stabbed his hand into the Morning Star Lord's body and dug out the eternal imprint of the Morning Star Lord. The Morning Star Lord's eyes shimmered with fear, and he shouted, "Stop! Eternal Edge, I'm from the Star Alliance. If you kill me, the Star Alliance won't let you off." The Star Alliance? It's fine if they don't provoke me. But if they do, then I'll destroy them. I'll turn them into stepping stones on my path to eternity. With an expressionless face, Yang Feng crushed the eternal imprint that killed the Morning Star Lord. Countless mysterious runes emerged and sealed the Morning Star Lord's eternal true spirit and eternal origin. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky, and an idol collapsed. All kinds of anomalies emerged in the flying star firmament. The Morning Star Lord died. How could this be? The Eternal Edge killed the Morning Star Lord. When the Eternal Sovereigns saw the anomalies of the Morning Star Lord's death, they couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. The Devil Bear Realm. The Eternal Edge is so fierce. He's even fiercer than me. What if he attacks my Devil Bear Realm? The 9 fierce bear devil looked at the anomalies of the Eternal falling in the flying star firmament, and his heart trembled. He, who has always been fearless, couldn't help but feel a chill. In addition to the flying star firmament's 2 tycoons, the Eternal Sovereigns who failed to compete with Yang Feng for opportunities were also mercilessly killed and devoured their eternal true spirit. All the wealth in the realms of the Eternal Sovereigns was plundered by Yang Feng. Wherever Yang Feng's mechanical legion passed, the Eternal Sovereigns trembled and sealed off their realms, not daring to be enemies with Yang Feng. In a short period of time, after plundering most of the flying star firmament's resources, Yang Feng disappeared with his mechanical legion. The Cangji Plain. In a huge laboratory, Yang Feng took a step, appeared in the laboratory, and said flatly, "Star Concubine." "Greetings, Lord." Starlight shone, and Star Concubine appeared in front of Yang Feng with an enigmatic look in her beautiful eyes. "I'll give you the power to advance to the Eternal Realm." Yang Feng smiled and flicked his finger, and a Kunmo stone flew into Star Concubine's hand. In the Eternal World, Kunmo stone is a precious resource used to refine eternal treasures. Yang Feng found 3 Kunmo stones in the treasury of the Morning Star Lord and the Shadow Fiend Lord. Chapter 1454. Thank you, my lord. There was a flash of ecstasy in Star Concubine's eyes. Spatial ripples flickered, and a huge level 7 stronghold emerged. Her figure fluttered, and she entered the level 7 stronghold. The level 7 stronghold shone slightly, and runes began to appear and evolve into a level 8 stronghold. With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, countless resources plundered from the Eternal World flew out and entered the level 7 stronghold. A mysterious rune slowly emerged in the level 7 stronghold. Countless rays of light shone, and the level 7 stronghold began to evolve slowly. Time elapsed, and 3 years passed in a flash. Yang Feng looked at the level 8 stronghold that was slowly taking shape with enigmatic light in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the sealed Morning Star Lord True Spirit and the tremendous Eternal Origin entered the level 8 stronghold like a meteor. After absorbing the Morning Star Lord's Eternal True Spirit and Eternal Origin force, the level 8 stronghold radiated resplendent light. Within hundreds of millions of light-years of the Cangji Plain, an energy storm was set off, and a fearsome energy vortex appeared above the level 8 stronghold. His Majesty the Edge of Eternity has refined another eternal treasure. So that's how it is. The saints and emperors were extremely calm when they sensed that the energy vortex belonged to the headquarters of the Devourer dynasty. They weren't shocked at all. "Thank you for giving me the power, my lord." The level 8 stronghold opened, and Star Concubine walked out. Her beautiful eyes radiated resplendent light, and she knelt on one knee before Yang Feng. Yang Feng took a look at Star Concubine, and his eyes shimmered with satisfaction. "Very good. Your current strength is comparable to that of a 4th firmament eternal powerhouse. I didn't spend so many resources to cultivate you in vain. The flying star heavens is a middle heaven, and there are countless precious resources in the flying star heavens." Yang Feng not only gave the Star Concubine the true spirit and eternal origin obtained from killing the Morning Star Lord, but he also used countless treasures of heaven and earth and rare resources on the Star Concubine, allowing her to evolve into a 4th firmament eternal realm existence. Now it's their turn. Light of teleportation enveloped Yang Feng and teleported him to a huge laboratory. In that huge laboratory, there was a level 8 base that was as dark as ink, as if shrouded in shadows. Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and a fearsome eternal soul force entered the level 8 stronghold. The level 8 base flickered and a rune appeared. Within a radius of billions of light-years, terrifying energy storms once again appeared, forming an energy vortex that descended from the sky. His Majesty the Edge of Eternity has forged another eternal treasure. Eternal treasures will soon become cabbages. On the Weave, the human warlocks are chatting with each other. They are already used to it. The foreign race experts were all silent, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their hearts. Every time Yang Feng refines an eternal treasure, it means that the human race has gained a foundation in the world of warlocks. If Yang Feng unfortunately dies in the future, then the eternal treasures he left behind would be enough for the human race to gain a foothold in the world of warlocks, and even dominate. With a flash of black light, the level 8 stronghold shrouded in shadows opened. Shadowy, dressed in a black open-necked evening dress, walked out of the level 8 stronghold gracefully with a smile on her face, knelt in front of Yang Feng, and uttered respectfully, "Greetings, my lord." Yang Feng took a look at Shadowy and showed a satisfied smile. "Not bad, your strength has reached the 4th firmament eternal realm." Ripples flickered, and the star concubine appeared beside Yang Feng. Exuding 4th firmament eternal realm might, she quietly demonstrated her might to Shadowy. After Shadowy got up, she uttered with a sweet smile, "My lord, please allow me to advance to the 5th firmament eternal realm." Yang Feng responded, "Permission granted." Shadowy smiled, then her beautiful eyes shimmered, and a magic bead appeared on her forehead. A vast and boundless ripple of eternity spread across the entire universe. The periphery of a grade 3 plane, inside the Shadow Divine Country. A black ray fell from the sky, fell into the Shadow Divine Country, formed Shadowy's figure, and strode towards the Shadow Ruler in the center of the Shadow Divine Country. Countless shadow assassins jumped out of the shadows and stabbed at Shadowy with daggers in their hands. "Die!" Shadowy pointed with a finger, and the essence of shadow swept out. As soon as the shadow assassins got close, they collapsed and turned into pure divine force that entered her body. "Who are you? Why did you come to my Shadow Divine Country?" With a flash of shadow light, a shadow ruler dressed in a gray robe and holding a dagger in hand emerged from the void and stared coldly at Shadowy. Shadowy responded with a smile, "Naturally, I came to kill you and extract your shadow origin. From today onward, there is only one person in the universe who can control shadow origin, and that is me." "What big talk! Since you dared to break into my Shadow Divine Country, then go to hell." The shadow ruler suddenly smiled strangely, then a shadow emerged from behind Shadowy, and a dagger integrated with the shadow stabbed towards Shadowy's heart. The shadow ruler is a strong divine force rank powerhouse. In the Shadow Divine Country, it can even assassinate a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. "It's useless, because I have eternal essence." Ing smiled faintly and allowed the shadow ruler to stab the dagger into his body. Then, he pointed a finger at the shadow ruler's glabella. The shadow ruler's face flickered with shock, and then it trembled and collapsed, turned into powder, and disappeared. Almost at the same time, in the Shadow Divine Countries, Shadowy killed all the shadow gods and absorbed their shadow law. When the last shadow god died in the world of warlocks, a fearsome energy storm set off in an area hundreds of millions of kilometers in radius in the Tsangji Plain, and the energy storm turned into a fearsome beam that entered Shadowy. Shadowy's breath soared in an instant, and he broke through and advanced to the 5th firmament eternal realm in one fell swoop. Seeing this scene, Star Concubine's pretty face sank, and she snorted coldly, not saying a word. Shadowy smiled sweetly and was about to provoke Star Concubine, when suddenly his eyes narrowed, and he looked to the other side. In the world of warlocks, a fearsome storm set off in an area hundreds of millions of light years in radius, turned into a brilliant beam of energy, and entered the base where Zero is located. His Majesty has forged another eternal treasure. The eternal treasure has advanced to the next level. Calm down, this is no longer a rare thing. In the Weave, human warlocks teased each other. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 1 year, 10 years. The energy storm in the universe lasted for 10 years. During that time, the beam of energy never stopped and entered the level 8 base where Zero is located. Standing in front of Zero's level 8 base, Yang Feng silently threw all kinds of resources he plundered from the eternal world to her for her to devour and evolve. 10 years later, the energy whirlpool that enveloped the Cangji plain finally dissipated slowly. It finally disappeared. 10 years. This anomaly has lasted for 10 years, how heaven-defying. This eternal treasure definitely surpasses all other treasures. In the weave, the human warlocks are full of excitement and discussion. The primal chaos spider mother looked at the dissipating energy whirlpool and said with a bitter smile, "How despairing." The anomaly triggered by ordinary eternal treasures only lasted for a few days at most. Yet the anomaly triggered by Zero's evolution lasted for 10 years. Her strength was beyond the imagination of other powerhouses. In the laboratory, the level 8 base opened, smoke emerged, and the valiant and formidable-looking Zero walked out of the base. Her beautiful eyes shimmered with invincible aggressiveness, and she smiled sweetly at Yang Feng. "Greetings, Lord. The 6th level of the Devour Heaven method has been deduced." A piece of information appeared in Yang Feng's mind, and the various cultivation secret methods of the Devour Heaven method emerged one after another. After Zero's evolution, her computing power has undergone an earth-shaking change. At this time, even if the computing power of Shadow, Star Concubine, and Violet are added up, they are still far from a fraction of her. After absorbing the mysterious crystal, Zero's evolution exceeded Yang Feng's imagination. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with satisfaction. "I have the Eternal Heaven method. Now I just need enough resources. As long as I have enough resources, I can advance all the way to the 6th firmament Eternal Realm. Demonic Bear Realm." Ripples flickered, and an incomparably huge interstellar fleet suddenly appeared outside the Devil Bear domain. Beams of light bombarded the stars on the periphery of the Devil Bear domain, blasting them into pieces. "Eternal Edge, how dare you come to my realm and behave atrociously? Don't tell me you want to die here." A projection of the 9 fierce bear devil appeared in the void, followed by 26 beast eternal sovereign projections. The eternal sovereign projections looked at Yang Feng at the head of the fleet with apprehension in their eyes. At the time when Yang Feng swept the flying star firmament, he spared the 9 fierce bear devil in order to be safe. Afraid of Yang Feng, the 9 fierce bear devil recruited other beast eternal sovereigns. The number of his subordinates and allies has increased to 26. Yang Feng glanced at the 27 eternal sovereigns and said with a cold smile, "9 fierce bear devil, it's not too late for you to submit to me. Otherwise, you will all die." The 9 fierce bear devil smiled coldly and provoked, "The one who will die is you. If you have the guts, come to our demonic bear realm and fight us to the death." You're tuning into the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.